Hello, everybody. This is your host, Paul Gaither. This is Madden NFL 2003. We are live this Sunday, 11:09 a.m. in Peru. So, I continue to adjust the settings here so that we can watch the game without any other interruption or delay. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. Hope you're enjoying your morning. Great to have you here whenever it is you may or may not actually be here. We've got the Steelers. We've got the Raiders set up, good to go. Game set to all pro. AI for human, completely unadjusted. Well, I mean, special teams, but whatever, who cares? Computer, 8 accuracy, 4 pass blocking, 11 catching, straight up 10 running back ability, 11 run blocking so far. Defense, 5 awareness, if I remember correctly, 100% knockdowns, 18 out of 20 for interceptions. Break block was at, I believe, 12? I believe it's at 12. Tackling at 6. This is the opening drive. We've seen it from the very start of the game. And we see the basic handoff situation. We've got I left, also on the left hash mark. We've got Barry Sims driving his man. We've got our blocks up the middle. Little good movements up here, reading the hole, running with the football, bouncing off, getting tackles. That was one of the big things, is we want to be able to run the football, right? We want to see a running game out of the computer, all right? And so I don't know what's lacking the initiation of some of the tackles here. We're just going to watch the game and the drive continue to play out. And we're just going to constantly try to test this out. We want to reduce just how explosive the passing games are while increasing the strength of the running game, because our simulations just don't get what I'm looking for. Earlier in the drive, we saw Kendrell Bell get his tackle broken against Charlie Garner. At this point, he wraps him up. Another thing here is that we see the pulling guard, which is basically the kick right in the trap kind of run. And they just don't really trap, because obviously with a trap, I would argue that 86 should be blocking 92 and 72 should be going downhill to Kendrell Bell, and then allowing Clark Higgins to be the one that's getting trapped by the guard. And then with that way we can get a hat on a hat. And instead, Charlie Garner runs north and south, basically the play is asking him to do it, but instead of having Lincoln Kennedy destroying Kendrell Bell through the hole and having Middleton taking out Higgins, Middleton is just doing nothing, and it blows up the play. You can adjust the sliders, but you can't adjust how the game actually plays on the field. And Asuka says, "Hey Paul, what's up?" And Isa Hapfan Achepe says, "Teacher's Day in Peru." It should be International Teacher's Day, if I recall. Thank you so very much. All right, now we have I left twins in motion. Handoff, weak side, sending Jerry Rice through the hole. He was a heck of a run blocker. He always fought with those corners and safeties. He's blocking a linebacker at this point. Richie blasting through the hole, just taking out like a little wedge of blocking. And then with that 6 tackling, we see Charlie Garner getting hit by the safety, picking up yards. Let's go. So again, what's up, Asuka? So great to have you here. Enjoying this holiday, at least. Holiday for teachers. First and goal. Strong eye left. Hand off. Richie busts through the hole. But the hole closes up after Richie runs through it. That's right. Richie goes through and says, "Okay, there's a clean hole. I got this, dog. Just follow right behind me. I got this." And Joey Porter's like, "That's nice. I'm not trying to tackle the fullback. I'm trying to tackle the halfback." And he does. No score, but a gain of 2. Jason says, "Completely forgot about this." Well, I'm sorry I haven't been live, bros. Sorry I haven't been live, bros. It literally says I have top fans. Asuka number 1, Jason number 2. He's a fan. HP. It says top fans. Wow. That's pretty interesting that YouTube is tracking that. Congratulations with the crowns, huh? Sorry that I haven't been live since the 29th of June. So I've been gone for about a week and made us completely forget about this, Jason. All right, we're looking at goal line, and it's a balanced formation. No, this is single back ace twins. Okay, single back ace twins. Sometimes in the West Coast offense, it's called slot instead of twins. But yeah, we've got a tight end on each side and the two receivers. So it's not exactly a goal line, but you do have like the tight ends on each side, so you still have 7 on the line of scrimmage, or the 5, 6, 7, yeah, on the line of scrimmage. And they just they don't have enough heads right here. Like, what is it? Mo Collins, I guess, is blocking the wrong guy with a double team potentially here. So Mo Collins is blocking nobody, and that gets Kendrell Bell through the gap. And then weak side, we just don't have enough bodies to stop who is James Ferrier. So yeah, I have Higgins. I have Higgins as the left outside linebacker. But I have James Ferrier as the number 2 middle linebacker. So that way, Ferrier and Higgins both get play. So you've got different opportunities in different situations. In the 3-4, the true 3-4, Ferrier is middle linebacker with Kendrell Bell. And Jason Gilden is outside linebacker in the 3-4 front. And then in the 4-3 front, Gilden is on the line of scrimmage. And Clark Higgins is behind, and Kendrell Bell is kicked over. So it just allows the different players to get playing time. But he gets through, and a little confusion on the blocking up front. And yet, despite all of that, and Kendrell Bell being a talented player, Tyrone Wheatley, the power back, says, "Nuh-uh, sir, no." But then he does get tackled by Logan. Boom. And it says, no worries how the Raiders record. This is not officially a franchise game. We're slider testing. Because I want to get back to the franchise, and I just want to start this day off with some good slider testing. I said earlier in the video, and I'm going to say it even faster here if you didn't miss it. Go to computer mode. Here's what the bars look like. And then defense, here's what the bars look like. And we've seen this game play out before, and I want to see it play out at this point here. So, back to the comments. It says, and I'm all kind of teed off that it took a team with over $35 million invested in QBs. Yeah. And Asuka says, it still amazes me how quickly the Raiders fell off like they did. They still haven't recovered 20 years later. That's a side note I can talk about as we go back live. Jason says, Al Davis was the Raiders' worst enemy in the 2000s. Asuka replies, what QBs do the Raiders have in that game? And then it says, now the Raiders are reduced to a joke of a tourist attraction in Vegas. And Jason responds, well, they have an 18-year veteran, Rich Gannon. What arm strength Gannon and carry. Yeah, what accuracy Collins. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Marcus Tuliasosopo. I was just watching, and I can share with it probably in the Discord, a video of Marcus Tuliasosopo with the Huskies, with the Washington Huskies playing against Stanford and having like a game of his life. He was over 200 yards rushing and over 300 yards passing in that game. And it said, like, something of the video title was, like, the best quarterback performance you've never seen or whatever. And you can definitely see the athleticism and the skill of Tuiasosopo. But at the NFL level, it just wasn't enough here. And so we've got I formation, just classic I versus a goal line. Of course the run is going to fail, and there was also a flag. I mean, what is the offense supposed to do here? We've got the fake double team that the game tries to pretend that it has. But he still gets off and gets like a backside linebacker, which generally is the idea, especially like in a zone. I know they're not playing zone right now, but you usually want the double team, and then if you're going to peel off, you either take over the block and let Sims pick up a guy. That's like a true zone. But the other thing is, depending on the head of the defender, you double team, you take care of the guy, and then you just climb to the next level and at least prevent backside pursuit from happening. So I don't hate it. But see, left of center, 1, 2, 3 triangle, then 4, 5. And to the left of center, well, actually, technically, if you have, yeah, here. So left of center is just the 1, 2, 3, 4 versus 1, 2, 3, and fourth guy here. But the problem is we end up blocking someone right of center. So now we're -1 in the run game. And Sometimes Richie tries to kick out here, and you're just going to get tackled here. In this case, Richie goes here, gets absolutely blown up because of the bad angle, which is something I like about this game. He doesn't have an angle to block number 58. He doesn't have an angle to block Ferrier, right? So Ferrier just blows him up in a realistic, believable way, and then Garner has no ability to deal with Flowers, who just crunches him and goes to 4th down. Denny says, tardy but present. Hey, I make no assumptions on your intelligence level, Denny. But hey, glad to have you even though you're late. Saw that Tuiasa Sopa video. Fantastic. Also, Marquise's dad was a 49er during the Dynasty. Yes. You can't move off of Gannon without paying $9 million in penalties with the first season, so I'm kind of stuck with him. This Raiders team was built to win, and they came up short, right? I mean, they got blown out because they had to face against literally their former coach and Rich Gannon. If they had to face any team other than Tampa Bay, I think the Raiders would have gotten a Super Bowl trophy. And you can't blame, the team building in terms of that, right? I'm going to use the air quotes, should have beat the Patriots in 2001 with that fumble. That was technically a correctly called tuck rule play. The Jets actually had the same exact play happen in their favor against the Patriots earlier in that exact same season. People are like, oh, that call has never been called before, never called since. It's like bullshit. That call literally happened the exact same season in favor of the Jets of a tuck rule. In that same season, but no one wants to talk about it. They want to be extremists and say, oh, it never happened before, when it actually had the same year. But, yeah, it should have been a fumble. They even have, like, a little joke. Tom Brady met with Charles Woodson, and they're on the couch, and they're talking about the tuck. And he's like, oh, yeah, look, fumble. I think Brady's literally the one that said fumble, right? Depending on how that call goes, how it's called, how it's handled, the rule. If the rule of, like, bringing the ball back in is considered a pass is kind of BS, but it's, touting the fine line of the arm moving forward versus putting the ball away. The Raiders win that game and go on to the championship game against the Steelers, and there's no guarantee that the Raiders even make the Super Bowl having to go to the Steelers. It could have been a Steelers-Rams Super Bowl. It could have been a Raiders-Rams Super Bowl. But the point is, they built a team that had a legitimate opportunity to win and compete for a Super Bowl, and it did for a couple years. So that's pretty good. Yes, it is hard to recover for years for that. Asuka, I will definitely say the real problems that they made, we've gone over on this channel before, is the Raiders had a need for a quarterback. They play in California, in the Bay Area, in Oakland. The Bay Area is San Francisco. It's literally the other side of the Bay is Oakland. And literally right there is Cal. And literally right there is Aaron Rodgers, who people felt should have been the number 1 draft pick by the San Francisco 49ers. So when you're the Oakland Raiders, and the 49ers just fucked up hard, and no disrespect to Alex Smith, but they fucked up hard by not taking who everyone thought should have been a consensus number 1 pick in the draft, and you need a quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers is sitting there, and you're like, nope. Like, that's the problem, right? The fact that they had Randy Moss officially under contract on the roster when they had the number 1 pick and went with Jamarcus Russell, and they skipped over Megatron. Like, when you literally have Calvin Johnson on the draft board, who goes number 2, and you had Randy Moss on the roster, who didn't get traded until day 3 in the morning. There's the whole story with Bill Belichick talking about that conversation with Al Davis, about how they had the first pick or whatever in the 4th round or something, and they made that trade for the 4th round pick to get Randy Moss. It's like, you had Randy Moss and you could have had Calvin Johnson, you could have had Aaron Rodgers, you could have literally built an air quote super team on offense in terms of weapons. Right? It's mistakes, it's coaching, it's a few things. Didn't they bring Art Shell out of retirement to be their coach for a while? It was like, they had things working for them. Jason Campbell was playing well for a time with them, and then they decided to just throw Jason Campbell under the bus or whatever, and went after Carson Palmer. Right? And then Carson Palmer was playing well for them. They've had opportunities. Time after time, there's been glitters of hope in the Raiders. where they then just flounder it away. Even the whole hiring of John Gruden. Remember, they were like becoming a playoff team. Wasn't it with Riverboat Ron Rivera? Like, they were building something with Derek Carr. And it was just like, every time they start to like put some interesting roster together, they just find a way to piss it away. And so I'm not a Raider fan. I'm not trying to defend them, but they haven't been like a trash team that just doesn't know what it's doing, right? Like the Jaguars, who just happened to get lucky to be good for like a very short amount of time, like 5 years ago, right? They've constantly just found ways to like try to be relevant and then piss it away. I think we're going to do the same thing with Ginty. All right. Yeah, the suck rule says Denny. It says Gannon was a one-year wonder that he got old and hurt. No, he's not a one-year wonder. Definitely not a one-year wonder. Gannon was playing excellent football with Kansas City, and his coaching staff decided that since they spent a lot of money on Elvis Grbac, that when Elvis Grbac came back, they wanted him to play. When anyone watched that season with Kansas City knew that Rich Gannon was playing very inspired football. He had really developed into a true quarterback. Let's go Rich Gannon. And then let's actually look up. I know stats don't tell the whole story. You watch the game itself. But Kansas City, yes, final year, 10 starts. Right? 2,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Like, he was playing inspired football, especially for the year 1998. Goes to Oakland, they're 8-8. Then they go 12-4 in 2000. 2001, 10-6. 2002, 11-5 on that run. Yeah, like, Gannon was playing his best football of 98, 99, 2000, 2001, 2002. That's a 5-year run. That's not a one-year wonder. And then he's got little stars by his name for 99, 2000, 2001, and 2002? Yeah. So he's got 4 stars by his name, which I think mean Pro Bowls. I can't see the key right now. Maybe it just means starter. I don't know, like the star means starter. I'm going to look up his Wikipedia now. But I remember him having like 5 very good years. And he was considered a top quarterback in the league in that time. That shot, 4th down. MVP 2002, first team All-Pro in 2000 and 2002, 4 times Pro Bowl. 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 4-time Pro Bowl. Didn't make the Pro Bowl in that 98 Kansas City run. Yeah, even when they had like the 8-8 record over, he made the Pro Bowl. NFL passing leader, so on and so forth. Yeah. No, he had 5 years of really great football and 4 years being recognized of it. I strong pushback on calling him a one-year wonder. I think that he actually fell apart, like, air quote, faster than we thought, because the way he was playing, like, air quote, agelessly, then he just hit the wall, like some quarterbacks do. It's just like, you're really good, and then you're not. And I think that crash, like, I think winning the, winning the MVP and then crashing the next year is probably what gives the impression of being a one-year wonder. Because how do you go from MVP to useless? I can understand where that perspective might come from. But, yeah, I would say 5 years of really good ball. All right, going back to the comments. We need Charlie Batch at number 9. Stewart sucks. I have the accuracy set to 8 out of 10. And so I'm not trying to just have them throw 26% completions. But you know that we literally went from like 295 to 400 yards passing for teams. And I'm trying to find a way to rein in, to dial back having like record-breaking multiple like 5,000-yard passers in the year 2002. Like, it's not the modern NFL. It's not the spread, 3 wide receivers. I don't know spread, but like, you know what I mean. It's not the league that we would get in a few years. But I also don't want them to be trash. That's the reason why I've started this video here. 1 of 5, 3 of 4, 75%. So that was literally Gannon's first incomplete pass, and Cordell Stewart only has 1 complete pass, right? We're just kind of letting it run and seeing how it plays out. That's one of the things that kind of sucks, but is also fun about doing the slider testing is you just have to let the game play out. You just have to let an hour and a half of game footage just get out there and watch the replays and seeing the decisions. I set it to 18 out of 20 interceptions. Does interception slider just mean they catch it versus dropping it? Does it cause them to warp? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have the code. But does it make them more aware to go after interceptions? I'm not sure. Right? Like, he's in coverage. If I had, like, 4 out of 20 interceptions, would he just have dropped this? Or would he have had the awareness to drop back and make this play and aggressively make it? Would he have just gone for the tip? I don't know. But the fact of the matter is he kind of, like, in a way, kind of baited Rich. Right? He's, like, drifting inside, and then as soon as he drifts inside, he then turns around and bails Ed Reed style. And Rich Gannon just throws it so late. Right? Even the receiver should be trying to catch the ball here, right? The ball should be in the air before he's breaking, and as he breaks, it should just about be there for him to catch. And yet, it hasn't left Gannon's hand. It hasn't left Gannon's hand, like, right as he's finishing the break. Right? I mean, at this point, if you're Rich Gannon, like, and you're taking this long to throw, why aren't you just swinging it out to Charlie Garner? Right? Like, these are the things I can't fix with sliders. I can't make you, like, make the right decision or throw on time. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch, step, throw. Like, it's too late. It's way too late. It's just poor execution. The stuff is there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch, throw, lay down. Nope. It's just the normal timing the computer doesn't know how to run the offense. Right? And does the interception slider make all the difference? I don't know. Now, what is this, like, top fan business? I'm going to hit the question mark. It says, top fans in XP. What's the leaderboard? A place for fans to stand out in the community. The top 3 get special badges in the live chat. It resets every stream, so you can always try again. How do you get on the leaderboard? You collect experience points by sending live chat messages, super chats, and all of that. Okay, it's just a thing that YouTube has right now. Okay, that's weird. Denny says they didn't draft Rodgers because they were worried he would be their Kenny Pickett. Yeah, before Kenny Pickett existed, right? Aaron was made to play for San Fran, but I think the local hype scared them off. Interesting. Asuka, Packers should have got Moss that year. Favre wanted him, and Moss wanted to play for him, but the Packers front office loves their draft picks too much. Yeah, I can't blame New England for going after one of the greatest receivers of all time for a 4th-round pick, right? And then Brock Randolph comes in here. Welcome, Brock. I don't know when you dropped your comment. I'm not ignoring you. If you're still here, Brock, I'm a 49ers fan. Great to have you here. Asuka says, yeah, honestly, I forgot how good Gannon was. Yeah. At his best, he, like, and 5 years of football, I mean, half a decade, like, it sticks with you, you know? 1998, I'm 14 years old. Like, he has his best season and wins an MVP. Like, 4 or 5 years after that. Like, I'm 19, 20 years old, and it's like 2002. So, yeah, 2002, I'm 18 years old, yeah? So, 14 to 18 years old, right? He's on his MVP run. Right? Like, it sticks with you. You know, your childhood, literally from your teenage years into, like, getting close to 20 years old. I'm like 19 watching him fall apart, right, in that next season. So that also sticks with you, that run. Oh, my goodness. Did something mess up? Is the sound gone? Okay, now the sound's back. Great. And we're just kind of watching this stuff play out. I see the good run by Bettis. The really good run by Bettis. You know, John Madden just made a comment about Bettis' great speed. Well, he wasn't slow. He was very fast for a man his size, that's for sure. Was he Chris Johnson fast? No, but for a man his size, he definitely was. Strong eye left, weak run. Arguably my favorite play in football. I mean, it's hard for me. I've discussed it many times before why, so I'm not going to explain it here. One of my very favorite plays in football. And Hines Ward does Hines Ward things. Like, you want a thumbnail. Fuck. It's hard to get a better thumbnail than 28 and 30 seconds it says on my live screen. Right? Like, that's a thumbnail. Right? Charles Woodson, Hines Ward, pancake block, picking up. Like, that's why Bettis got so many yards there, right? Seal the edge, pick it up here. Like, Romanowski does not defend the weak side run nearly as well as he should. So at that next level, Beaker, like, he does his best. I've talked about it before. Madden 2002, he would get stuck in place and would run in place for a little bit. 2003 fixes that to an extreme. Like, sometimes they can avoid it completely. He didn't have enough steps to completely avoid it. But he also doesn't get stuck. He finds his way off. And he finds his pursuit angle. And the fact that he works in tandem with Woodson in the sense that he's not trying to run where Bettis was, right? He's trying to run Bettis down. And the fact that Woodson is able to make a play. Him and Bryant are working together with two different, like, pursuit points. Does that make sense? Like, even here you can see the pursuit points, where Bryant's trying to cut off here and Beaker's trying to cut off downfield. This is something I like about this game, is they actually have good pursuit angles and pursuit points. And then Woodson's pursuit point is going to be different than the rest of them. And again, we can see Woodson, he's not aiming for where Bettis' hips are. He knows where Bettis is going to go, and he gets out there so he can cut him off and get a good shoulder tackle on him. And takes him down. I love it. Like, there's just some clean play here. He's not losing ground. He's sidestepping. He's reacting. He knows where he needs to be, and he gets there and takes the guy down. You've got team defense. Even with a big pickup, absolutely love it. Asuka said, and that's why New England became a dynasty, and we didn't cause the Packers front office to love their draft picks like a junkie loves their fix, right? Same thing happened under Rodgers. We never went out and got free agents to fill up holes we needed to give us that final push over the top. That's always interesting because you got to admit, Asuka, you guys did come away with a Super Bowl ring against the Steelers, and you were on the doorstep of a Super Bowl in 2007 to play against that very same Patriots. Like, you could have added Randy Moss, and that might have been the push to win that ring and to beat the Giants, right? In that same exact season that you faced against that, or you would have faced against that Randy Moss if things had gone differently in that game. I'm just kind of looking at this replay too in this running game, and like you see the block pickups, and yeah, just across the board, it's just solid. This 6 tackling, like we see broken tackles, but we also see solid tackles. I think the 6 tackling is nice. I might drop it to 5 or 4 because we went from rookie up to pro and then pro to all pro. I like to see Bus break a little bit more tackly kind of stuff. But we also saw Charlie Garner breaking a tackle against Kendrell Bell, so I'm not completely sure. A good little fill of the hole, but then the running back ability to try to keep it inside and not just run into the tackler. All around solid. You got to admit, Asuka, as I was trying to say earlier, like with or without Randy Moss, yeah, it would have taken the team over the top. But literally, they were in the championship game hosting it. And didn't you guys lose in overtime? And no, I'm not trying to rub the salt in the wound. I'm just not a Packer fan to memorize every moment of your franchise's history. Didn't you lose in overtime to the Giants? Wasn't it like a Favre interception or something that set something up? Like, I mean, you're on the verge of being in the Super Bowl again. Like, y'all knew how to build a franchise. And my bigger point is, over and over, you guys have been competitive. Like, you're constantly rebuilding. Like, you're not bad like 70s to 80s, like 20 years of being bad. Right? And so while a decision here or there could have potentially put you over the top, you got to give them credit for just constantly remaining relevant. And the situation here with Love and everything, like, you guys still remain relevant and are not making bad decisions like other organizations. I'm just so interested in these run plays, right? The pickup, the drives down the field, the pulling guard, guys get their blocks. right? I think that's the thing is like maybe the blocking is air quote too powerful, right? But we're trying to balance the fact that the defense can just stuff these runners to 2-point-something yards per carry. And then this broken tackle, like, you're on a block. You don't have a great angle. Like, you're not going downhill on his shoulders. You're bending from the side. And he just kind of says, no, thank you. So I have no problem with this broken tackle. And then after that, like, that's what I said. Maybe the block shedding could be a little bit better, like 1 point better. But I like the touchdown. And then it gets pulled back. The flag gets thrown. It gets taken back. So they got to keep playing. Yeah, far through the pick in overtime. It's like, yeah, he did that. He did through the pick in regular time for the Vikings, too, to not go to the Super Bowl. You know, just being a football fan, I wanted to see Favre have more success. Favre, like, I still remember that NFL mic'd up, whatever, of Randy Moss, where it's in the playoff game, I think. It's playoff games. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's regular season, but late in the year. But I thought it was playoff game, Vikings and Packers. And Randy Moss is getting off the bench, and he's like, I got to see this. That's Favre out there or whatever. Like, you know, that realization that even though I'm an NFL Hall of Famer as a wide receiver and I'm trying to win the game, here's an opportunity for me to watch one of the greatest to ever play on the other side of the ball since I am on the sideline. I've got one of the best tickets in the house, and I'm getting paid to be in this game instead of paying for the tickets, you know? Like, I got to see this. That's Favre out there, right? Like, there's just something fun about watching Favre. Like, his off-the-field stuff and his post-retirement stuff, you can't really root for him as a human being, but what we got to see on a football field, it's hard not to root for Favre and not to talk glowingly about how entertaining it was.
He sends it off. The returner will head upfield. It's up the grab. The Steelers are there to pick up the ball.
You know, something that's so good, just a general question, and maybe the answers are super obvious, you as a Packers fan, but I constantly hear, like, the Tom Grossies or whoever's, you watch the draft days, and you see, like, the Packer fan on the Pat McAfee show and all that. Like, oh, this is the first wide receiver they've taken in the first round since whatever year. Oh, they never get weapons for Rodgers, whatever. Who is it that's actively on the board that is a legitimate first-round pick that we know of on draft day, not afterwards? I'm not saying something like, well, Antonio Brown was a 6th-round or 7th-round draft pick or whatever, and look what he became or whatever, and they didn't take it. No, like, who was a legitimate first-round talent that was on the board that the Packers could have and should have taken that they, like, passed up on in that run? Because, like, they're not going to take Calvin Johnson. They didn't have the number 2 pick, right? That's one of the things, like, as a 49ers fan, Jason might know because I also get into call-in shows of, like, 49ers stuff, and Jason has seen me on those shows. But when people are like, oh, what they do with the offensive line or what they do with the whatever, I'm like, tell me, give me names. Who on draft day, not hindsight, but who on draft day on the board that was available to be picked by your team at that selection did you legitimately skip on that you should have gotten, right? For me, it's easy to say, well, the Niners should have gotten Patrick Mahomes at number 2 instead of trading down to 3 with the Bears and no. But really, what I wanted was Christian McCaffrey. Like, Solomon Thomas? Like, what are you doing? I don't know exactly where McCaffrey was picked. I think Fournette was the first running back off the board at, like, 5 or whatever. McCaffrey, I think, was still top 10. I think McCaffrey was 8 or whatever. But it's like, trade down, get value, take CMC at 3 overall. Like, I'm not trying to redraft Patrick Mahomes to the Niners. But come on. Get CMC. Then, last year, I've said this story on my channel before, like, Cooper DeJean was the player that was leaked that the 49ers were supposed to be drafting last year. And everyone was, like, so happy as far as Niners fans. I say everyone. I was watching the 49ers draft shows and, like, many of us were happy, like, oh my god, it's super DeJean, it's DeJean, it's DeJean, we're getting DeJean, oh my god. And then it was like, all understanding is Kyle allegedly, because we don't know for a fact, leaked Cooper DeJean's name to see who in the front office in the war room was leaking draft info, to pinpoint it. And we ended up getting Ricky Pearsall instead. But it was like, I wanted DeJean. Air quotes, everyone wanted DeJean. We need a corner. Like, we need more depth. We knew we were losing Ward, right? Or did we know we were losing Ward this year? Regardless, like, we need a number 2 corner, even with Diamador Lenore. Like, we know that we need a third corner in this NFL that goes 3 wide receivers, and you come out in nickel probably like 55% of the time or whatever it is. Like, you know you need a corner. You got Cooper DeJean out there. And you need secondary help on the very 49ers team that's constantly had massive injuries at the cornerback position for, like, the entire time Kyle's been here. You've got Cooper DeJean on the board. What are you doing drafting Ricky Pearsall? Like, no disrespect. What if Ricky Pearsall ends up becoming like a 5-time all-pro wide receiver now that he's after his rookie year, whatever? It's like, no, bro, just tell me. We had Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, all that. We're like not a 4 wide receiver pass team. Even when people get hurt, we're usually running with a fullback with Kyle Juszczyk. We're usually putting 2 wide receivers on the field. You're drafting Ricky Pearsall, like, even with Brandon Ayuk's injury that ended up happening and his holdout and all that. Like, you're still going to play Deebo and Juwan Jennings, right? Like, what are you doing with Ricky Pearsall and his age? Right? Like, with his 5th-year option, isn't he going to be like 29 years old when it's time to renegotiate his contract? Like, what are you going to do? Like, are you going to re-sign Ricky Pearsall to a 4 or 5 year deal when he's 29 years old? To play till he's like 34, 35 or whatever? Like, what are you doing? Like, his second contract, he's going to be on the team till he's 33, 34, or whatever? Like, what is that selection at all? It doesn't make any damn sense. Like, oh, he got shot. Yeah, that sucks. I'm glad he feels better now and he recovered and all that. That's not the point. It's just like his production on the field. Like, who did we pick? What the f*** are you thinking? It burns me up. But those are examples what I mean, like, name a dude, right? All right. I've talked for a lot. Time to look at the chat. The gunslinger. Orochi Alter is here. Wasn't ignoring you, bro. Just looking at the chat right now. Welcome back, Orochi. Glad to have you here. Then Asuka says, Paul, it's more of a general frustration. The front office has a tendency to reach on project players. Yeah, so do our 49ers. That's what I was kind of slightly ranting about, too. In the first round, who aren't projected until later and hardly ever pan out. Yeah, I feel the pain, bro. I feel the pain. Like, over and over. Like, Trent Baalke was doing that with our 49ers. And we've seen a lot of that with Kyle Shanahan. In fact, except for, like, Bosa being put on our lap. And I know Brandon Ayuk is technically a first-round pick, though he was, like, 22 or 27 or whatever it was. I think we traded up a few spots to go get him. Like, those are only 2 first-round picks or something that have even had a second contract offered to them. Like, we've just whiffed on, like, every other first-round pick since Kyle Shanahan has been here, if I remember correctly. Like, a combination of the guy from Alabama whose name, Reuben Foster, who, like, had off-the-field issues and then went to Washington and then still floundered out of the league. Reuben Foster, right? Yeah, and, like, McGlinchey at tackle and just all kinds of positions. We just failed in first round. Failed. Right? And just reaches and what are you doing? Right? Yeah, it's crazy. Another comment says, also because we've been drafting defense for years and yet they never seem to get better. And then Orochi, I'm going to respond to that, Asuka. It says, Xavier Worthy moment going to haunt us for a while because it's like, yeah, absolutely. Drafting defense, it's hard to argue against the idea of it because you constantly need defenders and you need fresh bodies in rotation and you need to develop guys so they get playing time, and it's a very violent side of the ball. Not to say offense isn't violent either, but literally you're the run downhill and crash on guys. See, I like my 6 tackling here. That's Bill Romanowski against Bettis. And he's like, no, you're not good enough to tackle me, but now we've just got enough guys to gang tackle here. That even, this is why in my stats, you'll see a guy with like 20 carries and like 27 broken tackles and then like 2.3 yards per carry because he's losing yards despite having a carry and a broken tackle. Or it's like, oh, you've got a broken tackle every carry, but then the rest of the team is there playing team defense and taking dudes out.
Back to the field.
Right. So the other thing is, Suka, just as a passive like observer of the Packers, I recall before you won the Super Bowl against the Steelers the year before, when you guys lost to Arizona in overtime. I was watching with my buddy, and like the general consensus was like, "Oh my God, the Packers have a Super Bowl team. They just don't have an offensive line. They need an offensive line." And unless I'm mistaken, that's when you drafted literally that year Brian Bulaga, and I think you picked up a free agent or whatever. And I think you also had like a second string guy that eventually got the starting nod the next year or something. I want to say, you can correct me where I'm falling short, but I think you had 3 different starters across the offensive line in a combination of a guy who was developed, a guy who was drafted, and I think a free agent that came in. And then it's like, oh my God, the next year, what happens when you can protect Aaron Rodgers? It's like zoom, zoom, Aaron Rodgers laser show, pew, 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 pew. Like, we're unstoppable, we're going to win the Super Bowl, and everyone knows it from week 1. And then it panned out to be true. And it's like, do not bet on the Steelers. Like, you're crazy if you do, because seriously, it's Aaron Rodgers laser show time. You know? Like, there's moments like that, and then they address what they need to address. It's like you fast forward to the 2019 and the 49ers just run the football all over you with Raheem Mostert. And everyone's like, yeah, the defense needs to get addressed. Like, can you really blame them? Because after the 2019 championship game where y'all got, like, dog-walked on defense, like, I'm not trying to talk shit, I'm just saying, like, it was a fucking beatdown. You guys never let that happen again, and that's to your credit. That's what I'm trying to get at here. You never let that happen ever again. And Alex Rollins, NFL, like on YouTube here, like talks about that game, and then he also talks about what they did after that 2019 game for 2020 until now or whatever. He's got some videos talking about how the coordinator improved, how the draft, the free agency, and the development improved, how the scheme improved, how the players themselves, like, they never want a performance like that on film ever again, kind of thing. And when we played against you guys, even though we won because of like the blocked punt and like an epic game in the cold, like we didn't have the run game. Like we didn't run for 300 yards on you or whatever. Like you guys were like all over us. It was not at all the same ball game. It was a battle on defense, and you guys got significantly better. And isn't that like what you want ultimately as a team? You don't want to be the team like the Colts, who were like notorious for having just a trash run defense. Like, what is it? 2006 was like with Bob Sanders healthy, was like the only time they had a good run defense with Peyton Manning, like ever. They were just like, they had nothing. Like in this game, they have nothing. They've got rookie Dwight Freeney, who's like, what, a 76 or something overall. That's not developed yet. They don't have Robert Mathis. They don't have like Chubbs, or they don't have Perry Brackett. They don't have Bob Sanders and all these other guys. They don't have Antoine Bethea and all that. Like they hadn't yet developed the somewhat good defense that they would later have. They're just a joke. But even on the Xbox 360, like the Colts have like no block shedding skills like across their defensive line, right? Like they're just constantly bad. Jokingly, like make fun of them bad. Their entire defense was, we want to be fast off the edges and try to attack the passing game when teams are losing to Peyton Manning. Like, the entire Colts defense was like, Peyton Manning is going to score 30-plus points, and we're just going to pass rush you as you try to keep up, right? And then that's what caused them to lose a lot, because when it's cold and there's a good defense like New England, like the Steelers or the Ravens or whatever, when there's a good defense that can slow you down, and you're not playing catch-up and you can play balanced football, that defense doesn't get to tee off, right? And you're not playing zoom back and forth, right? And they failed. And yet the Packers, what have they done? Like, they've addressed those needs. So I don't think it's fair to say that they never got better. At least, like, at a macro scale, as a fan looking from the outside in, over the course of multiple seasons, I can see, like, the ebb and flow of the Green Bay Packers as a competitive football team, a competitive organization, whereas you watch other teams like spike and then vanish, right? They don't know what they're doing, right? Or teams that look like they might be doing something good on paper, and then when the real season starts, it doesn't pan out. But you can see the Packers they know what they're doing. Let's go back to the chat here. Rochi Alter says, we really needed help on the wide receiver room. We traded our pick with every team. We're trying to get over the playoff hump. Yeah, the Bills, Rochi Alter, the Bills are going to Bills, right? Like, I super don't watch the Bills unless it's playoff time or they're playing a team of mine. But the Bills going to Bills. Like, you're trying to get over the hump and you're trying to get over Kansas City, and yet, even when Kansas City embarrassed themselves against the Eagles, they still feel like they're the class of the AFC, don't they? Like, just the coaching staff and the talent points that they do have, right? We can talk about, Mahomes isn't as good as he was, and all that. It's like, they're still the team. The overall nucleus of guys. This might be the year that they fall. This might be the year you get over that hump. Whether the Ravens all that better? Are the Bills really all that better? Like, I don't know, man. Azuka says, Paul, I don't know if you noticed, but in these Packer-Niner playoff games, our defense looks slow, out of place. That's where I disagree, but before I finish your sentence, you say out of place. That's the point. Like, they know how to be in place. You say lacks physicality, and that edge misses so many tackles. I'll say this to the back end of what you said also, Asuka. The edge missing tackles. You know what I found is, like, there's all these videos like, set the edge, there's the edge. Like, setting the edge, that shit is hard. It is really hard to set the edge in football. Like, it's so easy to say, set the edge. But coaching amateurs, I know it's not the same level as NFL or even close, but coaching amateurs, watching NFL coaches talk about it, watching NFL coaches like harp on it over and over. Watching my Niners, who just give up the edge all the time. They were literally kicking Eric Armstead out, a defensive tackle there, and he was the only one that was able to set the edge. And then when he had to play inside or when he was hurt, and all we had was Bosa. Bosa's the only one that could set the edge, right? Like, it's tough. And similarly, as a Niners fan, when we had that 2011, 2012, 2013 defense, we had Ahmad Brooks on one side, and we had Justin Smith / Alden Smith on the opposite side. Like, we set the edge like monsters, and we were literally setting NFL records for run defense that went back to, like, the 40s. Right? Like, you need, like, literally guys that were getting Pro Bowls and All-Pro nods at both sides just to set the edge. It's so easy to say, just set the edge. But you watch football, and it's like, it's not easy. Right? Maybe give credit to offenses and scheming ways to prevent it, but it's a lot easier said than done. And we've got ourselves a nice interception here. So there's multiple layers there. I think the Packers definitely had improvements. I don't think it's fair to call them out of place, but you watch them more than I do, so I'm not going to, like, super disagree because you watch more games than I do. But the stuff that I saw, they were a tough team. Yeah, this is just classic video game, zoom, 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 I'm going to throw the ball deep, one-on-one. And it's like, yeah, there's the interception slider. So we might go like this. They're like, oh, that's the reason you need to drop it. But let's maybe go 17, 16, 16, break block +1, offense, running back ability, 11 across the board. I think we've got an interesting game, right? Let's go back here to the comments section. But yeah, missing so many tackles. Also, I'll tell you this, Asuka, that's not just a Packers problem. When you said missing so many tackles, that's something coaches and players themselves have been complaining about these last, 5-ish years? It's a fumble. Wow. You can't fix the AI here, right? Like, he does this, and then the AI is just like, oh, nothing's happening. Like, we thought the thumbnail was going to be earlier in the game. Like, he's just about T-posing out here. Right? I know it's not arms in the air T-posing, but Jerome Bettis is like NBA 2K T-posing at mid-court, right? He's like, the ball is loose, and literally the game is still happening. I'm in slow motion, but the game is still happening. And he's just turned off. Just the video game AI switch is just off. What do you do? The ball's rolling around. It's like, oh, I should react to it, and then it's way too late. You can't fix that. All pro, all Madden rookie, whatever. There's no slider to fix that. Ridiculous. As I was saying, coaches, players, and so forth complain that they don't get enough practice time to work on tackling. And people talk about tackling all the time. And we can go back to the Vince Lombardi. Everyone's just grabbing. No one's tackling, you know. It's been a problem. Coaches have always complained about poor tackling across the league, across generations. But I think it's even worse today, these last 5-6 years, whatever it is. Wasn't the CBA... What year was the CBA redone? But something about that CBA, like limiting padded practices and all that kind of stuff, and what they were allowed to do, so that players could get rest and not be completely worn out, has cost coaches and training staff their ability to work on those essential skills. And we just see sloppy tackling across the NFL, so I don't think it's fair to just pinpoint it on your Packers. I'm not saying you're like, there's 30 other teams that tackle better than us, but it's a universal problem we have in football across the league. Going back to, the bus stalls sometimes, Denny, let's go. I gotta rewind myself back through the comments, but my goodness. Asuka then followed up his comment. In 2010, we drafted Brian Balaga, Iowa, and a couple of young guys on the line developed. I don't recall us signing a free agent, though. Yeah, I might have been mistaken about the free agent, but I could have sworn you had at least 3 different starters. Let me just kind of look it up. 2010 Packers free agents. Maybe it was rumor mill. Like, there were some guys that might have been picked up. Free agent signing over the years, no. Free agent center, no. Let's go 2010 Packers roster. That would be a lot easier. Just see who the starters were and see what their information was. And so I'm at Pro Football Reference right now while all that's going down, and they got their field goal. It says you had Chad Clifton, age 34, Dan College, Scott Wells, Josh Stinton, and rookie Brian Balaga. Clifton, obviously, longtime Green Bay Packer, his whole career. Darren College, whatever, he started with the Packers, so he definitely wasn't new to the team. In fact, that was his last year. Scott Wells, they show him in a Rams uniform. Okay, he was also a Packer there, the center. Josh Stinton, okay. He also started as a Packer, right? And he was in his 3rd year. So he was getting his starts of his 16 games, okay? And then Brian Balaga, the rookie, okay. Then I want to look at other offensive linemen. So I was clearly wrong about a free agent starting. Now let's look at the other players that were not the starters, that were still on the team. Mark Trasher, whatever. I probably ruined that name. Jason Spitz started with Green Bay. And TJ Lang started with Green Bay. Okay, my bad. I think I might be misremembering. Obviously, I am wrong. I think I might be misremembering because there were rumor mills discussions about free agents and the Packers being a potential landing spot for them, and I probably passively assumed something had been announced or the deal would have been done because I'm not an active Packers follower. But I just remember with the buddies, like, oh yeah, and if they get this guy or whatever, and maybe that my brain misinterpreted as they actually got guy X or Y or Z. But I remember their offensive line significantly improved. And then it says, you said, I mean mental edge and toughness. Okay, I went on my whole thing about the edge. But yeah, the mental edge, yeah, I get that. So, Asuka, let's talk about mental edge for just a second. There is a legitimate value in having experience as a team, be it amateur or NFL, being in difficult moments and overcoming them. The Patriots 28-3 comeback, they had a bigger comeback against Denver in the regular season. And while the moment was the Super Bowl, they had literally been there before that very year against another top team in the Broncos and they came back from more points or whatever it was. Having experience and the ability, like the knowledge that you can get over it and not to panic or break down is huge. So that mental edge is really a big thing, and I totally agree with you. And I think that Packers team that we're talking about, the 2019 kind of era and since then era, they hadn't won anything. And I'm not trying to talk shit. It's just they hadn't won anything, and they kept failing on those biggest stages, playoff games. And I'm sure that had an impact of like, oh, here we go again mentality. You watch the Bengals in Super Bowl 23, and John Madden is talking about it. Even their coach Sam Weiss, when you see the NFL films of it, like the oh, here we go again, as Joe Montana's going to march down the field and win the game. There's like a very much like, oh, here we go again, where the Bengals were not going to win. Whereas the Niners have the like literally story of Joe Montana going, hey, John Candy's in the stands, you know, like, and the offensive line, Harris Barton, am I mistaken? It wasn't Harris Barton. It seems like he was like a 2000s player or 90s player. But one of the offensive linemen is like, hey, Joe's just joking about John Candy, and we're here trying to win the Super Bowl. And he's like lightening up the mood in a TV timeout. I don't mind this broken tackle here. Going up with one hand, trying to wrap him up as he's coming down. I think this tackle slider rating is pretty solid. Hines Ward goes and gets it with the 11 out of 12 in the catch rating. Despite it being a full 20 out of 20 pass deflection, the game did not roll an incompletion. They rolled a Hines Ward catch. And then basically Shaw, who I don't even know who that guy is trying to tackle Hines Ward with an arm tackle, fall forward, and just cannot pull out of it. I can't see the strength rating. I would love to see the strength rating of Shaw versus Hines Ward maybe later if I remember. But I wonder if that plays into it at all. And then finally there's a tackle here. I think that's an interesting looking play, and I don't mind that adding to the total number of yards picked up in the air, right? We've got 15 seconds until halftime. And yeah, I was talking about like the mental edge. There's something about a team that just has confidence that we can overcome something. And not giving up and not imploding. There is a value in that, you know, and having those big moments. And that's something that 49ers fans were talking about, like in the 2019 season and all that. Is like there were challenges throughout the year. Even in a soft schedule, it doesn't mean that there weren't challenges. And there were challenges in and out throughout those seasons that they kept rising up to. And not always, but they kept rising up to. And that gave them the mental fortitude to rise above games. They never came away with a trophy. But I blame the trophy lack on Kyle Shanahan more than anything else. I think the players fought really hard. But I definitely agree with you, Asuka. The mental edge just wasn't there. I think that's a very valid point. And like you said, you meant mental edge. Orochi Ultra says, I feel like if we don't get over this hump in the upcoming season, we should make change in our head coach. Could be Orochi Alter. I feel, Orochi Alter, if you're still here, that your Bills, they're not the same. They're not the same roster, whatever. But they remind me and give me that vibe of this 2000s era. I don't mean the year 2000, but the 2000s era Chargers. A really good football team that's just not good enough against the similar competition. And in Madden 03, the 2002 season, like, they're a bad team. But they build themselves up to be a really good team. I think like a number 1 or number 2 seed in the AFC, and constantly battling, and they take out the Colts once or twice, but they're just not good enough. And they changed their coach from Marty Schottenheimer, right, to Norv Turner, and I don't think that was a good decision. I mean, they didn't collapse as a team, but I don't think that was the best choice. I don't think your coach is as big of an issue of costing your team games nearly as much as just the NFL is highly competitive at those highest levels. At those highest levels, I don't think your coach is what's holding you back. Asuka remains the number 1 fan for today's chat right now. Says our fan base perceives our defense as being soft and lacking physicality, and a lot of that is due to coaching from Don Capers and Joe Barry for many years. I can understand that point. Is like a carryover idea affecting or impacting modern views of a team that are not being coached by those guys, and just having a carryover mentality. I can definitely respect that perspective there, Asuka. Denny says, I think this is why the Steelers 3-4 was dominant for so long. Casey Hampton in the middle pushed everyone out, giving leverage and setting the edge. But that is still using 5 instead of 4. Exactly, because you've got the 3 down linemen and the 2 outside linebackers. Yeah, using 5 up front, absolutely. Having a guy like Casey Hampton, having a Vince Wilfork, having a big guy that can set the nose is huge. 34 and 35 plays each for both teams in a 17-3 game. And we're past halftime. Let's just take a look at some information here, by the way. 2 interceptions, 43% complete, 47% complete, 9 of 19, right? 1 sack, okay. Like, I don't care about the rating. I like the fact that we're like reining this stuff in. They're not like super passing yards, right? They're not going for 400 or whatever. 5.7, 2.4, 5.5, but that's only on 2 carries. So it is what it is. What's our drop number look like? We've only got a few drops. So we're also not throwing incompletions just because wide receivers can't catch the football, right? That's another thing. So before we get to tips and all of that, I think it's interesting to see where we're at. Passes deflected. We're not seeing a crap ton of pass deflections either. I find this interesting. I think that we're somewhere in a good range. Like, I don't like seeing this low completion percentage number. I don't like seeing these tiny numbers. But I thought that seeing this 8 out of 10 QB accuracy was pretty good the last time we watched a game, where we saw like a deep shot and it just missed, which is something that happens on deep shots. Like, you just miss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're at 8. I'm gonna let the game continue to play out, but I think we're gonna go to another game, another matchup, more quarterbacks, more numbers. Sometimes games have ebbs and flows to them, so we're gonna let this game continue to ebb and flow. But I'm not seeing a lot of drops and not a lot of tips. We dropped the interception by 2 points from 18 down to 16. The interceptions also seemed realistic in terms of it was the quarterback's fault, right? You're throwing an inside ball against inside leverage down the field, Rich Gannon, and then you also were late on another throw. And it's not like Cordell Stewart has like 5 interceptions or something, right? So I think I see a lot of the problems are the limitations of the computer's programming. We say artificial intelligence now, but like AI, that terminology's kind of changed. But like the AI, the computer programming here, has resulted in in things that we can't fix, right? Like, we can't change their awareness rating, right? This is just a solid run. Like, they're packing everything inside, including their linebackers, and there's an edge already set. Like, there's a pre-edge determined. All the linemen just hat on hat, boom, 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 boom. Like, tight end on linebacker, boom, 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 boom. Right? The safety is like, it's an inside run, jumping too hard inside. Even from Woodson, jumping too hard inside. And he just says, okay, I'll take it outside. And when he does, he stiff arms before he even gets to the tackler and keeps him at arm's length. And the tackler has no chance. And they play out the animation like he has no chance. And because they're all out of position, he's able to get downfield, and yet he still can get tackled. So I think the tackle rating is correct. And I think that's just an issue, not of like, oh, the run blocking needs to be reduced. We can even see the establishment of the new offensive line, right? Not offensive line, the new line of scrimmage. 94 gets depth. 97, Perella, I think, is still Perella? Yeah. Like, turns the angle here. Like, we get a new line of scrimmage by 2 defenders, 2 offensive players. I bet that they actually have a higher strength rating. Well, maybe not than Adams, but also that's Faneca. Faneca's a hell of a player, and so is Adams. And then the push here, right against Grant. Like, I think the 11 blocking is fine. I think this is just really bad computer pre-snap adjustments, and they're paying for it, right? Okay. Oof. Lots to say, lots to read. Then there was Denny's comment about the bus stalling, as Denny goes to the number 3 fan right now. Earl Shelter says Kevin King. Asuka says, exactly my point. Even worse, he was literally made out of glass. Okay. He said, worst part is in 2017, everyone wanted us to draft TJ Watt that year, but instead, Ted Thompson went with King. That Asuka is a very good name drop. I love it when I see, I said that earlier in this broadcast, name names. Like, tell me who you could have taken, who you wanted, and who you passed on. And when you name drop TJ Watt, like, I love those comments. I love reading and hearing that from others as well. Roach Shelter says, well, in the meantime, I'll start my new Retro Bowl save with the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, I'm not abandoning Retro Bowl. I just figured on this Sunday morning, now it's going to be Sunday afternoon, it's 12:15 p.m., that it'd be nice to get a little Madden 2003 because we hadn't had it in like a week or more. My last video, I think, said like the 29th or whatever, which was literally last Sunday. But it was Retro Bowl, but it was Madden in the morning and Retro Bowl in the afternoon. So Jason dropped earlier. I don't know, Jason, you still around? Because it looks like you bounced on us a while ago. But we're always happy to have Jason around, even if you're just trolling, or not trolling, lurking. That's the word. Jason was talking about he forgot this even existed. When we went live, but we were doing playbooking and all that stuff. We went live a week ago, bro. Everything's cool. Bus, nice little move, huh? Little change of direction, threw a little spinny move, and then pushed forward. Solid, solid. Yeah, Retro Bowl, I want to pick it back up. I just feel, at least right now, unless we change the difficulty to extreme, I think our team has gone from like so-so to the start of the year to a free agent acquisition, the tight end that picked up, and then the trade that was offered to us. Suddenly we're going to have 3 weapons with our rookie quarterback who's mobile, and we have like a rookie running back that I think we literally have all the weapons, right? 2 receivers, tight end, running back, and quarterback. Like, we have all the weapons and a young defense. Like how do we not just run the table against the computer now in Retro Bowl and win the league championship? Right? Like, that's what kind of breaks some of the fun. And it was the Wild Jeffrey that says, like, yeah, we usually try to have house rules or whatever to reign in Retro Bowl. Retro Bowl is just so much fun to play. It's just fun. Is it like a hardcore sim experience? No. But it's just casual, like 2-minute quarter games, whatever, running clock fun. Or it's not really running clock, the clock does stop. But it's just fun. We're Madden here, not that it's not fun. We're trying to squeeze blood from a stone, so to say. Try to get some like semblance of a sim experience out of the game. And I think that the evidence of my Madden 2002 CPU versus CPU franchise that I ran for like 7 seasons with the Niners, and also that I was running the 32-team league, there is a level of sim fun that we were getting out of it. At least in the Madden 2002, we were getting very sim stats and nice-looking gameplay. And I think that what we are seeing is we might be able to find a way to get good passing numbers. We know that we can get ridiculous passing numbers, and we've dialed it down so much that now we've got kind of trash to realistic passing numbers, right? The running game is what bothers me. 15 carries, 2.4 yards per carry. That's really got me concerned. I think we can squeeze some kind of sim experience out of this Madden 03 game. And while no Madden is a perfect simulation, I think there's something hiding in here. Like, I feel like a sculpture is sitting there. Not like a masterpiece, but a sculpture is sitting there. But we've got to clear away the stones and find the right version. Right? Do I like seeing Charles Woodson tackling Jerome Bettis? But also, he's focused on stiff arming and not truck sticking. And Charles Woodson is a good open field tackler, but it is Bettis. Like, I don't know. It's 6 on one, half dozen the other, right? I had this set to 6 when we were doing rookie and pro mode difficulty. Let's set it to 5. I used to have it like on 3. But I think we've got a good balance. of the tackle animations we've seen. Roach Elder says, so what I did is I simulated the initial game, then I traded the team for draft picks, then drafted my way to young talent, and won my week 1 game against the Vikings 30-6. Yeah. If you're trying to be crazy like you and I were, like mine, you saw I traded away the players that I had, the old players, and I had extra draft picks and I spent them on defense. And we're like, what, week 6 or something into my season or whatever? Like, we're like 2-3-1 or whatever. That's like 6 games or something. I know that adds up to 6, but I'm guessing we're 2-3-1. But now, like, going into week 7, with only 3 losses, do we end the year, like, with 10 or 11 wins and make the playoffs and just wreck everything now? Because we have 2 fast, talented receivers, a mobile quarterback that I can just press the Y button and run with the quarterback, and also a decent halfback that's going to grow and mature. Do we not just break the league open?
He kicks it off. The kick returner heads upfield.
So similar in your case, Orochi Alter, it's like we kind of have to put the brakes on, like home rules, house rules, whatever, to dial it in and have interesting games. Because that's the other side of it. Orochi Alter and Asuka and everyone is... Retro Bowl is fun, but the talent level between a generic player, when you have just an all-generic offense, you saw that they just couldn't run routes. Like, the generic wide receivers sucked. The generic tight end looked like he was my speed as a 40-year-old overweight man. That's what he looked like out there on the field. With like, because they all have like no speed, no stamina. I think because they're stars, and they're not stars, I think they're all equivalent to like 0 across the board. Like no stamina, no speed, no strength, no catching or whatever. So they're just generically trash. Something that I think would be kind of nice, I know that they won't ever do it, is if you actually had like the players without the stars, but you still had your roster. Like they gave them names, and they are all rated as 0 star, and like they had like a base level of ratings, but none of them were like outrageous. But there was still just a base level that we could see on the bar, not even hard numbers, but they all just had like little like tiny slivers of bars, and they can't really improve, but we could see something. And you could feel the generic players, and you could try to get something to work, but then having the star rises above that. But I feel like the game is like unplayable. It's not unplayable, I played it, but it felt unplayable on offense without any stars. Like you just couldn't do anything. Like handing the ball off to an unrated running back, we were literally getting tackled before getting to the line of scrimmage. You know, like we couldn't even gain a yard. Right? Like, we were losing yards by handing the ball off. Like, that was really bad. So I wish the generic play, but on the flip side, I think you can just change the difficulty to, like, easy mode or something when you have no stars, or, like, the second hardest difficulty. You know, like, you can change the game's difficulty so that you can at least produce something and then make it harder as you get stars. Like, that might be one of the ways to play the game. There are little tweaks that I'm sure would be interesting. Nice little pass and catch that stopped my process. I love the animation of the offensive tackle or whoever in the quarterback celebrating. I love having the connection of Brown. Like this whole Gannon to Brown connection is so nice. This roster, this Madden 2003 NFL rosters are so interesting. The whole Drew Brees on the Chargers with LaDainian Tomlinson young, and having, you know, Rodney Harrison and all that. Like, there are so many teams with so many interesting players and rosters. They're just classic. We never get to see again. You know? What a nice pass. Like, with 8 accuracy, just delivered it. And it's not perfect. It's not out in front. Like, it's behind, which is something that I've been bitching about before when I'm playing and I'm trying to throw this pass. It should be up and ahead and not having him twist his body around backwards so he can, like, catch and run. I don't want to change the accuracy yet right now. I want to see it play out. But I think we might need to go to 9 accuracy. We've got a 20-3 game. And we've got like basically a hot offense with weapons that isn't playing hot offense, right?
And he's brought down at the 12.
So yeah, like the edge is there, but it's an inside call, right? He has no time to bounce it because by the time he actually gets the ball and can do anything, even if you were a user, like you can barely bounce it or you can barely hit the spin move out at this point. You're just running into problems.
Action on the field. Second and 8.
All right, where are we here? I formation to the left. I left.
Looking downfield. Passing
Sidearm knocked away.
swatted that pass down.
One thing remains constant. No matter
Little sidearm sling. Coming there with the SWAT. So here are some of the things that I'm thinking. 18, offense 9. $11 running back ability. So let's drop out of this game. I think we've seen enough to move forward. We save those settings. We go to game modes. We go to franchise. We go to load. 17. Settings, gameplay, all pro, computer. We can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If that's 9, that's 10. That's got to be 11. 11 running back ability, 11 blocking. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're happy with. Defense was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click to 18. 2, 3, 4, 16. Breaking block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should be 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do that. Let's do that. Asuka says all the old stadiums are cool too before they built all the dome ones. Yeah, Asuka, I get this feeling that you're not a fan of domes. I'm not either. But each time you've been online, I'm not telling you to stop, but each time you've been online, you've talked about the domes. And you're absolutely right. Totally agree with you. Like, totally agree with your sentiment that they're just trying to appeal to these wealthy ticket holders. Rather than have like an outdoor football feel to it. It's just like an indoor experience. You know, we just go on and on and on about it, but it's the truth of how it feels. What are the games that we're looking at? We've got Chargers, Cardinals, Seahawks, Giants. Does anyone really want to see this game? 13-10. Congratulations, Seahawks, you win the game. Does anyone really want to watch Washington and San Francisco? Like, I'm a Niner fan and I don't even want to watch this game. We get our first win, 41-17, the only time that we can play. Simulate the game. Chargers, Cardinals. Cardinals get a victory, 21-15. Rams, Bucks. I think that's the game we want to see anyway to end the week. So regardless of injuries or anything, I think we're just going to save. I don't think we're going to keep necessarily this specific 17 franchise because I'll tell you what, we're only a few weeks in. We're slider testing, right? We're only in the third week. And I think as we get the sliders more figured out and who's actually active in the Discord, I think with Jason, with Asuka, with Denny, while Jeffrey seems interested, as long as we're not like putting too much pressure, I think there's a few people. We might only do like 4 or 5 team, and especially if we have the sliders all set up, you know, we might really get something true going with the people who are most into this. SD Chargers fan, or SD Chargers 93, whatever the screen name is, I'm sorry, it's been a while, was here for like a few weeks and then has bounced out. So always welcome to come back. But I really want to honor and respect everyone who likes to stay heavily active in this. So let me know what to do. But I think this game of the week would be interesting with the sliders that we have. And the upcoming games, we definitely have a Steelers game, a Texans game. That's interesting. Pats Chargers, interesting. Raiders and Titans. I think we've got some interesting games coming up the next one, right? So let's watch Rams Bucks. On paper, the Bucks do not have the defense that we would later know them for, like 91 overall only, air quotes only. And this was a real rivalry game at the time too. Let's look at Tampa Bay, because I don't think they're getting the credit that they deserve. Lynch is 95. Obviously, they don't have the other position there. They've got Rondé Barber. 89's a little low, but it's not like he was like a 99 player. Brooks, obviously 96. They did not have like a great middle linebacker. Yeah, I guess maybe the other linebackers were not as elite, at least in terms of this game. I think Shelton Quarles is a little bit better than 67. But yeah, Brooks, Sapp McFarland, Booger McFarland there as the nose tackle, and Sapp is that like 3 technique, and Simeon Rice, he's the one that's also underrated. I think in Madden 04 he's like a 95 or something like that. So it's probably like not as good here and not as good at the middle linebacker position in terms of what they would really end up being. And as we've talked about before, they've got Allstott and Pittman here. So the video game is starting Allstott, and it has Pittman as the third down back. So I'm still happy with that. I still think that will be interesting to watch indeed. So let's get this going. And we're going to have... Yeah, let's just go with the pewters. We saw the all-white uniforms. We saw that uniform. There's the default away. The classic. I love the classic. Classic 5. What do you want, folks? You want creamsicles and classic Rams white? I definitely like this Buck uniform. We've talked about before. I really like Tampa Bay's uniforms and their options. I really do like the Rams all white and the Rams yellow and whites. Creamsicles, says Asuka. Okay, they're in Florida. It's week 3. Do we go creamsicle like white? Or do we do true full creamsicle? Classic 5 Rams, I love it. So yeah, if we do Classic 5 Rams, we're creamsicle with Classic 5, right? Let's do it to it, folks. Classic 5 versus creamsicle. Let's do it. Yeah, the Bucks were OP in Madden 04 because they came off of that great defensive season, so yeah. 2 1-1 teams. Let's do it. Nice commentary, third game of the year. They recognize where they are in the franchise.
I'll tell you, we've got a great one, and I can't wait to see this guy run the ball. He's got good vision and quick feet. And when he sees a hole, boom, he's off into the secondary. And anytime you have a threat of
I wanted to see Marshall Faulk have a good game, and I'm also okay if the defense shuts him down. Does that make any sense? Like, I want the runners to be effective, but I also know we're going against the Tampa Bay defense. That Tampa 2, literally, they have the cover 2 playbook. And they have all that talent. There's Lynchy, McFarland. There's Rondé. You see Brooks out there. Brookie, as he called him, as Warren Sapp called him. I want to check in with my wife what we're going to do in terms of the lunch food situation. It is 12:30. And I think I'm going to be AFK a bit and just let this game play out and check in maybe halftime and then watch individual plays once they get like a first half of stats and performance together. So I think I'm going to go AFK for a bit and figure out what's going on. I might come back quickly if I don't get an answer I'm looking for, but that's what I'm going to go do and check out.
21. Lining up with their big set this time. Drops back, throws it, hits his man with the pass. Young pulls him down at the 21. Didn't get much. It's second down and 10 to go. Four-man front this time, using motion. Dropping back. Steps up, throws over to his right. And it's caught. It's first and 10. Ball on their own 46. And it looks like an offset eye. Herring records the tackle at the 50-yard line. He might have gotten a yard or two.
That guy got knocked around by that defense. He needs a little protection from his linemen.
They need 6. Ball on the 50. Allston, the lone back. Dropping back. Steps up into the pocket. Passes it out to the left. He tried the screen there, but he couldn't find much room to run.
Screen passes are good options when you want to try and fool the defense or there's nothing open downfield.
So they face a 3rd and 8. Ball on their own 48. The Buccaneers are in the offset eye formation. Dropping back, Johnson lets it fly. And they're able to connect on that one. And he's brought down at the 25-yard line. McCarty holds on to the pass thrown over his head.
This receiver has great body control. It doesn't seem to matter where it's thrown. He always seems to come up with it.
It's first and 10. Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Looking to pass. Throws it. Great catch. Williams brings him down at the 22-yard line. It's second down and 7 to go. Ball on the 22-yard line. Johnson sets up. Penalty marker down in the field.
Encroachment. Defense.
Young jumped early.
He tried to anticipate the snap count and moved across the line.
Second and 2. Dropping back. Throws it out over to the left. And he hits his target. He captures the bullet for the first down.
And when you talk about precision passing, that's what you mean.
So it's first and goal. 8 yards to the goal line. Full stop. The lone back. Man in motion. Looking for an opening. A little juke there. Herring makes the tackle at the 1-yard line. About 7 yards there. Second and goal. Man in motion. Dropping back with the pass. He really hammered him to force the incompletion.
He saw the receiver hauling it in, and then boom, he pops him, and it ends up incomplete.
So now we have 3rd and goal. Ball on the 1. The defense is stacking the line of scrimmage. Dropping back. Johnson sends the pass away. So the pass falls incomplete in the end zone. Grammatica comes into the game to try the field goal. And it's up. A nice kick. And it's good. And they're able to get some points out of the drive with the successful field goal attempt.
The key to winning is having your drives get some sort of points for your team. They got it done on that drive. I'm sure they're thinking touchdown for the next one.
He sends this one toward the end zone. Very questionable decision coming out of the end zone on that one.
And his blockers didn't give him much help either.
So we have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 18. He's looking to pass. Warner looking for something on the right. Knocked down. Barber batted that pass down.
You know, he did what you taught to do. That's take away the ability for the receiver to catch the ball. He can't catch it when you knock it down.
2nd and 10. Drops back. Looking downfield with the throw. Nice connection. And it looks like they'll mark it at the 26. Pickup of about 8. About 2 to go. Four-man front this time. He's looking to pass. Warner throws. Sam makes the tackle at the 33-yard line. First and 10. Ball on their own 33. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Hall goes in motion. Warner hands it off. Breaking free. And he's tackled at the 37. Just about a 3-yard gain. Seven yards to go. Ball on their own 37. On the carry. Lynch makes the tackle at the 45-yard line. He really covered some good ground there.
And here's a guy with great speed who can pick up the first and keep the ball moving downfield.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Looking to throw. Former first-round pick reaches the quarterback and hauls him down to the turf. And this is the 6th play of this drive. Looking to pass. Looking downfield. Warner throws right. Nice reception. And he's tackled at the 27. He put everything he had behind that throw.
That's one way to make sure your receiver doesn't drop the ball. You throw it so hard that he has to catch it in self-defense. You just put it right on him.
It's 1st and 10. Only one man in the backfield. Quick drop. With the throw, and he fails to hang on to that. The defender is able to put the pressure on, forcing the incomplete pass.
I'm not sure how they got through, but the defense really wanted the quarterback.
With 2nd down and 10 to go. On the carry. And it looks like they'll mark it at the 20-yard line. Pick up of about 7. They need about 3. Ball on the 20-yard line. He's going to throw with the pass, and he hits his target. The defense looked like they were expecting something completely different on that play.
The defense has to do a better job of play recognition than that. Nothing makes you look worse than being caught out of position, and the other team taking advantage of going in for the score.
It's on its way, and the extra point is good. And so the offense puts together a very nice touchdown drive. John, I think that drive is exactly what the offensive coordinator was looking for and hoping for.
They did everything they had to on that one. And the end result is a trip across the goal line and a TD on the board.
Berger looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off. He kicks it off. Smith opts not to take it out. They turn their last possession into 3 points. Let's see what they do with the ball this time around. It's 1st and 10. Johnson gets set. A little mistake. Fumbled. The Rams grab the live ball. He's in for the score. So the turnover leads to a score.
On these turnover situations, everyone's going one way, and then the ball starts going the other way. And the next thing you know, the defense has 6 points.
The kick is up, and he tacks on the extra point. As we take a look at his success returning kicks, we get ready for the kickoff. Berger in to kick this one off. He sends it off. Williams is on his way upfield. Tampa Bay needs 2 scores to get back into this one. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 31. And it looks like an offset eye. Showing good moves. The defense did a nice job bottling them up there.
The defense did a good job of maintaining their composure on that play. Takes good discipline to maintain your position and not over-pursue.
Makes the play at the 28. That run won't move them far.
The lineman just failed to open up any holes to run through or give them room to work with.
And they'll face a long 3rd down here. Ball on their own 28. The Buccaneers line up in the shotgun. Up faking. Throws it out over to the left. And they're able to connect on that one. Perfect spiral on that pass.
Even the receiver was surprised how quickly that one got to him. That's the kind of thing you just hope you can hang on to as it goes by.
First and 10. He's looking to pass. Johnson throws. Just couldn't get that pass under control. He saw the coverage, but he thought his man had good position.
Yeah, that guy trusts his arm. He thought he could rifle it in there.
So it's second and 10. Ball on their own 45. The quarterback lines up with two backs behind him. Dropping back. He goes to the left side. He hits his receiver. And a pickup of about 2. Third and 9. Ball on their own 46. They'll go with a pass. Looking for an option with the throw. Knocked away. That pass attempt was knocked away.
Nothing will frustrate a receiver more than knocking away his pass.
Tupa will come into this game to punt. Wilkins will be looking to give his team good field position here. The punt returner will field this one. A good return on that punt.
That's all your coach wants from you. To take it upfield and get some good yardage.
First and 10. They'll go from the I formation. Looking downfield. Warner lets it fly. Nice completion. Quick decision by the quarterback on that play.
This guy's just like a gunslinger. He's never in a position where he thinks that a throw is impossible.
It's first and 10. Ball on their own 41. The Rams use motion. He's looking up. Can't bring him down. And he's tackled at the 43-yard line. That run didn't get them much.
Yeah, there was a defender in every gap ready to make the tackle on that play.
Back to go. Ball on their own 43. He's going to throw. Passing to his right. And it looks like they'll mark it at the 49. The quarterback went with a screen pass on that play.
The screen could really be an effective play. It's a high percentage pass designed to allow the receiver to create his opportunity.
2 yards to go. Ball on their own 49. And it looks like an offset eye. They'll go with a pass. Passes it. Barber brings him down at the 42-yard line. And so he was able to fire that one to his receiver, converting for a first down.
He was either going to catch it or he was going to get knocked out by it.
At the end of the first quarter, the score is Tampa Bay 3, St. Louis 14.
And we're ready to start the second quarter. They're just about in field goal range. Flag down.
Encroachment. Defense.
It looks like the defender moved early.
Yeah, he jumped early and touched an offensive player, and that forces the officials to blow the whistle.
They need 5. Hall was the intended target. He put a little too much on that one.
And he has to be careful. Not only is that pass off target, but it's also a good way to get your receiver decked.
They need 5. Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Warner gives the ball off on the run. Sam makes the tackle at the 34. He's starting to make his presence felt out there. Third and 3. Four-man front this time. Man in motion. Drops back. Throwing. And this pass is complete. He didn't get enough for the first on that play.
You got to wonder what they're thinking running a play short of the first down marker on third down. Maybe they were trying to give themselves a little more room for the punt.
Wilkins leads the field goal team into the game for the attempt. Here's the long attempt.
All right, folks, I am temporarily back. ICSD Chargers 93. We were just using your name earlier in the broadcast. Just mentioning I hadn't seen you in a while. Really glad to have you back. Was mentioning that we may end up restarting this 7-team franchise, and I don't mean like, oh, it's 7 teams again, but like tightening it up with who's most actively interested in this, especially as we end up tightening up what the sliders are, what I feel the sliders could be. I just saw outrageous passing numbers and no running numbers, and I think we're getting somewhere better. We're at 95 yards in the first quarter. We're in the second quarter already, but if times 4, like a 400-yard game or whatever, and yet we've got not even 80 yards here, 66%, 70% completion. We went from 8 out of 20 slider to 9 out of 20 accuracy, and now we've got like 70% and 66%. We might go back down to 8. Allstott's only got 5 attempts with 0 broken tackles. 5 yards on 5 attempts. 4.3 is much better. The drop world is just 1-1. Defensively speaking, where's pass deflections? A few here. We're going to try to figure it out as we go through. We're watching the game of the week play out. Orochi Alter also said, when I see the classic 5 Rams, I think of the Deacon Jones era. Orochi Alter, if you're still here watching and chilling. Absolutely. That's why I love having the classic 90s Rams and the classic 5 Rams here. Uniforms far more than the St. Louis Rams uniform. The creamsicles are obviously a lot of fun to see. Wife and I had the discussion. I'm going to go to a local chicken restaurant and get takeout. So that's going to be good. You know, growing up in the United States, when I hear takeout, it's like almost exclusively used with Chinese. But yeah, there's basically pickup. There's a place a few blocks away that does real good rotisserie chicken, French fry salad, all that stuff. So we're going to set it up. It is a 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. She was thinking about a 1:30 lunch. It'll probably be about that by the time I get there, order it, and have it and walk back, more or less, maybe even a little later. So I think that's good timing there. And don't they have Keenan McCardell and Keyshawn Johnson? Like, they're not, yeah, they have Keenan McCardell and Keyshawn Johnson at wide receiver. So it's not like they lack talent at the wide receiver position. That did not go down as an official drop, right? Despite the delivery, yeah, it just went right off the face mask of the defender. This constant bending back to get the ball, and it's not pass interference. I'm not calling or crying for a flag, but you can tell if the defender wasn't there, he probably would have smoothly transitioned. See, there's the first bump right there, and then like a second bump, and I think a third bump. Like you can feel like a few little, as I just play with a consistent right trigger, you feel bump, 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 bump. Yeah, you can feel those little bumps in the animation that keep him from flowing fluidly to the football. right where the accuracy is, like that big bump killing his momentum right there keeps him from flying towards it. I don't know if he was ever going to catch that, but I think it's interesting to watch the replays and watch the action.
And we go back to the game.
So I think I'm going to go microphone off again, go order food, come back, see how the game of the week continues to progress. But I think we've got something interesting. After all, not every game is going to be an average every single time. Otherwise, there's no ups and downs and swings and talent. But you also don't want just crazy extremes, right? I don't want Mike Allstott to end this game with 7 carries for 7 yards, right? And I don't want Marshall Faulk ending the game with like 300 against this Tampa Bay defense. So we'll find out.
Not a nice return for their team.
So we have 1st and 10 here. Juke move. It's loose. The Rams grab the live ball. Number 42 saved his team by recovering the fumble.
Yeah, that's keeping your eye on what's going on out there.
Now within their kicker's range. He's going to throw. Pass. Crow was the intended target. The blocking broke down on that play, allowing the defender to get to the quarterback as he was releasing the ball.
He had no choice but to get rid of the ball.
In field goal range now. Man in motion. He's looking to pass. Warner throwing it to the left. Hits his man with the pass. A completed pass will give him 100 yards through the air so far. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 24-yard line. Looking to throw. Passes it. And he finds the open man. And he steps out of bounds at the 20-yard line. He throws a perfect strike.
That was one heck of a throw. You could see him setting for the pass, then boom, it was gone.
Inside the red zone. Nickelback in this time. Man in motion. Falk gets the toss. Running left. Loses one tackle. And the defender brings him down at the 16-yard line. Quick drop. Warner sends the pass away. Webster makes the tackle at the 10-yard line. 5-yard gain. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 10-yard line. Through the middle. Number 56 gets right in there and brings him down. And that tackle gives him 3 in the game. Down inside the 15. And this is the 7th play of this drive. Wilkins comes in motion. They'll go with the run. Lynch makes the tackle at the 7-yard line. That time the offense ran it.
This is a spot where you want to show the defense that they have to respect the running game.
3rd and 7 coming up here. And this is the 8th play of this drive. Warner sends a man in motion, looking to throw. He goes to the left side. He hits his receiver. He makes the catch, but he's just short of the first down.
On 3rd down, you have one job, and that's to know where the marker is and to get past it. You just can't come up short like that.
Wilkins will come in looking to try the field goal. And it's up. The kick is good. So the drive concludes with a field goal, and they seem to be relatively happy with that.
They couldn't get that final push through the red zone, but their kicker came out and made sure they got at least some points on the board.
Berger in to kick this one off.
Number 86 and number 26.
He sends this one toward the end zone. Looking upfield.
Now you start to look around and you figure, who are the go-to guys? The guys who can respond and get this game close again.
It's 1st and 10. Using split backs. Man in motion. Ball stop on the count. Looking for room. And he's brought down at the 24. Good pursuit by the defense on that play.
Yeah, the defense has some quick linebackers and linemen. They seem to always move off their blocks well and in a position to make the tackle.
With the carry. And he stopped at the 27-yard line. Gain of 2. Third down and long coming up here. Ball on their own 27. He's going to throw. Passing to his right. Johnson just couldn't find a way to come up with that one. Williams broke that pass up.
One thing remains constant. No matter what kind of quarterback you are, rushing your throws is going to end up in incompletion or worse.
Tupa is back to punt. Wilkins signals for the fair catch. Wilkins saw them closing in fast, so he signaled for the fair catch.
He did the right thing, concentrated and caught the ball.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 37. The Rams use motion. Looking for blockers. And he's tackled at the 41-yard line. They definitely came into this game trying to make the ground game a big factor.
This is one of those games where you just keep running it at them. 4 yards here, 5 yards there, and loosen them up, and then win. You knock them out late in the game with that long touchdown run.
Warner with a man in motion. Passing to his right. And this pass is completed. And it looks like they'll mark it at the 48-yard line. Cole went up and got that ball, catching it for the first down.
You know, a lot of these guys played basketball, or still play basketball. And you can really see why when you see them jump that high.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 48-yard line. Warner gets set, looking to pass, passes it, and he hits his target, picked up 10 yards. Less than a yard to go. Man in motion. On the kick. And he stopped at the 40s. The offensive line didn't get much of a push on that play, and the runner is stuffed.
As soon as he got the ball, there was a defender in his face to knock him down.
And maybe 2. Ball on the 40-yard line. They've done very well on third down to this point. Using motion. He's looking up. Loses the defender. Webster wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. A short pickup on that running play.
I know they didn't get much, but it's all about making the defense respect the fact that you're willing to run.
1st and 10. Dropping back, steps up. Warner passes left, and he's stopped at the 26-yard line. First and 10. So 2 minutes left before halftime. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 26-yard line. And we've reached the 2-minute mark here in the first half. Back to pass. Throwing short, and they're able to connect on that one. Brooks wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. 2-yard gain. The coach might try to pull off something surprising here and get them into the red zone. It's 2nd down and 8 to go. Ball on the 23-yard line. They'll go from the I formation. Warner gives the ball off. Webster makes the play at the 21-yard line. Jackson did a great job in coming up with a loose ball.
Maybe someone got a helmet on that ball to knock it loose.
We're guessing they're going to just throw it and do their best to move into scoring range since they don't want to go into the half with the score the way it is. And it appears this one is going to be looked at.
Yeah, and because it's in the last 2 minutes, that call came down from the replay booth.
After reviewing the play, the ruling on the field is overturned.
It was unclear initially why they called for a review, but now we understand the reason.
You have to give it to these officials. Their job's not easy. Sometimes they make mistakes, and most of the times they're right.
So they need about 3 here.
Somebody get over there! Get over there!
Looking downfield. Warner passes to the middle of the field. Pick off. John Lynch was there to collect the mistake.
This guy's a great defender. He just always seems to be in the right place at the right time.
Should be interesting to see if they want to try to pick up some points before the half or just play it safe and run the ball here on 1st down. 1st and 10. Ball on their own 13. 4-man front this time. Ball stop. Searching for a seam. He delivers the forearm. Picked up 9 on the play. 2nd and 2. Ball on their own 21. Johnson sets up, looking to pass, gets rid of it. He hits his receiver. 8-yard gain. 1st and 10.
Timeout called by the offense. 2 timeouts remain.
An effective 2-minute drill will give them the opportunity to put some points on the board before the half. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 29. They'll go with a pass. Throwing left. McCardell was the intended target on that pass attempt. Well, he fired that one in there, but it fell incomplete.
You know, some of these passes are timing patterns. If the receiver gets bumped at the line or gets thrown out of whack at all, then that's going to happen.
It's 2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on their own 29. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Drops back. surveying the field. Batted down. He knocked that one down.
I'm not surprised. That was a tough pass. Here's the defense's chance to put an end to this drive. The defensive lineman will be in a full pass rush. So let's see if the guys up front can prevent the sack.
3rd and 10. Ball on their own 29. The Buccaneers line up in the shotgun. He's looking to pass. He's looking, tosses it right. Johnson can't come up with it on that attempt. The defense hurried that throw.
Yeah, he felt those guys closing in and gunned the ball out of there.
Time for a punt here as it's now 4th down. Wilkins is back to receive this kick. The last drive ended with an interception. So let's see what happens as they take over again.
Hey, I know they want to increase the lead before half, but they got to be careful and not let the other team back in it with a turnover.
1st and 10. Ball on their own 43. Drops back. Throws it. Hits the target with the pass. Warner completes another, and that pickup will put him just over 150 yards today. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 25-yard line. They line up in the I formation. Falk gets the toss. On the run. Still running. Rice stops him at the 18.
They keep pounding the run like this, and the other team is going to have to ask for some extra oxygen on the sideline. I'm sure they'll have one of their receivers running near the sideline. And if they go to him, he's got to look upfield because he might be able to take it in for a score. If the defense thinks he's just going to run out of bounds.
Warner sets up. Looking downfield. Tosses it right. Great catch. He really lets it fly.
When you have a guy with a quick release like this, it can really frustrate the pass rush. Seems like he always gets rid of it just before they can get to him.
The defense digging in. Huge goal line stand here.
If they can somehow hold him to only a field goal, that would be a huge lift going into halftime.
Timeout called by the offense. No timeouts remaining.
They'll try to add 3 with a field goal before halftime. Wilkins will come in looking to try the field goal. And it's on its way. The kick sails through the uprights. Berger looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off. He kicks it off.
This guy might have a strong arm, but I don't think we'll be seeing any type of Hail Mary. A simple run should get us to halftime.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Johnson sets up on the run. And he's brought down at the 26. It's the end of the second quarter with the score. St. Louis 23. Tampa Bay 3. Tampa Bay needs to rebound as the third quarter gets underway. Gramatica looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off. He sends it off. The returner already looking upfield.
Now you start to look around and you figure who are the go-to guys? The guys who can respond and get this game close again.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Drops back. He surveys the field. Tosses it right. Falk, the intended receiver. He got his hands on it, but the pass was incomplete.
There's just no excuse for that. He's getting paid a lot of money to make those catches.
So it's 2nd and 10. Man in motion. Looking to turn it upfield. A little juke there. Brooks gets right in there and brings him down. Not a decisive move for the ball carrier there, Johnny. Just couldn't decide where he wanted to go.
Yeah, and that's not the way you want to go. But against this defense, you don't have a heck of a lot of choices.
3rd down and long coming up here. Dimebacks in for this play. They'll go with a pass. Pump faking with the throw. Bruce was the intended target. Warner looked a little uncomfortable in the pocket there.
It was an easy pass. How in the heck did he miss it?
Berger is looking for a good punt here. Smith will call for the fair catch. Smith had no room for a return and called for the fair catch.
That was a smart thing to do with the coverage team closing in for a big hit.
So they have 1st and 10 here. He's looking to pass. Tosses it right. He hits his receiver. And he ducks out of bounds at the 44. Gain of a handful. They need 5. Ball on their own 44. McCardell, the motion man. Looking downfield. He's looking. Johnson with the throw. Nice connection. Herring is starting to make his presence felt back here. It helps to have soft hands to bring in a hard throw like that one.
What a throw. He put everything he had into that one.
First and 10. Back to pass. Throwing left. Great catch. And he's brought down at the 22.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense, number 55.
The defense can't continue to give up yardage like that.
The offense loves it when the defense does something illegal out there. Not only do they get some free yardage, but the officials will be keeping a close eye out for more stuff like that for the rest of the game.
They're inside the 15. 4-man front this time. Looking to pass. Stepping up, dumps it off to the short receiver. And this pass is completed. A display of good concentration by the receiver.
If he can make catches like that regularly, he can expect to see more passes thrown in his direction.
2nd down and 1 to go. Lining up with their big set this time. Johnson gives the ball off. That was an almost perfect run in that type of situation.
That is a big-time run right there.
kick is up, and the extra point is good. And so they're able to move the ball a distance and punch it into the end zone.
The more touchdown drives, the better. Now they'll go back to the sidelines and see why they were able to beat the defense for 6. And they'll try and repeat those results the next time they get the ball.
Grammatica looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off.
Number 82 to receive.
He gets the kick away. The defense shut down the offense the last time they had the ball. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 19. Dropping back, throws over to his right. Pick off. Touchdown, Tampa Bay. The defender is there to make the play.
He just stepped in front of that one. He saw his opportunity, and boom, he took it.
And it's up, and he tacks on the extra point. And with that score, the momentum has shifted. As we take a look at his success returning kicks, we get ready for the kickoff.
Number 7 to kick off. Number 89 and number 82 to receive.
He sends this one toward the end zone. This one will be returned.
Now this thing could still go either way.
And below you can see how these two teams have done in the turnover battle. It's 1st and 10. Nickelback in this time. Dropping back. Warner rolls out to his right, throws over to his right, and this pass is completed. He shakes the defender. Barber with the stop at the 45-yard line. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 45-yard line. They'll go with a pass. Passing to his left. Hits his man with the pass. Jackson makes the tackle at the 23. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 23-yard line. The quarterback lines up with 2 backs behind him. The Rams using motion. Looking for an opening. McFarland takes him down at the 22. He might have gotten a yard or 2.
That guy got knocked around by that defense. He needs a little protection from his linemen.
It's 2nd down and 9 to go. Warner gets set. Man in motion. Dropping back with the throw. It was tipped. Smith just knocked it down.
Yeah, just stick your hand in there and whap it down.
It's 3rd down and 9 to go. Looking to throw. Throws over to his right. Great catch. And the defender brings him down at the 9-yard line. Kurt Warner continues to pile up the passing yards. He's over 250 now. So it's 1st and goal. Ball on the 9-yard line. Only one man back. Gets the toss. Breaks free of the defender. Brooks makes the tackle, and so that's number 6. He went nowhere, John.
Went nowhere fast.
Second and goal. Ball on the 10-yard line.
This team just seems to lose momentum and confidence when they get near the goal line.
He's looking upfield. And he's brought down at the 7-yard line. Couldn't find much of a hole, and he's brought down after a gain of what looks like a couple.
Yeah, you talk about push. This line got no push at all, and there was nowhere to go.
3rd and goal. 7 yards to the goal line. Number 24, the lone setback. On the carry. Looking for blockers. Still running. And so he takes it the rest of the way for the touchdown.
He just kept his legs churning and moving on that one. Nobody was going to keep him from scoring.
On its way, and the extra point is good. A good-looking drive, and they score the touchdown. And the offensive unit should be very pleased with their performance on that one.
Big players make big plays, and that scores touchdown. Give some credit to the linemen out there. They're the biggest guys on the field, and without them, no one gets into the end zone.
Berger in to kick this one off. He kicks it off. He'll try to return this one. Just won't go down. And we'll see if they can move the ball as well through the air this time as they did after scoring a touchdown on their last possession. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 35. Using motion. And hands it off. Still running. Breaks the tackle. Fumbled. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 47. The Buccaneers line up with 2 tight ends. Gets rid of it. Nice completion. He didn't have to make any adjustments to come up with that catch.
A few more like that, this guy's going to be in the All-Madden team.
They need 6. Johnson gets set. All-Star with the carry, breaking free. Herring found the ball carrier to make his 4th stop of the game.
Face mask on the defense, number 20.
He got his hands on the face mask when trying to make the tackle.
Some of these defensive players think that face mask is a handle or something.
It's 3rd down, 2 to go. Ball on the 45-yard line. 4-man front this time. Johnson throws right. Williams is in on the play again for another tick on the stat sheet. Great reception on that play, John.
Looks like someone might have blown their coverage on that one.
It's 1st and 10. He's going to throw. Johnson throws. McCardell can't come up with it on that attack. He couldn't get it to his man.
No, and maybe he got held up in the line because their timing was really off on that pass.
So it's 2nd and 10. The offense lines up with split backs behind the quarterback. Dilger moves in motion. Looking downfield. Throwing. Cook, the intended receiver. Herring swatted that pass down.
If you don't take your time and you start to rush your throw, that's what you're going to see happen.
3rd and 10. Ball on the 34-yard line. He's going to throw. Johnson throws. McCardell can't come up with it on that attack.
Pass interference, number 20, defense.
So it's 1st and goal. And he's tackled at the 10. He tried to find something off the edge, John, but there wasn't anything there.
Yeah, but there was no corner to turn. He's looking for the corner, and it just never got there.
Second and goal. Back to pass. Johnson throws. Dudley was the intended receiver. Despite good coverage, he forces the ball in there.
I'm no quarterback, but even I saw that he was covered.
3rd and goal. He's going to throw. Surveying the field. Little comes up big for the defense, dropping the quarterback.
After you take a hit like that, you'll make sure to get the ball out of there faster next time.
Gramatica is heading onto the field for this field goal attempt. The kick is up. And so that kick is good. And so, John, the drive comes up a little shorter than they might have liked, but they still managed to come away with a field goal.
You give credit to the kicker there. It's nice to have a guy that can make your drive worth 3, even if you don't get it in the end zone every time.
He sends it off. Wilkins will take a knee and start at the 20. They were very effective the last time they had the ball, picking up a lot of yardage through the air as they moved down the field for a touchdown. 1st and 10. The quarterback lines up with 2 backs behind him. Looking downfield. He's looking, rolling right, passes it. And they're able to connect on that one. That was flawless execution.
That one was all about timing. The quarterback let it go, and the receiver looked back just at the right time.
Looking for blockers. Trying to can't bring him down. Sam with the tackle at the 40. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 40. They line up in the I formation. Dropping back. Looking for a receiver. Passes it. It's batted away. Webster didn't even give the receiver a chance.
Obviously, this guy thinks he can complete passes that he can't.
2nd and 10. Quarterback gets set with only one back behind him. Warner hands it off. Across midfield. He's looking upfield. Brooks records the tackle at the 34-yard line. He found the ball carrier there again, and that's something we've seen plenty of in this game. It's 1st and 10. With an extra DB, the defense is in the neck. Ball goes in motion. He's going to throw. It's the pass off, and they're able to connect on that one. Jackson takes him down at the 26-yard line. He wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. Second and about 1. Ball on the 26-yard line. Showing some good moves. He was dropped before he could get back to the line.
Yeah, you can't run without good blocking.
Third and maybe 2. The defense has been difficult stopping them on 3rd down. Still running. And he's brought down at the 19-yard line. He did a nice job on that run.
And he picks up a 1st down. And when you have an offense that can keep it on the ground and pick up 6, 7, or 8 yards, you really open up the defense.
The teams are set for the 4th quarter of play. They're inside the 20. And this is the 7th play of this drive. Pass. He surveys the field, throws it, hits the target with the pass. He stepped up, made a terrific throw, and it went for the touchdown.
That's just great communication between the quarterback and his receiver.
And so once again, a touchdown pass. And it's up. The extra point attempt is good. And so they turn that drive into a great one as it ends with a touchdown.
Hey, these guys deserve to feel good about it. Now it's the defense's turn to come out and do its job.
Berger is back and ready to put this one in the air. He gets the kick away. He's trying to give his team good field position. Loses the defender. Well, there's an injury on the play, and we'll go to the sideline as soon as we get the information. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 25. Dropping back. He surveys the field. Passes it. McCardell, the intended receiver. The little lob doesn't find its intended target. Let's check in quickly with Melissa.
Well, Al, it doesn't look good. I spoke to the team doctor, and he indicated that it's the type of injury that will take some time to heal. They're hopeful that he won't be out long, but his return is doubtful.
Melissa, thanks for the update, and obviously we're very happy that it's not that serious. Final face a long third down here. Ball on their own 25. Nickelback in this time. Back to pass. He surveys the field. Johnson with the throw. Picked off. It's intercepted. First and 10. Only one man back, using motion. Warner hands it off, tries the middle, and he's brought down at the 31.
A consistent running game will make the play-action pass more effective.
It's second down and 6 to go. With an extra DB, the defense is in the nickel. That's the pass. Throwing short, number 56. Stopped him there, and according to our numbers, that's tackle number 6 for him. It's third down and a yard. Warner sets up. Gets the toss. He's looking upfield. He's inside the 10. Touchdown, Rams. So he takes the handoff and takes it across the goal line.
Yeah, he moved this way and that way, all the while keeping his head up and watching where his teammates were creating room for him to run.
It's on its way. The extra point attempt is good. So the drive didn't have a whole lot of yardage involved, but as an offense, your job is to score wherever the drive may start, and that's exactly what they did.
Hey, that's just a great job by the offense. They see the defense on their heels, defending such a short field, and they go right at them for the score.
Berger is just about ready to kick this one away. He sends this one toward the end zone. He'll be returning this one. Their last drive ended with a pick, and the offense right now ready to call their first play on this drive. So they have first and 10 here. Ball on their own 26. Johnson gets set, using motion. Walking back, passing to his right, and it's caught, and he's brought down at the 27. The receiver did a good job bringing that pass in.
You can't have a great catch without a pretty good pass, and they had both on that play.
Second and 9 coming up here. The Buccaneers are in the offset I formation. Dumps the pass off. He lost it. The Buccaneers grab the live ball. McLean drags the quarterback down.
And I'll tell you, this quarterback's in for a lot of aspirin tonight.
That'll give him his first sack tonight. And they'll face a long third down here. Dimebacks into this play. He's looking to pass. He surveys the field, tosses it right. Johnson was the intended target on that pass attempt. Archuleta makes a great play, breaking up that pass.
The receiver just didn't have good position on him.
Tupa is looking for a good punt here. Wilkins will be looking to give his team good field position here. Wilkins signals fair catch on this punt. The offense is back on the field after that last touchdown drive. Let's see if they try to move the ball on the ground again. It's 1st and 10. Hole comes in motion. Drops back. Warner throws. Nice completion. Smith was in on that play, giving him 7 tackles so far in the game. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 47. Quick drop. Short pass. Hole was the intended target to put pressure on the quarterback that time.
Yeah, he had to get rid of the ball in a hurry.
Second and 10. Dropping back. Warner throws it over to his right, and he finds the open man. He makes a terrific catch for the first down.
That quarterback is really special. Not only does he have the arm, but he can also guide it in there with some touch if he needs to. In today's offenses, it's more important than ever that these receivers to make something happen after they catch the ball. Short passes can turn into long gains when you have guys that can really fly.
Fall looking for blocker. Number 56 pulls him down at the 34. He put the hit on him, and he now has 7 tackles. Eight to go. Only one man back. Tosses it right. It's picked off. Across midfield. The 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. What a great interception.
That pass was diagnosed perfectly. He just stepped up there and picked it off.
Drops back with the pass, and he hits his target. They get it in there for 2. Grammatical is back and ready to put this one in the air. He kicks it off. And he'll return it. The Rams take over on offense at the 25. So they have 1st and 10 here. Using motion. For blocker. He can't wrap him up. Smith makes the play at the 27-yard line. He's put on a tackling clinic so far. He now has 8 in the game. It's 2nd down and 8 to go. The quarterback gets set with only one back behind him. They'll go with the run. Jackson stops the play in the backfield. He was there again for the 5th time. So they dug themselves into a hole here, a long 3rd down situation. Ball on their own 26. Warner sets up. He's brought down at the 32-yard line. and so they'll stay conservative and keep it on the ground.
A tough running game will make your passing attack even more effective.
It's 4th down and 3 yards to go. Ball on their own 32. Smith lines up deep for the punt return. Smith won't try to return this one. And they're about ready to get this drive started after the last series ended with a punt. So they have 1st and 10 here. Johnson using split backs. Quick drop. Steps up into the pocket. Throwing short. The defense really put the pressure on.
He really had to rush that throw. That was a situation where the defensive line made the job easy for the defensive backs.
With 2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on their own 27. The Buccaneers line up in the shotgun. Quick drop. Tosses it right. Breaking through. And he's brought down at the 44.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense, number 31.
So it's a 15-yard penalty, not the incidental 5-yard face mask.
With his helmet on sideways like that, I bet he thought his whole head had just been readjusted on his neck.
So they're almost within their kicker's range. They'll go with a pass. Pump fakes. Throws over to his right. And it's caught. And it looks like this one will be spotted at the 35-yard line. A little over 4 to go. He's going to throw. Looking downfield. Passing right. Juravicius was out of bounds.
Still, that was a good effort to get there. The quarterback just threw it to the wrong spot.
About 4 to go. Ball on the 35-yard line. They'll go with a pass. Passing to his right. He finds his man. The receiver found a hole in the secondary, and the quarterback found him with the pass.
The defense could never let up out there. This guy could make some incredible catches.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 15-yard line. The backs are lined up in an I. They'll go with a pass. McCardell can't come up with it on that attack. Second and 10. Ball on the 15-yard line. 4-man front this time. Dropping back with the pass, and it's caught. Thomas wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. Dilger makes a great reception on a pass that was way over his head.
You can go to this guy anytime, even if it's not a perfect throw. He has the uncanny ability to always come up with a catch.
It's 1st and goal. Everybody up on the line. Looking to pass. Throwing left. And he makes the grab. He tossed the ball to the receiver for the touchdown.
That was a great pass by the quarterback. He delivered that ball where only his receiver could make the catch.
The Buccaneers still need 2 scores.
And we'll see how much more fight they can muster.
Quick drop. Passing right. Johnson can't come up with it on that attack. They fail on the two-point conversion.
It's really hard to score that close to the goal line. The defense knows you're coming and stacks the line with all their big guys.
Gramatica sets up for the onside kick. They'll kick this one short and try to recover it. The returner fields it cleanly and is looking to give them good field position. The defense shut down the offense the last time they had the ball. First and 10. Ball on the 46-yard line. Drops back. Stepping up. He's looking. Warner throws. He makes his 8th stop on the play. Pickup of about 8. Second and 2 coming up here. Looking to turn the corner. And it looks like this one will be spotted at the 35-yard line.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense, number 34.
The defense makes a costly mistake.
The defense needs to do a better job of controlling themselves out there.
First and 10. Ball on the 20-yard line. Lining up with their big set this time. Using motion. Looking for a seam. Runs up the middle. He tried to find a hole and just got what he could.
Yeah, he tried to stretch it outside. But the defense was quick to react to the play. And even quicker to move off their blocks and get in a position to cover the hole.
And they need about 9. Four-man front this time. The Rams use motion. He tucks it away. Looking for an open. Loose ball. A heads-up play allows them to keep the ball.
You always need to be awake out there. You never know when this type of thing is going to happen.
Inside the 15. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Warner hands it off. And it looks like this one will be spotted at the 9. Falk did a nice job breaking away on that carry.
You got to give the offensive line a lot of credit on that play. They blew the defenders off the line and gave that runner plenty of lanes to choose from.
So it's first and goal. Ball on the 9-yard line. 4-man front this time. Looking for room. Tries it. Webster put the hit on him, and now he has 7 tackles. Gain of 6 on the play.
They've almost got this game won, but they still need to run it to make the defense use their timeouts.
So it's second and goal. They line up in the I formation, using motion. Number 42 gets the call. Still running. Webster records the stop at the 1-yard line. 1-yard gain on that play. Third and goal. Seventh play of this drive. Number 84 comes in motion. Warner throws it over to his right. Not below. Heads heads up there to knock it down.
Yep, nothing fancy there. Don't even give the receiver a chance. Just knock it down.
So we'll see if the field goal unit can come through here. Wilkins looking to make a good kick here. The kick is up. The attempt is good. Berger looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off. He sends it off. Trying to give them good field position. Tampa Bay needs 2 scores to get back into this one. It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 18. Quick drop. Looking for an option. Little came free and picks up a sack.
The quarterback needs to be decisive under pressure. He needs to find his go-to guy if he feels that pressure coming.
Deep in their own territory. Johnson under center. Four down territory here. And they'll face a long 3rd down here. Ball on their own 15. They'll go with a pass. Throws it. And they're able to connect on that one. The first reception he's recorded thus far. 4th and 7 coming up. He's looking to pass. Passing to his left. Gets his hand on it. The offense turns the ball over on downs.
When a team gambles and makes it, the coach is a hero. If they fail, everyone will second-guess the coach all week long.
And they'll be taking a knee here. 1st and 10. Warner gets set.
Timeout called by the defense. They have no timeouts remaining.
One more kneel down, and they have the win. And one kneel down here on 3rd down will write a finish to this one. It's 3rd down, and they have a long way to go. This game reaches its conclusion with the final score, St. Louis 47. Tampa Bay 34. Reminder to join us next week for another high-powered matchup. Stay tuned now for your late local news, or on the West Coast, your normal program. This has been a presentation of EA Sports. I'm Al Michaels, and for our entire crew, good night.
All right, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I saw the game ended. I just had to get settled in. Let's take a look at it. And, you know, the very first thing, I was saying it in the chat, folks. It's the thing that turns me off about it. It's one of the main reasons why I'm hesitant in our continuation of this, what do you want to call it, this stream, is that, look at that score, 47-34. Right? 47-34 for defensive teams. That's my number one concern. 208 yards? Hey, that reins it in. That's something we wanted. 325 out of Kurt Warner? Makes sense. 3 interceptions, and at least 2 of them I know were pick sixes because I actually saw them live on my phone while I was getting things. 67%, 47% here. Why incompletions? We got a couple drops here. So it's not a bunch of drops. That's one thing that we were dealing with previously, is we would see like several drops, like 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, whatever. And you're like, oh wow, those are 10 of the incompletions or drops. So the fact that we've reined it in down to like 2 drops, so they can drop the ball. Even star receivers like Keyshawn Johnson can drop the ball. Marshall Faulk can drop the ball. Like it's possible, right? And the next thing is pass deflections. 3, 4, 5 pass deflections. So if we have Tampa Bay has 5 pass deflections. That means, let's see, and 2 drops. So 7 of the incompletions, if we're just looking at the numbers, that would put us at 34 pass completions if they weren't air quote like tipped away. Now, maybe it was an uncatchable ball, you know what I mean? But that would put us at 34 if they were like caught. Right? I'm kind of thinking the 8 accuracy might be the way to go. The next issue is, not issue, but the next thing to look at, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 pass deflections and an interception. Oh yeah, and Warner had the 2 picks as well, so that'd be 36 out of 40. That'd only be 4 passes that weren't like super on target. So you're talking about all of those. What was it, like 11? What was it? I just counted it and I completely forgot while I'm talking. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. So Buccaneers 12. That would put us at 34. So 11 incompletions like normally. Plus another 2. That would be 11. So, yeah, that would be 9. Yeah, 9, right? And then interceptions, 9 with an interception. Yeah, 8. Just 8 straight up incompletions. Yeah, it's interesting. And now I'm looking at 14 attempts and 20 yards. And there was still this giant scoring fest. 4.2 yards per carry is nice. Let's end the game. I just don't like the lack of defense here. As we go into week number 4. Let's save the 17 franchise. Now we've saved it. We want to go into settings. We want to go into gameplay. And let's drop it down to 8 here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Like one team had a lot of tips, and the other team just had a few deflections. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15, 17, or 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 16 and 15. 16, 15. -1 on the break block. Computer offense. Running back ability a little bit up. It's not really a matter of run blocking. It's not that they're trash at run blocking. It's just they call trash plays from time to time, right? Defense 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Right? Let's go just straight up 8. I'm afraid that's just going to make run defense even more powerful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We were like trying to set it up. Remember like on pro mode We had like the awareness at like 1 versus 0 was like a huge difference of the reaction time. 2, 3. But I don't want it so low that they can't pass rush and they don't know how to cover. That's really what's giving me difficulty, anyone who's actually watching this right now, is this impacts everything. Their ability to cover, their ability to rush the passer, and their reaction on the run game, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just the default 10 default setting. And if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 default break block, right? And then the computer offense 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 running back ability. Give them that little extra ability. I think the run blocking looks fine when we watch it on the field. It's just the bad calls. We don't want them to be so overpowered, but yeah, we'll figure it out, right? I really want to rein this in, though. Play week, Browns-Steelers. Right? 93 overall defense for the Browns. Right? Like, their defense is better than the Steelers' offense, right? But it's that Steelers' defense is much better than the Browns' offense. Like, it should be a defensive battle. Packers-Panthers. 0-3 team, uninteresting. Simulate game, 4-0. Asuka, if you're still here, you got your W. You're 4-0 Packers. Let's go, right? So, Orochi Alter, you got your 2-1 Bills versus 3-0 Bears. 78 and 80 overall. Yeah, the hell yeah, right? Simulate the game. And the Bears, the 2 points better overall team with the much better defense with Urlacher and all that. 91 defense versus 77. 83 defense versus 76. You got yourself a 14.2 touchdown victory for the Bears. Bills fall to 2-2. Cowboys, Rams. Remember, this is the same Cowboys team that in real life lost to the Texans in week 1. I don't care that it's labeled a game of the week. That is no game of the week. How terrible is that game? Simulate the game. Rams come away 35-13. The Brownies is like both teams that we have in the 17 franchise, right? The idea was to support Vic Vids, which absolutely love Vic, absolute love and support for him and his channel. Hasn't been very active. Not abandoning the Browns. We've simmed a lot of games. This will be a game worth watching. Texans-Eagles, absolutely a game worth watching. Just to see them get crushed because we've been trying to watch the Texans and try to see how we can develop it. Absolutely love the Texans in Madden 03 as the first year as a team. Miami and Kansas City. Like the Trent Green Priest Holmes team that isn't getting the credit that they deserve versus this Miami team. Could be an interesting battle. The Fish and the Chiefs. Saints, Lions, far less interesting. A 1-win team and a no-win team. 17-16, Saints get the W. They're both 1-win teams in this epic battle of trash, right? And the better team got the W, so that's pretty good as well. Jets are winless. Jets are generally considered a good team this year. Not a great team, not a Super Bowl winning contender or whatever, but a good team, and they're 0-3. And they get their first dub. They beat the Jags as the better team, even though they're on the road. New York versus Arizona. 2 classic ball teams. Just the history alone. This could be an interesting game on paper. Again, the defense is rated better than the offense, right? The 81 versus Cardinals 74 offense. Basically, what? Like a 7-point advantage for the Giants, and then you've got a 9-point advantage for Arizona, right? And that's why they have like the 2-point advantage there. The special teams are both pretty solid. Quarterbacks are 76-77. Running backs room are very close, 70 versus 68. Wide receiver room has a little advantage for Arizona, who do not have Leaping Larry or Anquan Bolden yet. The offensive line is an 89, and the defensive line for the Giants is 86. That's going to be a heck of a battle. And then the crap side, the reverse, a 65 offensive line versus a 69 defensive line. The linebackers are pretty weak, and the secondary is pretty weak. This, just for the matchup alone, I think will make an interesting game to watch. Especially if you see a game like this go 47-34. Oh my God. I hope that this game doesn't turn into such a game. Like, how do I say this? Like, I don't want to watch a boring game of football, but this should be a good, boring game of football, right? So, who knows? Bengals, Buccaneers. I really like using the Bengals, like, on paper. I've talked about it before. You got Corey Dillon, Chad Ochocinco, TJ Hushmanzada. I believe still have Peter Warwick. You've got Takeo Spikes. You've got Justin Smith. Like, you have players that I'm really happy to use. And I used to run a Madden 2002 Bengals franchise back on the Nintendo GameCube, back in my teens, 20s, whatever. And that was really nice to see at least those two defenders go to the 49ers. Tampa Bay. Like, it might be nice to watch Tampa Bay. It might be nice to watch Corey Dillon. We may or may not watch that game. Patriots Chargers, a future classic, could definitely be a good game to watch. Raiders Titans can be a good game to watch. Vikings Seahawks. It's nice to watch Randy Moss. But how uninteresting are these Seahawks team? Like, I'm sorry, but they just are. They haven't got there yet. They're a team that's worth developing later, like the Texans. They're a team that, just like Mike Holmgren would in real life, I think they're going to be a lot more fun, like in a couple years when they become like the 2005 whatever Seahawks. But right now, I think we're just going to sim the game, and they get the dub. They're rated the better team, 84 overall by 10 ratings points, and they get the dub right there. Broncos Ravens, I think, is going to be an interesting game. 3-0 Broncos, 2-0 Ravens. Monday Night Football. Terrell Davis, Clinton Portis, right? Ed McCaffrey, Rod Smith, all that. You still have Greasy before he's like completely fallen apart, and obviously the Ravens team. I think we have ourselves a heck of a lineup, a slate of games in week number 4. I think we've got a lot of fun games to watch, and what week number 4 is going to give us over the course of watching these sliders play out, folks. Ocho Stinko, yeah, okay. I mean, it's a Steelers fan, you know. Do you mean the Bungles? Yeah, exactly. So, I think it's a lot of fun. It's fun to make fun of the Bungles. But in terms of just a roster and a storyline, like, absolutely we'll love to make fun of the Bengals. The Bungles. As a 49ers fan, I really wanted us to play against Cincinnati instead of the Rams. I would love to have seen 49ers Bengals Part 3. Right, Super Bowl 16, Super Bowl 23, and then it turns out that the Rams got the W instead of the Niners going to play the Bengals. Just as a Niner fan, obviously I want to see my team in the Super Bowl, but just seeing them against the Bengals would have been nice. It didn't come to pass as such. And it is what it is. But they're definitely an interesting team on paper. Hope they can be built up. Obviously, in Madden 04, they're a team that I would pay more attention to because they're going to have rookie Carson Palmer. Right? They're going to have that, like, a little bit better Rudy Johnson. They're going to have Corey Dillon. I think 2K5? Yeah, 2K5, Madden 05 is the year that Corey Dillon goes to New England. So Madden 04 is going to be Dillon's last year on the team. They have Lorenzo O'Neal in this game before he goes to the Chargers. So it's just an interesting roster that just doesn't pan out and ends up with the number 1 pick, right? But there's just so much potential there that I think they're a lot of fun. Okay, we watched Steelers already today, but are we against watching Steelers again? I don't think so. Do we still have Cordell Stewart injured? Roster injury report. So Steelers, Cordell Stewart is still out. And we still have number 9 Charlie Batch. So for Asuka and Denny, yeah, last year before Marvin Lewis. Yes, that's right. So we're going to have ourselves a Tommy Maddox, Charlie Batch time here. Yeah, there's just a lot of good times on this, right? Brown Steelers is a great way to set this up. I think it's a good slate of games. So why don't we just get it underway, shall we? All right, we've decided that we're going to control the Steelers long enough to get that 4-3 defense so they get the good playbook going. There are no real uniform changes that need to be made. I can't use the right thumbstick to move the player. He doesn't twist or anything. I think the regular away with the sleeve stripes is a lot better than just the generic with the number. But the retro Browns uniform is not bad. But they're also supposed to be this whole 99 Browns like rebuild. So let's go. It's the Batch match. Batch should remain the starter even after Stewart returns. If he plays well, they're 1-1. If he starts stinking up the joint, and it's going to be Denny's call, right, Asuka? After all, Denny's the one in charge of it. Good commentary. Talking about breaking away from the pack as we get... There he is. There's the Batch match. Number 9. I'm sure Denny will agree with you. If he starts getting W's with Batch, he'll probably keep him. But we'll find out.
By the time they realize they're wrong, he's got a handful of sacks. There's a good chance that could happen this one. The former first-round pick.
This game just looks so good, doesn't it? It just visually looks so good. So sharp. I really like this like forced into HD mode that I have with the component cables.
We have two great defenses, so we'll see who can make the most plays.
You can see these guys are fired up and ready to get this thing going.
Let's go to midfield for the coin toss.
If the game gave Maddox more than 59 overall, I'd consider it, but Batch is the best option. And then say he agreed to keep number 9 because it was working well for Batch. Exactly. So we're going to receive because we won the toss, and that's what the game does. That's what it would have done otherwise. We're going to go to Settings, Gameplay, Controller Select, turn off Madden Challenge. Yes, we don't care. We're just here to give you the playbook. And just one more thing, substitutions, right? We were looking at, yeah, we had the 4-3 like that, right, with Clark Hagen's and all of that. The 46. Then we had here Clark Hagen's back here. That's what he decided. When I was doing the Raiders versus Steelers, I had Kendrell Bell here, and I had James Ferrier here in the 3-4 version when they come out like that. And then in the 4-3 is where we had Hagen's and all that, right? But I'm following what Denny wants, and that's what we did. But that was like one of the differences that I had when we were doing it that way. So let's go. It was just to get an opportunity for Ferrier and Hagen's to both be on the field. Hard call on Stewart. It would be nice if the game would utilize Slash as a receiver. You kind of can. As I said, we can go into the offense and we can literally put him at a wide receiver position in the substitutions. One of the things that I did, not obviously in this franchise, but in Madden 2002, is I actually put him... I found out what his catch rating is as a quarterback, and then when you put him at wide receiver, he gets a penalty to catch rating for whatever reason. He drops to like 57 or something catch, when I think he has like 82 catch or something like that. You know, and I cranked up his catch rating so that it would show up as like 82 when you substitute him in at wide receiver. Does that make sense? I don't know, 76 catching, whatever it was. Like I jacked his catching up to like 92, 94, whatever, because when you substitute him at wide receiver, it dips to wherever it was that he was, like his actual rating in the game. I hope that makes sense. Not that I think that he deserves 94 or whatever catch rating, but just to make the game adjust so they could catch the ball at that level. But I haven't done that in this game, but I did that in the other one. And then, obviously, you can go in and do substitutions and find a formation, like a 3-wide receiver formation or something, or a gun formation or whatever, where you wanted Slash to do it. And so as we talk about things, they come out in the nickel, they're running weak, and this is what we talked about when we build our playbooks, is we're not getting blocks from the wide receiver, which is why when we were building our custom playbook, we took plays out. But regardless... that's one of the things that I have a problem with. Why is the bus getting tackled by a corner? And that's where I go back to the fact that, do we drop it here and then running back ability or something? Like, I don't want them to be overpowered, but Come on, hit the guy. Go forward. Don't get blown up. Don't let the bus get blown up by a corner, by a nickel corner, not even a starting corner.
They line up in the I formation.
Come on.
Burris goes
Let's make some live changes. I left Twins right in motion, Batch looking and kind of throwing it away.
the quarterback is feeling the pressure on that play.
Yeah, he felt those guys closing in and gunned the ball out of there.
I let John finish talking here. We obviously see we started in Twins, and then they had the guy that was furthest away go in motion. What is the route concept run here by Burris? It's just get out here. It's just go to the money flag route, and the leverage is there to take it away. Obviously, we can look at the tight end in a moment. We can see Ward is tight in the formation, and he's running right towards the post defender, so there's no chance here. And it just looks like we're running double posts from the tight end and the wide receiver kind of right towards each other. This is a bad football play call. This is something we would take out of the book because they're basically trying to cross deep down the field. So you're not really creating any kind of mismatches. At this point, there is no conflict that you've created down the field. Like boom, 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 boom. And you want the ball to go out, and you literally have them both running at the post safety. So this is just a bad football play call on fourth down. And then he's running away from his two alternate options to check down to. So also the fact that the video game called this flipped to this side. Like, I understand and respect putting both wide receivers to the field and then the tight end to the boundary, but the call is just like, can you imagine if this was flipped and he's running out here and Kreider's underneath and Batch is able to like roll to the right and actually check down to one of them? But now he's got no one to throw to, and he doesn't decide to even try to run the ball. I'm not saying that he's going to be some great runner. But you've got all this green grass, and he just says, I'll throw it away. There's nothing the sliders can do about that! So that's one of my goals, is just watching play after play, and I don't want to make like ticky-tack changes after one play, but that cornerback tackle on Bettis definitely tells me click one up, click the other down, and see what kind of impact that has on the greater amount of plays.
That was a smart thing to do with the coverage team closing in for a big hit.
All right, Browns with no offense, Steelers with defense. That's what makes this an interesting battle. 3 wide receivers with a tight end, so 3 by 1 gun. Okay. No. It's 2 by 2, isn't it? Yeah. We know there's no running game except for draws. Yeah, and that's the draw, the delay. Porter doing Porter things. He's going to celebrate. They point stuff out. What do we have here? Just like, we just don't have the math to take care of Porter at all. And then, like, it's a draw. And they're just drawing right into Porter. Right? Yeah. That's why I don't like shotgun in this game. They don't even have a proper inside zone or any kind of proper gun running scheme. I don't know how much the NFL really had a good gun run game. But I know that it took many years before we saw quality runs out of the gun in the NFL. It's at least what it felt like to me.
Takes him down at the 37. He displayed a lightning release on that pass.
And as a receiver, you have to do
No spittle.
any type of pass.
Not realistic.
Hanging on to that last one because it got there in a hurry.
Too calm. All right. Strong eye right. Drops back to throw. Settles in. Like, he drifts a little, but then he settles and throws calmly. So, defensively, they're peeling back. It looks like some kind of cover 2. Depending on how they're covering it, could be cover 2 man. The way that they're blitzing, I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell this game, but I think it's a kind of cover 2 man blitz combination because they've got the 4 down linemen. Yeah, and I've said it before, like, there's your nose tackle, there's your 2 defensive ends, and there's your outside linebacker pass rushing. So absolutely perfectly fine with that. So they're basically blitzing both the outside linebackers, right? So I don't know, like, how much of this blitz because they're in pass pro? Like, I think they're in man coverage across the board. I think this is the Sam blitz. I think this is the 2-man under Sam blitz call. And then because he is in man coverage against the back, he then pass rushes because the back is in pass pro. So just add another guy to the mix. I think that's what the defensive play call is. So we're basically sending like 6 of the front 7 and just leaving 1 in coverage here. And despite all of that, in the double coverage, we still get a completion, no contest on the ball. So with the 8 accuracy, we still get a completion to Johnson. And the corner's got to bring him down, but then the secondary makes a play. I think that was just a good, clean football play in terms of Blitzberg sending the house and just completing the ball underneath. All right, double tight ends to the right, drops back to throw. And an interception off the deflection, so that's not like a crap throw or anything. Good times. I think the interception slider is just fine. The fact that it can be a deflected interception instead of like doing nothing. That's pretty good. I can't complain about that interception. Just boneheaded quarterback play? No. Drops back. Let's just watch some of these matchups. This is why I like to do slider testing. And sometimes I get lazy and I'm just like, let it run. And sometimes I'm like, okay, let's play it out. So Gilden is still like a 92 or whatever defensive end. Like, while he loses a little bit of awareness by being moved down to defensive end, you see he gets off the ball. There's a block attempt, and they can't maintain it. Like, he's already off the block now. There's a second block attempt, and he's off it again. Like, the game kind of sees that as a win and a win. Like, it's not an instant win, like, rip under and defeat the guy straight up, but he can't maintain it. Then he can't maintain it again. And he tries to wall him off, but, like, he really can't block him, right? He doesn't throw a pass rushing move. He just cannot maintain or hold that block. So that's pretty good across the board here. Casey Hampton is on a stunt instead of just running up the middle, right? And he's just kind of filling the gap. And as he fights, there's, like, a lot of pushing action here. We see Smith, who loses a little bit of points by moving from defensive end to defensive tackle, just in terms of like overall rating and all that. And yet, despite it, he gets off the ball, makes contact, gets a win, like a push win, and then engages the second move where he pushes the guy to the ground. Like you can see first move, second move. Instead of getting stonewalled, it's like boom, control drive, and just doesn't get the full pressure for the sack. Forces this throw here, right? I'm not going to break down every play's pass rush or whatever, but these are sometimes fun to just take a look at. Basically getting double teamed for Van Olhoffen, and yet in the process you can see the first block, and then he transitions into being blocked by the second guy. That's the real point of this video game. The limitations of this game is there's no true double team, but it's like he then gets off of the block by Verba, and then transitions into being blocked by the second guy. While this guy's standing here, he's not actually doing anything. Right? And then the pass is away. Interesting. The coverage behind it, what are we looking at? Cover 4, no? That looks like a cover 4 shell because they're not splitting, and yet they're dropping back. So it looks like a cover 4 with everyone else just kind of splitting out. So a good little cover 4, little bracket here. And again, the quarterback just doesn't have the confidence or ability. And the running, like the throw to the running back, and the running back is not pushing the flats in the route coverage. I like it when they have the route that's literally just flat across the line as opposed to the one that tries to curl up, because he's already curling up inside the numbers. And this defender has a real chance to come in and smack the running back, whereas if he flattens it out really far, you can swing and get it up here, right? So the fact is he doesn't throw it earlier on time. He fires it with pressure getting in his face. And then we have pass deflection. Like it's an interception attempt, right? But it can also go down as a pass deflection, but getting the hands in the way. And then the wherewithal to Troy Polamalu this ball. I know it's not a full dive Polamalu, but and then to catch it. I think the interception rating is just fine. Well, I hope you enjoy those breakdowns, and I hope you enjoy like my thought process when I start looking at the sliders and what we see, what I see, and what I think breaks down to try to just get the best performance.
Looks like an offset.
Weak eye? Pitch? Bettis? There's the broken tackle, folks. There's the broken tackle by the bus.
Was dropped behind the line.
And if you want to talk about the most effective way to stop the run, it's playing on the other side of the ball. When you get penetration like that, it's very hard for the offense to get positive yardage.
And because of how much Madden talks, there's very little time of dead air, so that was really nice. There's just a little bit of dead air. We get the pitch, and I'm just watching the Browns helmet's reaction. You see, like, these linebackers, they take off. Love it. Safeties, looks like this is a safety blitz. It looks like it's a cover 0 safety blitz, so he's trying to run his gap. That looks like what's going on. It looks like the double safety blitz play to me, because they're running up. They're not staying neutral or anything. They don't look like they're trying to cover man. I think it's the cover 0 safety blitz, which is why everyone else is in man instantly reacting. And in doing so, the bus just goes Mr. Stiff Arm. Like, this is another, like, back of the box Madden, like, picture-esque moment, right? This is something you see as, like, promotional footage, right? This game looks so freaking beautiful, doesn't it? Especially for its era. Like, if they're trying to, like, show off, yeah, you have the blue spot, like, behind Jerome Bettis' body. Like, and the stiff arm against the Browns, like, against a rival. Like, that's, like, a back-of-the-box picture, isn't it? You're trying to sell the game. Those are some good shots, right? Come on, I love it. And so he does that. He gets the defender off, but it doesn't, like, throw him to the ground. And as he's recovering, then the corner comes up and makes the tackle. I don't think he needs to break that tackle at all. Yeah, Polomo only need one finger to catch the ball. You don't even need, like, 2 points of pressure to catch a football. It'll just balance on the tip of the finger, right? Oh, let's go! Let's go! That was a nice-looking play, at least from this perspective. All right, Denny, you got to tell me, is this accurate for the Steelers, or did they make a uniform error? I thought your single-digit players had the number on the stripe. Is this, like, is that correct? Doesn't Big Ben have the number on the stripe? Is this just like the video game putting 09 but erasing the 0 like it's not there? Or is it off to the side? You're going to have to tell me as the actual fan who would know what single-digit numbers look like, but I always thought that was a thing. That is like a uniform error. Is that something that they fix in a later Madden game? You can also see like it's actually the 9 is bleeding onto the stripe here. That's also interesting. Okay, I like this. This is a little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not exactly hitch time, but then the throw, the anticipation, and getting to the guy, and then a broken tackle. Like, I think the tackle rating is looking pretty good right now as Fuller just can't bring down. Like, that's Mitch, no? Mitch Bruner. And then neither can the linebacker. If he had more football field, he would have kept going, but he just ran out of sideline. Says, yes, that's a video game error. It should be on the stripe. Okay, yeah, wasn't sure. Thank you for confirming that. We're going to have to double check in Madden 04. This is probably this way in 01, 02, 03 in classic EA fashion. They have multiple games to get it right, and then they still don't. And yet, through all of that, this is where the ball should have gone. I mean, honestly, you literally have Hines Ward running the drag free, wide open to catch it and turn it upfield. And you make this complicated throw. That's why I said it looked nice, like, you know, from the video game's perspective, like the drop back, like, whoop, whoop, and then he's got it, and there's a broken tackle and all that. And yet when you watch the replay, you're like, how are you not throwing, like, a nice, easy little toss here over the middle and then get upfield? All right, 3rd and 7. Especially, that's what the play is designed to do. 3 wide receivers, single back, 2x2. Dropping back, looking, firing it to the right. Completion coming back, missed the tackle, spinning out, down the sideline. Let's go. And then the quarterback smacks his offensive lineman on the ass, like, hey, good job, thanks for protecting me, giving me a chance to get the ball out there. Nice little comfortable throw by number 9. The defender going for the diving, saving tackle. It's not good enough, especially against Plex. Right? Good catch, right? One-handed, not a drop. We see a lot of this in the Madden 2002 game where they try for this animation and it just bounces off his wrist or whatever, incomplete, and I had to continue raising the catch rating or whatever. But really in 02, I think even when I had a high catch rating, the game just generically was like bouncing off the wrist animation. Like, and I was saying that I think in my old 32 team / 7 years of 49ers franchise of like, I'm so tired of this animation because it's just like automatic ball bounces off his wrist play. But here he goes up and one-hands it, and I can't really blame the tackle slider. You can blame the decision, and then it's just him running with the ball. You can see the pursuit angle 23. He's got to adjust. But they chase down. Good play.
Back to the action on the field. First and 10. Ball on the 24-yard line.
I right slot, or green right slot in the West Coast, I should say.
Took a hard shot.
And they called the sack in the pregame.
But his offensive lineman after that hit.
I think it was Courtney Brown that they expected. Was it? Yeah, it was Courtney Brown that they focused on. They're like, next thing you know, he's going to be getting a sack. It was the other player. Was it a defensive tackle? Who was it that made the sack? Defensive tackle, no? Yeah. But in the pregame show, they were talking about the pressure the defensive line was going to make. He drops back. What is the combination? Yeah, it's that same kind of combination that we saw earlier, right? Or no, it isn't. Is this a fullback? This is the fullback screen. This is the fullback screen. And he literally has just a classic pass lead to the right. Just, he's rolling out. Like, boom, boom, boom. Take your step. Throw it to 84. Press the button and pass lead to the right. And he's wide open. Because those corner routes, these front pylon routes, are just so money in this game. Like, there are some defenses that can stop them, but they're so money. And he can throw it to the fullback screen. And he says no, he turns it down and eats the sack. Yuck. Yuck. And now it's 2nd and 14. The drive's not dead, but losing a down and 4 yards sucks. All right, Green with 3 wide receivers. I formation, 3 wide, no tight end, dropping back to throw. Nice little quick throw. Terrible accuracy. Easy interception.
As a quarterback, you need to do a better job of reading the defense than that.
And that's one of those issues where, yeah, you can't fix stupid, right? You can't fix the computer's stupid decision making. That looks like a cover 0 of some sort because the safeties are just bailing, right? And it looks like, yeah, it looks like a cover 0 with the double linebacker blitz, right? No, that's a corner blitz, isn't it? Yeah, that looks like a corner blitz, right? Is that a nickel corner blitz? Yeah. Yeah, it looks like nickel, no? Yeah, nickel corner blitz, weak side. Okay. Still, he does it. And yeah, what are you doing? You're not even open. And the game looks like it wants to go from like a SWAT to, yeah, okay, I'll just take it. Okay.
Back to the field.
I mean, do you drop the interception slider? Or do you punish the computer for its bad decisions?
32.
Right? You don't want 7 picks a game, but
Loses the defender. Slips the tackle. Number 53 stops him at the 42-yard line.
nice little replay. Breaking the tackle to safety. Breaking the tackle the defensive lineman before getting crashed down on. I'll take that over 2 yards per carry. I know it happened against the Steelers, but I'll take that over 2 yards a carry.
10. Ball on their own 42.
It's not like we're breaking off 80-yard touchdown runs here, folks. Weak eye left. Dropping back. Little confidence throw. And a drop.
He may have tried to rush that pass.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just, again, not intelligent quarterback play from either. And we're not playing with 90-plus awareness quarterbacks, but yeah, and just lack of confidence or ability to throw the swing play, right? Just get the ball to your running back.
So let's pick up the action.
It's the limitations of 03. I'm not going to call 03 unplayable. It isn't, but the computer just doesn't know how to play. So, green right, motion. Orbit's like a wide receiver motion. Do you know the terminology for a tight end motion? Because I don't think it's orbit, right?
The stop at the 49-yard line.
There's usually like a common code for that. And I don't remember what it is. I can look it up, but I'm not going to do it while we're live. Is that like a tight end playing fullback? Interesting. Okay. And so, yeah, they basically start running weak side. And he just kind of reads like the fake double team and the inside movement. Everyone's kind of clogged up here. And he just kind of does his job, right? He doesn't get stuck trying to force the ball at the middle. That was a thing that we saw when we were trying to test it before. He just kind of follows and flows. He does his job, right? Not much to complain or argue about there. And by having a successful run attack right there, now we've got ourselves third and manageable. Almost any caught pass will move the chains. Are you going to get a good run? Going to hand it off weak side. And just shy of the first down. 4th and 1, picked up 2 yards. Single back ace. Side, movement, kick out, block. Hey, he picked it up. I mean, that's good. 67 does his job on the pull to free up his runner, right? He doesn't get in his way. He doesn't slow down. He gets the little, like, trap. And then Green does the lower the shoulder to get through the line. And the game considers this a broken tackle. I mean, I don't consider that like a clean, straight-up tackle by Hampton. I just consider he gets, like, the shoulder a little bit into him. So I don't mind that broken tackle. And then Kendrell Bell finishes it off and stops it before they can move the chains, right? Even when he falls forward, it's not enough. For Madden 03, for this Madden 1, 2, 3 era, it's just a solid football play. The fact that they're not going for the field goal, oh no, they're close to the 50-yard line, okay. I didn't see a midfield logo, yeah. That's an obvious punt, but it kind of should have gone for it.
Rain will bring this one upfield. Their last drive ended with a pick, and the offense right now ready to call their first play on this drive.
Remember, Browns have like a 93 overall defense, and you got your backup quarterback out there, so not expecting a super high-power offensive attack yet. About halfway through the first quarter. I right slot or green right slot. Drop back. Looks like they're calling that same play. No, it's... Yeah, isn't this like the same play over and over again? No, it isn't. Okay, we don't have like the double posts and all that stuff. Okay. So here the slot player is running that in route. I don't even know if he breaks. Oh, this is the one where he curls underneath and they're both like in each other's way. But again, just... How do you not just drop back and then say, here, 36, take the football? How do you not just say, 36, take the football? Right? It's like the game does not want to throw the ball to the running back. Just, here, catch it and get some yards. Right? It's such a turnoff. Like, I understand wanting to throw to Hines Ward out here. Pass the stick. Pass lead to the left, but it goes over the right shoulder and nearly gets intercepted. It's such a turnoff. It's like you literally have the super easy drop back, flick it out to the open grass, and just challenge the defense, and you don't do it. Looks like 2 tight ends, right? Looks like, yeah, like a big formation. Play action, toss. And again, the bad placement. Nearly intercepted, but not intercepted on both plays, which makes me think the interception slider is just fine. They're not catching everything. And he just casually throws what is generally that money corner route. But again, right shoulder instead of left shoulder. 2 dropped interceptions means I don't want to increase the interception slider. Said I would get if it was only using 60 overall backups. But even good QBs do that at times.
Ball on their own 23.
And I don't know what you mean by like turning down the running back to like throw downfield. I mean, yeah, even Brock Purdy this last year was like not throwing it to Jordan Mason and all that. It's just, oh, it's frustrating to me. It's frustrating in real life watching them turn down those obvious plays.
Griffin makes the tackle.
I just love throwing to the running back. I'm super biased, but that's growing up watching the Bill Walsh offense, and I just love throwing to Kevin Falk and Marshall Falk and Brian Westbrook and CMC and whoever over the years. Yeah, as far as the game driving you nuts overthrowing the running back, yeah. Yeah. Probably harp on it too much. Nice little Moss animation. Classic Plex, right? Just go up and get it with his height. Isn't Plex like 6'6" or something like that? Like, just high point this ball and then breaks a tackle and moves the chains.
So they have first and 10 here.
3 of 8 with 2 should have been picks. Okay, draw play. He gets a little lost, breaks a tackle. Right, draw weak side. I like the naked weak draw. Right? Like, you really are dropping back to throw. It really looks like he's going to pass block your weak side. That really sells it. And then you swing the arm open and give it to him. Like, that's a lot better than the strong side draws. I generally like that. So it's a good little motion. And he's got a chance. But he just runs into his own guy, still breaks a tackle. And then gets brought down 3 yards. Okay. 2nd and 7. Throwing to the backs is why I love I formation. Yes, on any play I have a running back and a fullback splitting opposing flats. Exactly, splitting the flats, Denny, and I know you know this, and the threat of the angle route, right? The classic Texas play, right? The tight end going out and then the running back angling back over the middle underneath, a fullback oftentimes. Absolutely love it. The fact that you can threaten the flat and also do those inside breaking plays, like if they're trying to overprotect the flats and you just angle it back in or wheel it or roll it back in, because that's not wheel. Wheel is flat and then up down the field. But yeah, you roll it back in, you angle it back in, can just like cut off the hip of the linebacker who's over covering you. God, I just love that. I'm glad that he pulled the ball back down because he was like off the back foot, right? The Chad Henne school of how to throw good. And then he's like, no, I'm going to set my feet. And I was just expecting a completion here. But it wasn't. It was swatted at the line. 0 complaints, swats at the line. Now, he was obviously trying to go with the ball right here. And that's not really where you want to go with the ball. The defense looks like it has cover 2 of a man sort. Yeah, it looks like cover 2 man. Just the classic, yeah, with the line stunt that we have. Yeah, this is the classic 2-man under. The cover 5, right? This is the one that the computer always has a hard time with. Like, you can just call this play over and over. You saw me against the computer, and it just struggles with that defense. And, hey, you can't blame Charlie Batch. The computer with Peyton Manning, everyone struggles with that concept. Not saying real life, but, yeah, he does. He should have been an Eagle. Fiegel the Eagle. Yeah, he got his master's degree and added the pump fake. Yeah, no, I like the fact that he looks like he's going to get his PhD in it. And maybe he did get his PhD because then he pulls it down and just casually throws it. Like, with a good feet set. We'd give Henne such a hard time where it would have been any other quarterback if we chose any other team. Because the games just do that. At least we can say that it's true in Madden 03 as much as it is in Madden 14, right? It's a problem that they just never found a way to get rid of, right? So first down, obviously gets the completion for 8 yards. What's the concept here? Yeah, this is one that we have in our regular book, where we kind of have like a mesh concept with the tight end and the wide receiver, and then we've also got this like, as the tight end comes across, we've got a high-low with the receiver and the tight end. Plus, we have a mesh with the tight end and receiver. I really like it when there's like two passing concepts that are complementary to each other, and they like come together as a third generic overall concept, if that makes any sense. So he throws it, and then you get the completion and the tackle. So pump, hold, and dump. Yes.
Four-man front this time. Drops back. Tosses it right. The defender's got it. Touchdown.
I was clearing my nose, and we got ourselves a pick six, son. Let's go. Who are you calling son? Generically, not any one person in my chat. Let's go. Dropping back to throw. And again, the ball is placed really shitty behind the guy instead of out in front. Like, is this a pick sixable ball if you're throwing the ball out here and he's got to go out and go get it instead of stop and turn around and lean back? Whatever, I don't know. We saw Rondé Barber take a couple of these back, and now the computer is taking them back as well. Okay, so we're just going to test. We can always put it back up if we think it's not good, but can we just one-click it? Dial it back so it's not so overpowered, but it still has these nice plays, right? Because I don't want these to be dropped. We've even seen a couple drops, but yeah, like I don't want this play to stop existing. But how far can we dial it back before we lose the ability to like intercept passes? It's really nice when you've got these two defensive teams making defensive plays and defensive scores. Boom and BRB, you got it, Denny. Denny moving his way up to number 2, but Asuka still has the number 1 spot. At 225 experience points. I think Denny is a comment away from tying that first place. I think they get 25 experience for each comment or something. I don't know how many points it is. It's such a silly, stupid feature. Like anyone gives a shit. Jason, PDSI, is still sitting at number 3 with 75 experience. Orochi Alter also at 75 experience. Yeah, I think you get it per comment. And my wife has 1 comment at 25 experience, and so does the Brock Randolph at 1 comment.
He kicks it off.
Funny.
That interception brought their last drive to a sudden halt.
Yep, 3 turnover city, all of them interceptions. The team who makes the fewest mistakes usually wins. 2x2 single backs and the receiver in motion. Asuka maintaining that number 1 spot with another comment. Let's go. 1 yard gain, but he operated the offense. He dropped back and he threw the little flick out. Right? So they started 2x2 and then they went 3x1. And again, you have this very easy play here. Right? Okay, maybe not so easy. He's probably going to run with it. I think he only abandons because the ball is thrown, right? Yeah, he only abandons because the ball is thrown. He's actually running ahead of the guy. So I understand. Okay, I take it back. I thought this was going to be an easy over-the-middle toss, but it isn't. He's actually going to run him down. This is Chad Scott? I know it's Scott. Obviously, it's on the back of the jersey, but I think Chad Scott, or whoever it is going to run him down. He only bails when the ball is in the air. And so we're actually throwing to the guy who gets the outside leverage, and we throw it outside enough, and a nice clean tackle. He said, you were number 1 on a channel with 25k subs once, and I got absolutely nothing for it. Exactly, they say you get nothing for it. I don't know what this top fan thing is supposed to be. But YouTube has really been trying to like encourage engagement by handing things out. Like, he tells me, like, oh, you've been given hearts by this channel, and you're the #1 watcher of this person's music and all that stuff. Like, I'm the top 0.5% of the channel infraction because I use them as my intro music all the time. Like, all I do is just play one intro song once in a while, and I'm like considered like their top listener, which is like kind of sad. The more people should listen to their stuff. It's really good. Pitch right. Broken the tackle. That's solid. And then a fumble.
40-yard line. They're losing the turnover battle.
If you give the ball
And that is a third turnover, but this one not an interception. Taking the ball and William Green going gablam. And then, is the knee down? I don't know. Maybe it is. It doesn't. I mean, it's not physically on the ground, but does the video game consider that down on the ground? Right? Maybe not, huh? Ball is out.
To the game. So the coach throws
Challenging the fumble, I think,
referee knows.
even though he's physically floating above the ground, is the game considering that the knee down? Because, I mean, we can see the bottom of their cleats. Like, there is no... Like, the cleats don't actually go into the grass, you know? Like, the fact that we can see the bottom of their cleats, right? That's the issue. There is no, like, actual ground.
Ruling on the field has been overturned.
Yeah, I think they're saying the knee was down. Yeah.
No timeout.
Like, the ground that we see and the actual ground are, like, two different things, right? We see the illusion of the ground, right? Even from here, like, you can physically see the bottom of their cleats. You can see their cleat spikes. I'm not saying they have to be invisible, but it's like they're literally not physically on the ground. There's an imaginary ground that they're sliding over, right? And in the process of doing so, I think he's considered on the ground from the game's perspective. Like, they see that's knee down, right? And then his butt is lower. Now his butt is actually on the ground at a point lower than hanging in the air. See, his butt is now legitimately on the real ground. That's so weird, but it's video game, bro. It is what it is. Okay. So still just 2 turnovers to 1.
I was able to talk to the team doctor.
That's the first fumble that I recall for a while. Like a true fumble, not the passing completion to Jerome Bettis.
Melissa, thanks for the update. Sounds like he'll be back very soon. Looking for blockers.
The draw play
3.
goes nowhere.
Runs in the backfield on that. So after that run, we can see how the
Yeah, Bettis 3 yards on 4 carries, huh? There's Clark Higgins. I mean, hey, Denny's the one that said put him in the game. And he's been performing, huh? Kendrell Bell got his bell rung against Green, and yet the 51 or 53 or whatever overall player, like, yeah, he's like about the same overall as his actual jersey number, right? He's getting it done out there, man.
third down, and they have a long way to go.
Nickel defense, sliding over,
Slides the defense from the gun.
sitting motion, more shifts.
Rolling out to his right. He goes to the left side. He just can't find a way to bring that one in. He threw that
A
one.
lot of contact.
He's really pushing his luck with a pass like that.
And it's just everyone run down the field. Just straight Hail Mary. That's all the play is. What a trash play decision. And yet he nearly mosses them. And yet 30 gets his hand on it. You got to be happy with the pass defense there.
Let's get
It's not just auto throw and catch, huh?
And they need about 9. Ball on their own 38. Zardaki is just about ready to punt this one away. Randall L. lines up deep for the punt return. Randall L. will return this punt. He had a nice one.
Hey, you want a useless, petty, go nowhere, meaningless rant real quick? You know what I can't stand? And it's absolutely useless. Like, yeah, it doesn't really bother me, but what I can't fucking stand, it's not black and gold. It's black and yellow. Packers are not green and gold. You're green and yellow. The 49ers, the Saints, and the Rams use gold. Fuck you. You're not gold, you're yellow. Jesus Christ. Do you know what fucking color is?
Let's get back to the play on the field. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 38. Gives the ball off. Breaks free of the defender. Slips.
Oh, that is a bust play. I don't care that it got called back. Didn't even probably missed it. We're gonna recommend the timestamp at like 4:03 or whatever. God. Denny, I hope you got a chance to see it. I know you said BRB or whatever. Just so good. Weak side run. Block. Yeah, it's 3. Okay. It's green eye right, no? Yeah, it's green eye right slot. Weak side run. Dan Kreider picks it up inside. The backside tackle picks it up. The inside receiver picks it up. He goes through, breaking the tackle of the linebacker, dragging him through like Jerome the Bus Bettis does. Just plowing through guys, not carrying, not slowing down at all. Even that little movement right there was so nice. Like the high knees. Just chugging and chugging. And then Holmes is trying to take him down and just like dragging him on the back to go forward. That's what's up. That looked like a Bettis run. Who cares about the flag? That's a good-ass run. But it got pulled back, and they have to throw, and it's a drop. Oh, it's a drop. I'm not saying wide receivers have to, like, catch everything. But maybe they need a little help. I know I don't want quarterbacks to throw for 400 yards a game, but come on. Help a dude out, huh? You're Plex and Heinz Ward. Come on, guys. Quarterback's going to get it to you. Help him out. Help a brother out, man. 2nd and 19. They just about made it like 2nd and short or even converted. When they do get a chance to make a play, you let them down, huh? Now, is this where the interception slider prevents it from being a pick six, right? I don't want pick six city all game long because that's what it looks like this was going to be, like a 7-7 ball game because of a pair of pick sixes. Do we need to increase interception by 1 click? Because they're going to throw it either way? I don't know. I always said we can dial it back up. Did I dial it down 2 clicks? Remind me, I don't even remember. Maybe click it back up 1. They're going to throw a pick six. Let them throw the pick six, right? Punish them for bad plays. Hey, he threw it to the running back on 3rd down.
Number 21 will stop short.
Now that's something you just can't have happen. When you run a play that's not designed to take it past the 1st down marker, you should have just punted it away on 3rd down.
Alright, so where is it actually at? Computer defense. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 14. I think I had it at 15, and I think I dialed it back to 1. I think I had it at 15. I might have had it at 16. We're at 14 right now.
Is back to punt. Davis lines up deep for the punt return.
Punt is away.
Davis signals fair catch on this punt.
And it rolls.
The defense will try to force them to punt again as they did the last time the offense had the ball. First and 10. Ball on their own 20. Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up to
Yeah, I'm not looking for a bunch of one-handed interceptions there. I'm fine with those are incompletions. Drops back, does the little step up in the pocket, looks, and then fires a ball. Like, just the fluidity in the pocket, it looks nice and clean and interesting and NFL-like. And yeah, they're just not throwing perfect passes either, right? That's why we have the 8 or 9 accuracy, whatever we're on right now. So they're not just throwing darts all over the place.
Couch under center. Drops back. Looking for an option. Gets rid of it.
The completion.
He's starting to make his presence felt. Game of 10.
I love the crowd getting loud. Drop back here, just nice little toss underneath. Pick up the yards that you need. Make it 3rd and 1. Settings. Where's the sound? Penalty, play, controller configuration. System. Audio. Crowd. Field.
It's 3rd down and a yard. Ball on their own 29. Couch sets up. He wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. Right up the middle. Not much there.
Yeah, they opened up the hole for him, but there was someone waiting on the other side.
Well, the crowd was chanting for the defense until I paused it, which might have messed up the presentation. But the nice little weak side run attempt, no block from the wide receiver, so that's just play calling problems. And now 2 defenders get in the way as they try to convert it. And Bell gets his tackle, and he got his bell rung earlier. Bell just comes back and says, "It's a long football game, and I'm going to get mine later."
He's back to punt. Ran the leg. Lines up deep for the punt return. Penalty marker down the field. He moves into the punt, setting up for the return.
I like it. I think we're gonna go down just a little bit to like 3/4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, let's do 75, 75. I like the good roar of the crowd in the field versus the commentators. Like a good sound balance.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 32.
And we still haven't finished the first quarter because of all my replays and talking, but that's what we're doing sliders for!
Through the middle. And he's tackled at the 31.
Right as the gun blew. Hope I didn't ruin the presentation completely. We've got a kind of a pulling trap thing here. Probably wasn't the original intention. I would think that 73 wants to block 50 in a perfect world. Not 55. I would think that 87 wants to go to 95, sorry. I would think that Mitch would want to go to 95 and 73 would want to go there, and then we want to kick out on 78. I think that's the real goal of this trap play, right? Get 73 going that way, get the single block here, get up to the next level, leave the outside hedge hang defender there, and get him kicked out, and then start running between 73 and 77 while you're kicking out. I think that's just another bad football play.
And we're ready to start the 2nd quarter. Dropping back. Batch passes it right.
Hey, there you go.
Does this guy have a strong arm?
Hey, in the game update, it has the 7-0 score of the Packers winning the game. It doesn't have their victory counted yet, even though the game's already been played and we know what the result was. The ticker down below, I wonder if it had an accurate ticker of, like, the scoring. Right? I like it. I think this one extra click of catching is nice. But it's just another boring everyone go deep play. Right? Just F it guy down there somewhere. One-on-one gonna moss you. We will moss you. The complexities of the NFL offense, such as everyone run straight down towards the end zone and I'll throw it to you.
It's 1st and 10.
Highly tactical. Go deep, I got you, bro.
Dropping back. He surveys the field. Gets rid of it. And this pass
And back to back, why not? They can't cover me. And the huddle Plex is like, bro, they can't cover me. Just give me a shot, man. They can't cover me. Split backs. And really, in a lot of ways, it's just the same kind of play, right? Yeah, it's just 4 verts. I mean, it's 4 verts with a tight end and the running back instead of, like, 4 wide receivers. But really, that's all it is. Just go deep, I'll get you the ball. And of the two, like, he kind of threw it to the wrong guy, right? Functionally, I mean, he's not being pulled away. Like, this should be the touchdown shot. And he threw it to the guy that had the coverage over the top. But he's like, bro, throw it to me. Just give me a chance. They can't cover me. I know I dropped one, but just give me a shot. That's how you end up throwing for like 400 yards in a game when the game is just like, zoom, zoom, zoom. Throw it down the field. Throw it really deep. Can't knock what works, right?
They'll go from the I formation using motion.
I left, switching to I right.
To carry it.
There you go, Jerome. And falling forward. Love it. 20 plays and 17 plays. 116 yards, 72 yards. Not much to break down here, right? 1st and goal. Little counter action.
Brings him down.
Now, is this Griffin? Griffith, yeah, this is a safety, not a corner. But still, coming from the edge and blowing up the bus. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever, bro, right? At some point, just give Griffith the credit for bringing the bus down, right? Because I think 3 tackle is going to be like way too outrageous.
2nd down. Goal to go.
Just came in and threw his shoulder right into the bus, and I guess it was enough. So 1 wide receiver, both tight ends to the left, handing the ball up the gut, and a broken tackle, and then falls forward into the end zone as Griffith also makes the tackle, but not before he crosses the line of scrimmage, or crosses the goal line, I should say. Right? Up the middle. Good blocks. Instead of just taking up the middle behind Dan Kreider, he does try to bounce out. And we see that Corey Fuller can't make the tackle. So just like the bus image that I showed before, there's the broken tackle, and then Griffith makes the clean tackle. Now, it matters where the goal line is, but that's a nice clean tackle, and just reaching forward and get the ball across and get points for your team. Nice clean football. What are you thinking, Asuka? What are you thinking, Denny? It looks like it says that I have 3 viewers right now. What are you thinking, person who's lurking and not commenting? Is it nice and clean? Good slider so far for the limitations of the game. I think it's looking good.
I think the whole team's happy after that one. Probably telling their defense to give them the ball back so they can go score again.
Maybe we don't have to, like, air quote, abandon the franchise. We can just... I mean, we still might abandon the franchise because there's going to be teams that people aren't controlling. Or y'all can help me together and help control the teams that no one's controlling. We still have to abandon it. And we're just adjusting those first 4 weeks of the season as the wild and craziness of the first 4 weeks of a season as teams get settled down, right?
Attempting to give his team good field position.
Oh, a fumble on the return and the scoop! And the broken tackle on the scoop! Let's go! Let's go! All of a sudden, it's looking like a Steelers blowout, and it's not because the offense is high power. We've got a pick 6 and a fumble 6 on a return. White, maybe you want to worry about holding on to the football more than just trying to bust a tackle? Boom, let's go. And then the broken tackle here. Jay Johnson not going to tackle Tillman. You got to play special teams. Denny's still lurking, yeah. And now when I called out who's the guy lurking, who's the person lurking at 3 viewers and 2 commenters, they just bounced. They felt called out, and now it says only 2 viewers. It's that batch magic, right? It's that number 9 magic. Maybe we need to change his number in the roster again back to 9, because in the default roster, I set it back to 16 like it's supposed to be, huh? Maybe that's just the magic of this franchise, right? Who'd have thought? Who's number 9 becomes 9, 9, 9, 9?
He sends it off.
I think Asuka, I'm just taking a guess here. Asuka is not the Steelers fan, just a Charlie Batch video game fan. Let's go to the NFL custom jerseys on the website and custom build a 9 Batch jersey for you, right?
It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 30.
Weak side trap. 2.5 yards per carry and 1.7 yards per carry. Isn't that just so ugly? And yet we know some of the reasons why it's so ugly. You're a Steelers fan because of Rodgers. Yeah, it's easy to root for a cross-conference team because you know that they don't have to play your team. I totally get that. It's kind of like I rooted for Kansas City for a long time because they had a bunch of former 49ers quarterbacks. Like, I was really happy to root for Kansas City when they had Alex Smith, just as I wasn't a boy when they had Joe Montana. This is why you have so many yards per carry and you just can't fix it with sliders. Right? You're running a pitch play right into the corners. If anything, that should still be like, please have a break tackle rating. Computer defense 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Offense, computer, running back ability 1. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At 14. Break some tackles against some corners, sucker. Again, we can dial it back. But 1.7 and 2-point-something yards per carry is the same problem we've been having from the beginning. Can't run the ball, and then all these zoom, zoom, zoom passes. Ugh. Nice defense there. It says, we're playing the Steelers this week in Week 8. Rooting for the Chiefs didn't age well for you. It's fine. 2 Super Bowl losses to Mahomes and all of that. Whatever. I mean, it hurts, but it doesn't hurt. Like, what hurts, what really, really, really hurts is Kyle blowing it. That's the thing. Kyle blowing it. I don't feel that Kansas City was the meaningfully better football team in those games. I feel that we just blew it. And all the credit to Chris Jones, who took over in the biggest moments of both of those games and made his presence known. Like, all the credit to the hard work of Kansas City. I'm not trying to, like, pull back on them earning a Super Bowl trophy, but I felt on that day, on that field, San Francisco was the better team, and the coaching let them down. The game management, like the play calling, I think that is what really cost them finishing the game. And all the credit to Kansas City's coaching and players for doing their job. Does that make any sense? Not to belittle their achievement, but I really feel that the 49ers lost more than Kansas City won, if that makes any sense. Yeah, and then Kyle was also the OC in the 28-3 game. Yeah, he's blown 3 Super Bowls. Absolutely. That's why it doesn't hurt so much. It's not like Kansas City came out and did what the Eagles did to Kansas City. Right? They didn't just... We weren't embarrassed off the field in those 2 Super Bowl losses. Like, we were getting embarrassed off the field against the Ravens. I know Ravens fans want to talk about the conspiracy theory of the lights going out. Maybe the lights going out was a conspiracy. Maybe Roger Goodell really did try to get the ratings back or whatever. And I know it's really hard to come back from halftime and still be hyped up, and then come back from the lights out and still be hyped up and play high defense. Like, the players themselves admit how difficult that was for the Ravens. But, you know, the game did come down to the wire. And it was an early blowout. And it was an interesting game in the end. It was good TV. Watching the Niners come back and have a chance. And that one doesn't hurt as much. What really hurt was the year before against the Giants and losing in overtime. Like, having Kyle Williams have the ball touch his knee and then the Giants score the points that it took to tie the game. Then having Ahmad Bradshaw fumble the ball, but the refs calling it forward progress, even though he literally was going forward and he literally was fumbling the ball and he was not, like, being tackled directly, like, to the ground or whatever. And the refs blew the whistle while the ball was being fumbled. Like, while it's, like, hitting the ground, they're blowing the whistle. Like, that was some bullshit. The 49ers completely got screwed on that against the Giants, and that should have set up the game-winning field goal. And then having Kyle Williams muff it in overtime and the Giants win, that hurt more than losing to the Ravens. Having a chance to go to that Super Bowl with Alex Smith and all that 2011 season, that hurt more. And watching Colin Kaepernick just completely mismanaged that last play. Like, they had 2 timeouts in their pocket, under 1 minute to play, but 2 timeouts, and the ball was on, like, the 18-yard line. And on first down, he throws the game-losing tip to Crabtree. Just like, he's got Sherman, and there are 2 defenders there with 2 timeouts and the time to throw anywhere else on the field. And he threw, like, a layup pass as though it were, like, a Hail Mary to end the game. Like, the way, if you watch especially the camera angle on the TV, if you watch that Colin Kaepernick pass to Crabtree, it looked like the confidence he threw it looked like as if there was a blown coverage and Crabtree was going to be wide open for an easy catch or something. That's what it looked like and felt like in the moment. If you get to go watch that play, that's what it looked and felt like. So many times you watch NFL football and the quarterback just, like, happily lays it up there, and you're like, oh my god, there's got to be a blown coverage and a guy wide open or whatever, oh my god. But no. It's like, what the hell are you doing, Colin? You literally just made, like, one of the most terrible decisions. When you literally have other downs, like, it's not wide open, you don't throw that ball. Throw it away, run with it, do something. You've got 2 timeouts. The ball's on the 18-yard line going in, like, you don't have far to go. What are you doing? And just, that's how we lost. That hurt more than the Ravens' loss. But this has been a good game so far. These have been good plays and catches. Like, while I'm talking, like, we're watching, like, a pretty good football game unfold, right? Like, they're throwing, they're catching. It's not all just zoom down the field, right? Like, we got a nice little cut block against a blitzer, right? We basically have the 3 down plus here, and, like, the 3-4, like, all of them are rushing, right? And then you basically have the double linebacker, like, the Mike and outside linebacker blitz, right? Basically both. Hagen's and them, right? And the cut block, and the throw, and the curl underneath. And then you can still, like, they're still tackling and all that. You said you disagree it hurts more when you lose a game where you should have. You disagree. It hurts more when you lose a game where you should have won as opposed to a blowout. I'll talk about that in a second. 2014, 2020, 2021 are some good examples for the Packers. It hurts to lose a game you should have. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, the Niners-Ravens Super Bowl, like, we didn't belong in that game. So, like, I get over it more. Like, it sucks. But yeah, like the thing that I do agree with you, Asuka, with that is like I said, that's what I feel like with the Seahawks championship and the Giants championship. That's also what I feel like the Rams championship with the Jaworski Tart dropped interception that could have sealed the game, and we just completely choked it away. Like those hurt. Losing the Super Bowl against Kansas City, like it hurts, but I just don't feel like our players lost it on the field. I feel like our coaches lost it. Like, Deebo Samuel was a rookie. He had like 16 point something yards per carry. He was torching Kansas City. He was just cutting them apart every time he got the ball in the first half. And the first drive they got the ball in the third quarter, he was cutting apart Kansas City. I can't find the footage. It's got maybe out there somewhere someone has like the post-game footage. But in the post-game, the Kansas City defender was asked what they thought of the game. And he said, we're surprised they stopped giving it to 19. We didn't have an answer for him, but they just stopped feeding him. Something along those lines where even the Kansas City defenders were like basically saying, like, and I'm paraphrasing from my memory from years ago, it's like even KC was like, why did they stop feeding Samuel? Like, we couldn't stop him. He was hitting the edge. Like, is it Brett Coleman and or Alex Rollins before the Super Bowl was played was talking about Kansas City's weak edge run defense, and San Francisco was just killing it. Like, Raheem Mostert had like 6.7 yards per carry. Deebo was crushing it. Like, they were just doing the same thing they did to Green Bay. They were like not in the same way, right? But they were just killing it in the run game. And they literally, after the first drive of the third quarter, Deebo never got a single carry for the rest of the game. Deebo didn't even get the ball faked to him. They didn't do a jet motion fake play action pass. They didn't call a screen to him. Like, you're literally killing them on the field. And I'm using literally, figuratively, intentionally, just to have fun with the English language. You're killing them out there on the field statistically. You're just dominating them. Even the other side of the ball, they know that they're getting their asses beat. And you just stop. Like, what the hell are you doing? This is where I think we need to click it back up one more. I don't know if I had it at 16, I clicked it to 14. But we're going to go one more, because if you're going to keep throwing these pick sixes or these interceptions, I don't want them all to just be auto-dropped. I mean, 21-0, but it's a pick six and a fumble six, right? It's not because of great offense. That's Kyle Shanahan for you. Can't win the big ones and choking big leads. Exactly. That's what feels so bad. And that was 2019. People are like, oh, well, if Emmanuel Sanders or if Jimmy Garoppolo had been a little bit more accurate deep ball thrower, then you guys could have... Bro, they had... I don't know the exact number. Like 4 runs? Whatever it was. Mostert hit like a 5-yard run and like a 17-yard run. And I'm not talking in a row. But then like Mostert came off of another 5-yard run to make it 2nd and 5. And we were down by 4. We needed a touchdown. Inside 2 minutes, I think 2 timeouts. Mostert ran it, and it was 2nd and 5, and he never ran it for the rest of the game. And all the rest of the game, it's less than 2 minutes, Paul. But he never ran it for the rest of the game. It was just like a play-action pass or whatever, and like a Kittle, whatever catch, whatever it was. We found ourselves with 1st and 10, ball on the 50, ball on the KC 49, whatever, it was midfield. And we called like 4 passes in a row, turned it over on downs, and then Kansas City ran it in and made it like an 11-point final score, when in reality we all know it was a 4-point game. Like, oh, it was an 11-point game because that's what the score says, and the defense didn't stop the other touchdown. Yeah, I get it. But like the game came down to that. You're down by 4. Like you had a 10-point lead. You had a 3-point lead. You were only down by 4. Like, you can take the lead. And you call 4 passes from midfield where Mostert had a 17-yard run and like 5-yard runs. Like, they weren't stopping him. So many Kansas City fans are like, we shut down the run. No, you didn't.
Catch and run.
Like, the only times the Niners had 2 or fewer yards per carry, if I remember correctly, were when they were in the goal line and there literally wasn't enough football field to gain more than 2 yards. I think there were like 2 carries other than the goal line where we didn't get like 5 or more yards on the run. Like, it was ridiculous. They didn't shut anything down. Kyle just stopped. And it was just Jimmy throw, play action throw, but throw. Yeah, we're going to go win the Super Bowl on Jimmy Garoppolo's arm. Right? Just how we got there.
They don't want to go into the half down by this much.
Jesus.
They're going to need some good throws.
4
Management here.
passes in a row. Obviously, you're not going to run on 4th and 10, but you have the time and the timeouts. Like, you just got to stay balanced and, like, pick up the yards. There's the pick. I mean, this is what happens. Like, I'm not going to click the interception down. He needs to do a better job throwing the football. Like, they're making bad decisions out there. There's no slider for make better decisions. Right? Like, the coverage is there. If anything, if you just wait a moment, you got this breaking open. Right? By the very design. I don't know what this kind of stuff is. But it looks like, yeah, he's breaking out like that. And that's what you throw. There's no slider for stop being dumb. Right? They're covered too. And you can say, well, he panicked because of this. Like, yeah, you'd be right. He panicked because of it. You're right. But, like, I'm fine with this interception slider because he's actually catching it, you know?
Let's get back to the action on the field.
I think it's a good game so far.
Run those 2-minute drills in practice. A situation like
But then the second time in the Super Bowl,
this isn't the scout team defense.
like, I've probably talked about it on my channel before, but I'm still never going to get over it. Like, it's 3rd and goal or 3rd and 5 or whatever, like, ready to go in. And I know Juwan Jennings got open and all that, but you're facing Chris Jones. And regardless of where you rank him as the best defensive tackles active in the league, I don't know if Aaron Donald had retired yet or not, but Chris Jones, if he's not number 1, he's in the top 3. I didn't think DeForest Buckner, I don't know about in 2025, but DeForest Buckner is one of the best defensive tackles in the league. But Chris Jones, he's up there as like one of the top defensive tackles in the league. And I believe we had an injury at right guard. So I believe we are our backup right guard, who I also think was our starter but then was replaced. But like, we're on our backup rotational right guard, right? And we got Chris Jones on the line on a 3rd down. And I don't even think it was play action like action. They pulled the center. They pulled the center and let Chris Jones be blocked one-on-one by a backup guard who blew up the play. Like, how do you not tag Chris Jones and double him? Kansas City doesn't have a single defender anywhere close to that defender on that roster on that season. Because, you know, Honey Badger was like a really good player and all that, but I don't think he was even in that Super Bowl. Like, how do you not just double Chris Jones and let the rest of the offensive play out? But you let Chris Jones take over the game on that 3rd down. And then, we've all talked about it already, but Kyle Shanahan and his team didn't know the overtime rules. While Andy Reid made sure his team knew the overtime rules in training camp, and then Travis Kelce says they went over it each week of the playoffs. They went over it, they like had a team meeting, they talked about, here's the rules, here's our strategy, like here's our philosophy, like we want to defer, but if we get the ball first, whatever. You know, like they had their play call, like the corn dog play was going to be their go for 2 play, but they didn't need to save it for go for 2 because a touchdown was going to win it, so they used corn dog to score the game-winning touchdown. Like, they know that if the other team scores and they get the extra point, that they're going to go for 2, and their philosophy was we're going to win or lose on 1 play, and that 1 play is going to be corn dog. Like, they had a plan, a strategy all in place, and Kyle Shanahan, after having the rules explained to him and losing the game, was interviewed after the game about like what they would do different or whatever, and he said it would have been nice to score there and not give Mahomes the ball back. Bro, Mahomes was going to get the ball back even if he went for 2. Even if he scored a touchdown and went for 2, Mahomes is going to get the ball back. And you still, in the post-game interview, didn't know the fucking rules? to me, that was like the fireable offense. You just lost the Super Bowl and still didn't know overtime rules, or the other team had a plan on how to win the game in overtime? Like, I don't have enough middle fingers. Should they go to EA or Kyle Shanahan? God.
In the dime. Tosses it right. McCutcheon stopped him there, and according to our numbers, that's tackle number 6 for him.
But that's why, like, Asuka, the Super Bowl doesn't hurt as much. Because I don't feel the players on the field lost that game. I feel the coaching staff did, and I just feel numb to it. Right? Like, Kyle Williams blew the game. Right? Alex Smith in that offense not being able to convert a single third down. Yes, they were 1 of 13, but they were literally 0 of 12. The only conversion the 49ers made in 2011 against the Giants was the last play of the game was like a third down, do nothing, the clock is running out, and he just had a check down, and the guy technically converted it on a third down, and then the time ran out was overtime. But they were technically 1 of 13, I think, but they were really 0 of 12 on third down against the Giants. Like, the players just didn't do enough, right? My friend was making the comment, like, before the game happened, like, through the entire playoff run, I say entire playoff run, it was 2 games, but, like, we were just expecting Deshaun Goldson, the safety, at any point versus the Saints or the Giants, to just have maybe a pick 6 or at least a big-time pick. Like, you're just expecting 38 to run across the screen, nab a ball, and start going the other direction at any point, because he would do that a few times that year, both as a big hitter and, like, making some good collective picks. What a nice return, huh? A return to end the half. Let's go. You seeing this? 94-yard kick return. That's when I know that the sliders are doing something right, when kicks can be returned. We had that when Wild Jeffrey was here. The run blocking is enough that there's actually blocks on the field. A guy gets blown up. He's able to use his running back ability to juke, and then is able to run with no illegal blocks, and he's able to house it. And suddenly we have ourselves a little bit of a football game here, huh? The fact that a kick can be returned gives me hope. They're going for 2. But yeah, we were expecting like a Goldson, like, big-time play that never came or whatever. Just like, you're just expecting certain... Oh, he's going to run it! Let's go! The quarterback can run it! We watch like Michael Vick play and he doesn't run it. The goal line is right in front of him. They know they need to have it. And he's actually willing to look downfield to try to find someone open. Fell on his butt. You gotta love this from Porter. Legal contact and just drops the dude. He's sitting on his ass. Throw me the ball, quarterback. He's trying to stand up while the play is live. This is like give up. He's not even trying to pop back up or get open. That kind of sucks. But the quarterback's like, fine, I'll do it myself, Thanos style, huh? There was a message by Asuka and then deleted. Okay. Hey, now it's a 2-score game if they keep going for 2s, right? Wow.
Miller looks like he's just about to
Oh.
kick this one off. He kicks it off.
Yeah, I think maybe one of the reasons why those Super Bowl losses to Kansas City don't hurt as much
The Browns take over.
is just like I said, like, maybe I'm just old and I'm numb to it now. I've seen enough heartbreaking losses where I just shrug and I'm like, fucking Kyle, man. It's fucking Kyle.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 20.
Like, I can't even be hurt by it, you know? Just fucking Kyle.
4-man front this time. They'll go with the pass. Throws it. Johnson, the intended receiver. Washington batted that pass down.
The receiver just didn't have good position on it.
We always find a way to let them back in the game. I'm just happy to see a kick return work. I'm happy to see the quarterback ran with the football. I know it's a pass deflection. It's just more like, please, just throw it to him. Make me do something in the sliders to make you cover the flats. But that's your play, huh?
Play on the field. 2nd and 10. The quarterback gets set with only one back behind him. Back to pass. Couch. Passing right
Just tips across the board. No complaints there. What is the call here? Obviously no, it looks like nickel, right? Yeah, nickel defense. Looks like you're blitzing both the linebackers. Maybe you're blitzing one and the other one is blitzing because it's pass pro. Yeah, it might be like the weak linebacker blitz and then the other one is in man coverage, but he blitzes because it's the pass pro.
third and long.
And then you got a 3rd and long. And it's gun, so this play is probably going to fail.
Quick drop. Passing to his left. He hits
Lucky, nice good shot, huh?
the stop at the 30.
That's not fair to say lucky. That's just an executed play, right? Bumping the chest with his teammate. Tight end. It's not even a curl. Nice. It's just a little clear out route and then a corner route, right? Nicely delivered ball out in front, not behind his guy. What's the defensive coverage? Is it a kind of a cover 3? I definitely see a safety high. It could be... the way that's pressing doesn't look like cover 3 because he would be deeper. Is it some kind of cover 1 or like a roll zone coverage? I can't quite tell.
Back to the game.
Where would they press? Like a cover 6 of sorts? It could be like a cover 6, right?
Ball on their own 34.
Where the right side is in the flats, but the left side is in like a cover 4 kind of shell or something.
An offset on.
No, but that wasn't a short shell. I don't know.
With the throw. It's batted away. He could
So I also like that Plex is catching some of those passes, and yet the Browns don't have the talent to just moss everyone. So it's not like auto, right? And we're getting the pass deflections, and we're getting... Like, it's not just you throw the ball up and then they catch all of them. I'm not even saying, like, we need to raise the wide receiver catching rating anymore. The fact that Plex gets 6'6" can just go up there and moss people, but it's not an auto completion. That's good.
2nd and 10. Ball on
Yep,
their own
6'9".
34. Couch sets up.
I think you mean the coverage, right? Yeah. Cover 6, cover 9.
Gets his hand on it. They could crush it.
Dropping back. Looks like cover 2. Yeah, just classic Tampa 2. This is also what's nice in this game that I don't see like in Xbox 360 Madden. Is this game will do like the cover 2 rules a little bit better. Is yeah, he's going to protect the flats, but he'll actually drop back and play the ball. Like in Madden 14 or whatever, they're in this area, and he'll just let him go, and then he'll just come up and like block this area out. But in this game, even though it's cover 2 zone, he will bail back, right? He doesn't just sit there like this and let the guy run past him. He actually bails and reacts to it.
And welcome back.
Like, yeah, here's your intended flat zone, but it's okay to trail back and high-low the guy with the safety.
So they dug themselves into a hole here, a long 3rd down situation.
All right, well, they converted the last 3rd and gun. Now it's 3rd and gun again.
DB, the defense is in the nickel.
Do they have a play dialed up for this one? Or are we punting?
Gets rid of it.
Another catch! Move the chains on another 3rd and gun, huh? Is there an injury? Is he getting back up?
This guy's going to be in the All-Madden team.
And he's celebrating. Yeah, you gotta fix your face mask, huh, buddy? So they can go up there and get it, but it's not a guarantee. Sometimes it's just whoop. And at least, I keep saying this over and over against many streams, at least he's trying to defend the pass. Because in Madden 2002, he really wasn't even trying to defend the pass.
And we go back to the game.
There's an attempt. And we actually see deflections.
So they have 1st and 10 here.
2 tight ends to the right, 2 by 2. 2 receivers right, 2 tight ends to the left, sorry.
Looking
Single back, dropping back, tossing out to a tight end.
And he makes the grab. And the defender brings him down at the 32-yard line.
Hey, they're making connections. They're getting the ball down the field. They're sending pressure off the edge here. Right? They're sending Clark and Gilden. They've got the free rusher. Quarterback drops back, then steps away from the free rusher. And just tries to one-on-one and gets the little underneath angle route. It's really hard to cover in the NFL. Like, just all the ways that they can use leverage of your body against you. And the tight end can use his body to block out the ball. You know, wall you off. Right? But a nice tackle against the tight end. To me, it says the tackle rating is probably where it needs to be.
First and 10. Ball on the 32-yard line.
This the Madden comeback code that people complain about, / the Steelers playing down to their competition.
Bell breaks the play up in the backfield. Not a decisive move for the ball carrier there, Johnny. Just couldn't decide where he wanted to go.
Yeah, and that's not the way you want to go. But against this defense, you don't have a heck of a lot of choices.
Good little commentary there. This is weak eye and then dive right here. And there's only so much that one can do. And we just don't break the tackle, which again I'm fine with. Kendrell Bell got his bell rung earlier, and then he's come back with a vengeance on at least 2 big-time tackles, returning the favor to Green. He's getting some good completions out here. I'm not going to pause this game and go to the replay. You can hear the crowd get loud, but now they're dying down. That sucks. Come on, you keep it loud. I love the defense clap clap, but I wish it didn't drain away. I'd want to hear the crowd get real loud right now. Now they're just like kind of quiet and don't care. That sucks. Doesn't ruin the game, but... Oh. Ooh, 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 ooh!
Smith with the tackle at the 17. Now let's have a look at
Yeah, 2.5 and 3 yards per carry, huh? Well, we know why. Got a nice pull. Nice little down block by the center. We've got 80 and 67, sorry. And then kind of a broken tackle, but he's trying to get off the block, so whatever. And just angling, and then running over a defender like a secondary player. That's the corner, right? Yeah. William Green running over the corner I'm fine with. Right? And then going for a ride here with Aaron Smith, right?
So let's pick up the action. They're in the red zone. Couch under center.
No amount of run blocking rating, slider, whatever, is going to make this any better when they have bad run calls.
Here they come. Passing right.
Little toss, little underneath catch.
Stop them there, and according to our numbers, that's
When they're just covering over the top. Nice clean blow up tackles, huh? To not knock it loose, not have a fumble or something.
first down and goal to go. Ball on the 4-yard line.
Defensively, as long as you don't let them cross the goal line, that's all that matters, right? You live to play another down. Swatting it away. The field is a lot tighter. There's a lot less room to work with.
All over that one. They're lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
So it's second and goal.
Browns, you just can't accept a field goal here.
Two tight ends on the field this time. Dropping back.
Another pass.
Morgan.
Another swat.
Scott did a nice job knocking that ball down. You know, the quarterback needs to put that ball in a position where the defender can't get to it.
That didn't happen there. Okay, goal line, just one-on-one toss. Yeah, it's just bad positioning, bad decision. I'm all bad. Is that this guy trying to say it or something? 82? I don't know. Yeah, like this guy isn't open over the middle. Right. Interesting.
Play on the field. So now we have 3rd and goal.
3rd and goal from the 4-yard line.
Man in motion.
2 incompletions, 3rd down. Hand off for nothing. I mean, when that kills the yards per carry, I can't complain.
Real estate there.
Yeah, you talk about patience and not over pursuing.
They're going to go for it on 4th? Because
Defense did not
what's a field goal going to do for you? You don't even cut the score in half to 12 points.
Dawson looking to make a good kick here. And it's up. A nice kick, and it's good. So they ran more than 10 plays on that drive, yet they just couldn't keep it going, and because of that, the drive ends with 3 points instead of 6.
They were able to pick up a few first downs there to give their kicker a chance. And he was able to do the rest to make it an effective drive.
Kardaki looks like he's just about ready to kick this one off. He gets the kick away. Number 22 will try to bring this one back. Pittsburgh is starting to pull away.
Well, why don't we take the break here to look at some stats, shall we? 3 interceptions. I mean, we know what that's like. 145 yards passing, 44% completion, 50% completion, 1 pick. Not outrageous passing numbers. While I don't love the run numbers,
And we're back.
I blame it on the play calls. Yeah, Asuka, I agree with you, but I guess they're just trying to reward with some points and hope that they can just make it closer, right?
He hits his receiver.
I mean, in theory,
That guy's always had a great arm.
it just means it's like the extra points for 3 touchdowns, right? Now you can just go for the extra point, right? It's like going for 2 on 3 different touchdowns in a row. Right, you score 3 touchdowns and a field goal, that's 24 points. That's what the Steelers have, right? And you're going to have an 8-point lead, so you need 2 touchdowns.
It's 1st and 10.
Even if you miss the extra point, you still got the 3 points. 8 takes you to 19. It's not enough. Whatever. I don't know.
Gets the delayed handle with the kick.
I mean, I guess what? Like, what's that math? If you score 2 touchdowns right now, and you go for the extra point, you're winning by 1, right? Because you went for 2 earlier,
Well, we have a stop.
right? Or what is that? 14? Yeah, 25, right? Yeah, they have 24. If you get 2 touchdowns, they got 20. You got 25. They got 24. You're winning by 1. So maybe that's why they did it. Passing numbers are what you would expect from the game, yeah?
No timeout will be charged to the Steelers.
So he takes advantage of the option to challenge the play, and it pays off.
Yeah, the fact that the passing game is being reined in is like a big win for us so far here. And we've seen some big plays, some deep downfield big-time catches, without it being just the entirety of the offense. The safety here, right, taking down Bus, still like to see an improvement in the run game. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I don't want to lower it to 2.
And we go back to the game.
But I'd still like to see the strength and break tackle. What did we see, like 97 or 95 or whatever it was out of Bus?
Sends the man in motion.
Like, I'd like to see him run guys over.
On the run. Looks like they'll mark it at the 36-yard
Like, I think Griffith is a very good safety. So I'm less concerned with his his tackle, I should say. Like, it's an angle. It's not shoulder pad versus shoulder pad, like straight up north and south running. It is an angle. But Bettis, like, stiff arming. It's Robert Griffith, right? And he's like a good safety. Am I not mistaken, correct? It's one of the reasons why I think the Browns have like a 93 rated defense in this game. There's like Courtney Brown and other players. Like, they've got some good defenders here. And there's just a double team tackle. It's just good Madden 03. That's one of the video game features. Faneca comes across and picks up the safety and gives Bettis a place to run behind Alan Faneca. Like, that's solid. And this is that Madden 2003 back of the box feature. The gang tackle. Right? Holmes and a defensive lineman. Like, I don't complain about that at all. 46 plays, 41 plays. Line up for the field goal to try to undo the field goal the Browns made.
Peterson heads out to try this field goal. He gets off the long field goal try. A nice kick, and it's good. So John drive comes up a little short, even they might have liked, but they still managed to come away with a field goal.
Yeah, the 11-minute quarters is good. Gives us the correct plays per game. If we're getting relatively good performance out of the individual players and the stats, then you're going to get realistic game results. Right, as opposed to a shorter quarter length or anything.
This one in the air. He sends it off. White is heading upfield. The Browns take over on offense at the 27-yard line. First and 10. Ball on their own 27. Green tucks it away. Can't bring him down. Number 53 records the stop at the 28, and that tackle gives him 3 in the game.
Running up the middle. Trying to follow blocks. Breaks a block against the tight end. I can't complain about that. Breaks a tackle. I guess the defender trying to chase from behind. So it's not, again, it's not a heads-up, downfield kind of Oklahoma drill. It's a guy trying to catch from behind, and you're keeping him at arm's length. And then you're just getting torn up. Like,
To the action on the field. About 8 yards. Ball on their own 28. Couch under center.
yeah, that's why they should have gone for the touchdown. Yeah, I agree with you, Asuka. I'm just trying to see like what their logic is.
And he stopped at the 31-yard line. That time the offense won.
There's Higgins just doing his job. Denny's got to feel justified choosing Clark, right? Like, despite the low overall rating, Clark is just playing good football, right? It shows you, like, you don't have to be, like, a 90-plus overall to be any good. Though it still begs the question, should Clark Higgins, as he's rated, be tackling Green? That's a whole other question. Should Clark Higgins, the person, be tackling him? Yes. Should Clark Higgins, the Madden 2003 50-something overall rated player, be tackling him? I don't know about that. And you're like, yep, strength, yep. Yeah, no, you made the right call. Clark is playing really great football out there. And then some Browns logic goes out the window. Yeah, exactly. Hey, he threw it to the back. And while it's fourth down, they throw to the backs on fourth down. Not whenever they're wide open. Yeah, the nice little, quick little dump off. Pick up the yards. Like, you need this many yards, and you come up like inches short. Imagine if you did this on first or second down, and you just started completing more plays. I mean, I'm sure that we don't want the quarterback throwing like 15 completions to the running backs and not targeting wide receivers at all, but by the same token, it's like, can you find the open man? And I remember people complaining about like the auto robot QB that just knows where everyone is open all the time. I think that might be like more of a Madden 05, 06 kind of complaint. Maybe they went too far in the other direction and they just like the Robo QB was the expression back in the day.
Batch sets up. Looking upfield. Tries the middle. That run won't move them far.
The lineman just failed to open up any holes to run.
That's so bad. It's so bad. What else do we have to do? We're getting the drive off the ball. Like this is the line of scrimmage. Like dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Right? Like, getting a new line of scrimmage. There's only one white jersey there. Like, everyone is getting shoved. What more do you want out of the running game in terms of blocking? And you're just like, you gotta run through this guy. Give me something to work with here, folks.
So let's pick up the action.
Give me something to work with. I don't want the tackling so low that just like a wide receiver catches it and they just shed every block and then it's like 80-yard touchdown passes because the corner can't tackle the wide receiver and we're just getting like, oh, yep, 500 yards throwing. You just complete one pass, broken tackle, no one left to tackle him. It's a touchdown. Right? But come on. Bus doesn't feel like Bus in this game. And William Green, while not a great back, he is more of a power back. And it's just like, okay, fine, the Steelers tackle William Green. Great, but the Bus doesn't feel like the Bus at all. Like, this is more prime Bus. This is not like 4 carries for 1 yard and 3 touchdowns or whatever, right? Whatever it was he had that one game that was like ridiculous stat line. He had like 1 yard and 3 touchdowns or whatever it was.
We'll go back to the play on the field. About 8 yards. Ball on their own 21.
Yeah, I think we're figuring out this passing game, especially with the lack of talent at both quarterback positions. I think we've got something solid here. But it's the run game that needs to be opened up more. And they're both good defenses, but I want to see more from the run game than 2 yards a carry. That's why we just cranked it all the way up to 18 in running back ability and down to 2 in tackling. Let's see something here, folks.
4-man front this time. Green gets the toss. He'll look for room on tackle.
He spun out and, yeah, gets taken down, fine. 50 plays in 44.
Doesn't have to pick up a ton of yardage. You just want to do something that the defense has to be aware of.
2nd and 7 coming up here. Ball on their own 38. Couch gets set. Dropping back. Sets up into the pocket. Passing right. Knocked away. Johnson drops.
It's frustrating as a coach when you see a guy make a great one-handed catch. And then drop the easy.
Crowd is happy. And then the crowd dies down. Okay. Yeah, they're trying to moss it up, and it's defended well. I like it. I like the no-fly zone, right? I mean, that's the definition of this thing on the all over the field. The no passing zone flag up there. 2, 3, 4 right next to them. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 no passing zone flags out there. And there's the pick. There's the Polamalu pick, right? The diving interception. No, the true Polamalu pick, obviously just aside from the open field, center field catch, is the deflection that looks like it's just going to fall incomplete, and then he dives and gets it, right? But there you go. I think the interception slider is just fine. I think it's just the decision-making of the quarterbacks.
So they have first and 10 here. Ball on the 46-yard line.
Can we get a running game, please?
Four-man front this time. On the count.
Like that?
The tackle. Miller records the tackle at the 41-yard line.
At least they're giving him the carries. He's finding his way, and he's saying, no, sir. I like to see that.
And welcome back.
Like, obviously, the average isn't going to go up by very much with all these carries and all these not gained yards. It's not going to shoot up to like 4 yards per carry after just a couple touches, but let's see an improved performance here, folks.
Gets the delayed handoff. Breaking free.
There he goes.
Right side.
Running through two guys and then getting brought down. Running through an arm tackle is what I like to see. I mean, we just saw it multiple times with the slowdown leg. The dive. See, this is where Madden 2002, people were like, okay, they used to shoulder roll. Like Griffith in 33, they would just like flop to the ground and do nothing. So Madden 2002 also doesn't just flop to the ground. Like, I always call it the shoulder roll. And you even saw it, I think, in Madden 12 or whatever. They would just come up and they would just drop to the ground with their shoulder and lead the way and then just roll on the ground and not affect the animation at all. In Madden 03, they fixed that because like they're not doing that. They're just kind of moving around and waiting for the break tackle animation to stop so they can at least engage with a tackle. And so at that point, like, he's out of the animation, and now we're ready to start a new one. But no one's in position to make an actual tackle. So Bus is like, hey, I got to make a special move. And now they've transitioned out of animations. And there's no way Griffin has got a chance. Griffith has a chance to truly tackle Bettis. This is another, like, leaping arm tackle that's not going to go anywhere. And he just pulls his way out of it, which I'm really glad to see. And then Bush here. Like, should Bush really be making this tackle? I don't know, but like a few twists, and Bettis didn't have a chance to get low again. So I like seeing that a lot more. Shoulder roll was the only way to tackle Bettis, like diving speed bump to trip him up. Yeah, but the game would literally just, like, when I know what you mean. I agreed, Denny. Maybe I'm just being silly, but the video game would literally just shoulder roll. You just flop on the ground, and then you have no impact on the play. Like I said, you'd be in this animation here, and then the other guys are just flopped on the ground, like laying here, here, and here. And, like, yeah, 24 and 33 would both be just laying on the ground, and then he'd have the edge, and he would just run straight that way. Because there's no one else that force him to make this jump inside, right? He'd just plow right through it. Like, one of these guys would get stuck behind the other guy. Like, yeah, this block is happening. 52 would get stuck. Potentially 50 or whatever, and it would just be like touchdown in Madden 2002. So I think 03 has done a better job of, like, reining that in and making you earn the yards.
Get set. Bruner in motion. Gives the ball off. Moving outside.
Good little double team tackle, but then it gets pulled back because of the holding. Yet we're also losing our yards per carry because some of these good runs are getting called back. In the Tampa Bay game, I think the Raiders-Steelers game we opened up with, we've got several good runs that are getting called back with these holds. And I might actually go in and say penalties, holding, click it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it was at 55 or whatever. 1, 2, 3, I don't know. 2, whatever.
Back to the field.
And you say, oh yeah, Madden would cheese that flop. Yeah, exactly. I've said it many times on my channel. 2 is fun. 3 is the first good Madden. If Soft Drink TV calls 4 the first great Madden, 03 was the first good Madden.
Gets the ball off. And it looks like this one will be spotted
even with 2 tackling, it's not just like not so impossible. Like these corners are tackling like crazy. I remember we saw like we didn't want Junior Seau having his tackles broken left and right by nobodies, but these corners are just crushing it. They're just instant tackling people. We can dial it back up to 2, but oh.
On the 34-yard line.
Corners are just flying in like missiles and just cleaning things up.
The Steelers using motion.
Too effectively, I think.
Number 21 pucks it away. Off the gun. And he stopped at the 31. And he picks up about 4.
And you can see the Steelers clearly, like with the lead, just grind it out. Who cares if there was a holding call? We're still going to hand the ball off. Fuck you, right? We still, like, got 9 yards or whatever on 2 runs or whatever, because now it's 3rd and 11, right? Or whatever the yardage is. They're...
Looking to throw. Steps up with the pass. Randall L.
And Randall L did not come down with it this time.
Too much on that one.
That pass was clearly overthrown.
Is that going to go down as a drop? No, it's just going to go down as an incomplete. Just wasn't... Even if increasing the wide receiver catch to 20, I don't think he's going to get that unless they just warp him into position. BRB, gonna get dinner. Okay, provecho. Bon appetit. And grilled meatloaf. Let's go. Meatloaf sandwich, bro. Meatloaf sandwich.
Here's the long attempt. And that kick is right on target.
7 plays, 9 yards. Barely over a yard per play.
It's nice to have a guy that can make your drive worth 3, even if you don't get in the end zone.
Nice 5-hour stream. It's only like our 3rd game of the day, isn't it?
Will be kicking off.
We didn't even finish the Raiders Steelers. We finished the Rams game, and we're finishing this game, right? They take an hour and 20 minutes-ish, but then all the extra time talking and going over plays.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense, number 27.
He yanked his helmet, and it cost him.
With his helmet on sideways like that, I bet he thought his whole head had just been readjusted on his neck.
So they have 1st and 10 here. Quick drop. Looking for an option. Couch sends the pass away. Breaks the tackle. Hope, but they
See,
don't.
that's the problem with the break tackle rating. Or not the break tackle, but the tackle rating. Okay, can't arm tackle. No one else is bumping or doing whatever. And that's how you get like a lot of passing yards, right? That's where I want like 2 or 3 tackling. But do we increase the running back ability? I think it's going to need to be at 3.
So we've reached the end of the 3rd quarter with the Pittsburgh Steelers ahead of the Cleveland Browns, 30-11. And we'll start the 4th quarter. 1st and 10. Ball on the 29-yard line. Couch under center. Drops back, passes it out to the left. It's picked off.
These guys are known for solid, fundamental football. See them turn it over like that is very unusual.
Yeah, okay, John. Sure, whatever you say, John. Yep.
Back to the game. First and 10. Ball on their own 13.
What's the stats at now? Like a shitload of interceptions. That's what I was worried about. Yeah, 5 picks. I mean, 5-pick games happen in real life, too.
And we go back to the game. Boyer got very good penetration there. Looks for a seam in the middle, but there's nothing there.
The defense had great penetration, and they were right there to cover their gap assignment.
I mean, it's just run it right at the defender. I mean, sometimes it is what it is. We were playing with 5 computer awareness. I cranked it up to 10. I'm going to crank it down to 8. Not because of that one specific play, but let's see what happens.
Dropping back, throws over to his right, and he makes the grab. Charlie Batch has just broken the 200-yard mark with that pass. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 24.
I mean, the Browns' only production is a kick return and a field goal, right?
Morris goes in motion.
And 5 turnovers.
Bettis moving upfield, and it looks like they'll mark it at the 29. Gain of 5 on the play.
Gain of 5 from Bettis, I'll take it.
2nd and 5.
More I-Twins action.
Dropping back with the throw, and it's complete.
Nice.
And he steps out of bounds at the 48. Ward makes his first of the day.
His first Hines Ward catch of the day, huh? Yeah, that's where I think we need the tackle rating up to 3 or 4, but because they're just bumping, not even trying to initiate anything.
And we go back to the game.
I think we have something here. I think we're just dialing it right now.
1st and 10.
I went down to 7 defensive awareness, but I might go back up to 9 or something.
Dropping back, passing right, and this pass is completed. McCutcheon did a nice job to get in on the play and record his 8th tackle.
I mean, it doesn't matter what the awareness is on that play, right? Seven, 8, 9.
Let's get back to the action on the field.
It's like, Paul, let it go from one more than one play. I know, I get it. I'm just...
It's 1st and 10.
It's my gut feeling.
Yard line. Nice move. He might have
Good.
gotten a yard or two.
That guy got knocked around by that defense. He needs a little protection from his linemen.
2nd and 9. Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. With the carry. He's looking upfield.
Yep, breaks the tackle, makes a big time play, and it's not being called back by a penalty.
Sure did.
Okay, that just fell.
And charged right into the end.
Okay, nothing important. Great, so what? 20 out of 20 ability, a stiff arm to keep the defender from tackling him, even though it's set to 4 tackle. And then he makes his little move. Yeah, we're at 9 defensive awareness. We're at 4 tackling. We're at perfect ability for the running back. It's not exactly the kind of Bettis play that I'm looking for, but I like it. What if we computer offense 19 it? Because 18 wasn't good enough.
Back to the field. The kick is up, and he tacks on the extra point. And so they're able to move the ball the distance and punch it into the end zone.
They did everything they had to on that one.
Because I'm not looking for NFL like 40, 50, 60-point games, whatever. But it happens, right? Sometimes games just go out of control. I mean, you got 5 turnovers, and you score 5 touchdowns or whatever. 4 touchdowns is 28, right? So
Bring this one upfield. The Browns have their work cut out for them as they take over at the 30.
5 times 7, 35, and what's the score? 34 or something? 37. So the 2 extra points. I don't know where that came from, but whatever. Yeah, the field goal was 3, but did they miss like a 2-point conversion or something?
Looking to pass. Throws over to his right. Johnson was the intended.
Awareness is still high enough to knock those passes down.
On that play.
Yeah, he's lucky the defender didn't come away with that pass.
And now they've got to abandon the run game completely because they're getting just blown out so badly.
2nd and 10. Couch sets up. He's going to throw. Looking for an option. Gets the pass off, and he lets it slip out of his grasp. Well, the quarterback did his part. So let's pick up the action. Third and 10. Ball on their own 30. Looking downfield. Looking for an option. Gets the pass off, and they're able to connect on that one. The 40.
Let's go.
Down at the 37-yard line. A display of good concentration by the receiver.
If he can make catches like that regularly, he can expect to see more passes thrown in his direction.
1st and 10. Ball on the 37-yard line. He'll go with a pass. Rolling right. Goes over to his right. Hits his man with the pass. Perfect spiral on that pass.
With an arm like that, there isn't a pass that he can't make.
Melissa, do you have an update for us?
Well, Al, it doesn't look good. I spoke to the team doctor, and he indicated that it's the type of injury that would take some time to heal. They're hopeful.
There you go. He actually threw it to the back, huh?
Melissa, thanks for the update.
And there's your holding.
It's not that serious.
Holding. Offense. Loss of 10 yards.
It's not that there shouldn't be a single flag, but come on. You're killing like every good play. What's it set to? Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dead 50. Dead 50. You're killing so many good plays with a holding. And so often, it's not a holding like they're trying to protect the quarterback. It's like the pass is getting complete. Like you see, it's a 10-yard penalty, but after he gained like how many yards? It was going to be 2nd and 2, but it's like a 10-yard penalty, so it's 2nd and 12. It's holding after the completion. It's not even like trying to stop a pass rusher. It's just like, we need to throw a holding flag. Fuck you. Right? Or they get past the line of scrimmage and they're like into the secondary of the run, and it's they're in the secondary of the defense on the run, and it's just like, oh, here's a flag, take it back. Fuck. Nice pick. 0 complaints. Such a clean looking play. 6th interception of the game. No change needed in the interception slider, no?
So they have 1st and 10 here. Batch throws left. Ward was the intended target.
Yeah, the 6 interception game, like, it is what it is.
That turnover, here's how both
It sucks,
teams
but
hit the park.
these interceptions don't look ridiculous. There was like the tip pick, and then there was like the just shitty decision making. And do you want like all these dropped?
Ball on their own 33.
That's the other thing. Do we just want to drop all of these? And it's not like Charlie Batch is also throwing like 6, right?
They'll go with a pass. He's looking. Batch rolling over to
We're not like watching like a 12-13 interception game here either.
according to our numbers, that's tackle number 6.
That's what I think keeps me from adjusting the interception slider. Is it's like, it's Charlie, or not Charlie, but it's Tim Couch, right?
Third and 1 coming up on this play. Ball on their own 42.
Arm tackle, the side tackle, Bettis, let's go. That's what I want to see out of this run game. Let's go. And this is at 4 tackling, folks. Maybe that's what it needed. Right? I mean, he's getting so many yards because when you're in goal line and you get to the second layer, you're going to get yards, right? And it's like a corner with an arm tackle, get the F off me, right? And then Bettis running full speed down the field. And again, you're just trying to arm tackle him, and he's like, no. If anything, he should have broken through 33 as well. But then someone took his knees out, right? Yeah, it's Tim Couch against an elite defense. Exactly. Which one through like 7 interception game? Was it Kelly Holcomb? I don't remember. I still remember Jake Delhomme's like career unofficially ending in the championship game, throwing 5 interceptions against Arizona, wasn't it? Wasn't it the championship game? Like his career continued for like a couple more years or whatever, but like that game marked the end of his career. Like that season, he was having like a great season. Then Jake Delhomme threw like 5 picks in the championship game. Maybe it was the divisional round, but I think it was the championship game. And he was just ass for the rest of his like whatever 2 years or whatever he had left. He was just cooked. That's nice. Like having pressure, a fumble, like a strip sack fumble.
And we go back to the game.
Like 270. Like again, are you fucking kidding me? 34 pass attempts, but because there's no run game.
And welcome back.
Is Couch out? Yeah, it's Holcomb now. It is. You mentioned Holcomb. Holcomb's in after that last play or whatever.
47.
He was tucking it. Yeah, that's also a callback to earlier in the stream.
He's looking to pass. Looking downfield. Holcomb lets it fly. He couldn't bring that pass in.
Sometimes you see the receivers drop the easiest passes. They must be thinking touchdown before.
What are they commenting on? How trash is this throw, bro? You know who he's throwing to. And he's breaking out. How garbage? This is 9 accuracy. No? 8 or 9 accuracy. Is that the route? Like a fake thing and then go like... Is that the route drawn up? Like run up the field, break out, and then run back up the field? Maybe it is. Maybe that's literally the route that the game has. But I think the game has some of those routes. Oh my god, you could have had it. I think that was the route. I think it's where they fake to the corner and then turn it back upfield. Which is a nice play when you're going against a human, right? And like they're trying to cover you and they're trying to take away the corner routes and then they jump it. And you actually call the route that fakes it and then goes upfield and you pass lead it inside as they jump too far out to try to take away the corner. Like, there's some good routes in this game that are really good in the human versus human couch game. It was divisional round on his birthday. Thank you for correcting that. I just remember, like, that game was an embarrassment, and he never recovered from it. He was, like, mentally, or he put enough on film that defenses knew what got him. Whatever it was, it's literally, you look at before that game, and after that game, it was a turning point. North cut with the North Pole cut. I love it. That's a good pass play. His great arm, huh? You hear that, Denny? Holcomb and his great arm.
That's the kind of thing you love to see as a coach. Guys who have that second and third gear.
1st and 10. Nickelback in this time. Dropping back.
Oh, Nickelback's playing today? Nickelback in this time.
Looks as if he got a hand on that.
Look at this photograph.
Catching up with that one and breaking it up.
Every time it makes me laugh. It's a meme about the Browns. Yeah, 5 interceptions on his birthday, yeah.
And he makes the grade. The receiver did a good job bringing that pass in.
You can't have a great catch without a pretty good patch. And they had both on that play.
They're getting it, huh?
Let's get back to the action on the field. Down inside the 15.
Daylight came and he had to dull home. Daylight come man, you got to dull home.
Back and set with only one back behind him. Throwing. Morgan was the intended receiver. Incomplete. That pass might have been thrown a little too hard.
How are we feeling about Hagan as the linebacker? I think he's doing a really good job. But with that, how are we feeling at Gilden at this position, Denny? Like, for one thing, we see them slide the line this way a lot, right? Sometimes they slide it the other way. Are we feeling like any changes? Like, is he like making any presence felt? Like he does here, but overall, like they have a lot of like Casey Hampton over here. Whereas let's say we had, Smith here or Casey Hampton here, Smith here. Like I don't know. I'm just kind of. They shift the line to the right a lot.
2nd down and 10 to go.
I think the roster's fine. It's just I see them shift a lot. And see a lot again. They're doing it again, and now like they're shifting the linebackers to the other side. Like at what point do we just send it to the opposite side? Oh, what a great Russian sack! Right. Like I'm just wondering, like at what point do you put like Aaron Smith here and like da-da-da, and then I don't know. I love it though. What a great play. Play action. Nope.
Back to the field. And they'll face a long 3rd down here. And this is the 8th play of this drive. Looking downfield. Gets rid of it. The defense.
Good defense on 3rd down.
So let's pick up the action.
They're going to go for it on 4th? Or they're just going to kick that field goal, Asuka? What do you think? It says Dawson. They're kicking the field goal again. They don't... I mean, with this score differential, who gives a shit, right? Just get your kicker some stats.
The field goal attempt. attempt is good. So the
I mean, you
drive
should
ends
go
up with a
for it, but
touchdown, with a field goal, and the coaches, while no doubt happy for the three, will have to take a look at how to push it down the field all the way the next time for a touchdown.
The key to winning is having your drives get
all right, I'm gonna go bathroom break. We're gonna let this game finish up. I think we're pretty happy with the sliders right now.
Here's the onside kick.
The fact that the Browns don't have like any points on offense, they just have special teams points. The number of plays in the game are pretty good. Yeah, I think it's a good time for bathroom break. Let the game wind down and start up the next one after this, right?
Using motion. Looking to pass. Batch with the pass. Hits the target with the pass. Griffith stopped him there, and according to our numbers, that's tackle number 6 for him. First and 10. Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Searching for a seam. Runs up the middle. And so they'll stay conservative and keep it on the ground.
A tough running game will make your passing attack even more effective.
Second and 5. Ball on the 27-yard line. Ward, the motion man. Gives the ball off. Miller put the hit on him, and now he has 7 tackles. Two minutes to the final gun. About 4 to go. Two minutes left. Bang, hands it off. Can't bring him down. He tried to find a hole and just got what he could.
Yeah, he tried to stretch it outside, but the defense was quick to react to the play, and even quicker to move off their blocks and get in a position to cover the holes.
Peterson will try to come through with the field goal here. And it's up. And so that kick is good. Davis, he's back to the kickoff as we take a quick glance at his return numbers. Miller is just about ready to kick this one away. He gets the kick away. He fields the kickoff cleanly. The offense goes back out onto the field after picking up a field goal on their last drive. It's first and 10. Four-man front this time. Looking to throw. Throwing short. And the catch is made. He had time to go through his progressions and find the open man.
This guy has great confidence in his arm. He knows that he can make the completion regardless of the coverage.
They'll go from the I formation. Passing right. Great catch. Washington with the stop at the 45-yard line. First and 10. Ball on their own 45. He's looking to pass. Holcomb passes to his right. The pass does not find its target.
It was an easy pass. How in the heck did he miss it? The defense should focus on keeping the receiver from getting to the sideline, because as soon as he catches the ball, that's where he's going to want to go with it.
So it's 2nd and 10. Ball on their own 45. Nickelback in this time. Looking downfield. Passes it out to the left. Morgan can't come up with it on that attack. He got a hand on it.
Yeah, you can tell by the way that thing just popped up there for grabs.
And so running out of both time and downs, they'll have to pick up the first down here to keep their very slim hopes alive. It's 3rd down, and they have a long way to go. For 2 extra defensive backs, the defense is in the dime. Dropping back, throwing left, hits the target with the pass. And he makes the reception, but it's short of the first down marker.
On 3rd down, you need to make sure you know where you are in the field, because if you make the reception, it should be good for a fresh set of downs. If you make the catch and you don't get the first, it can only be due to lack of concentration by the receiver. I think their best bet here is to run it with a simple handoff. You just never know what could happen on a toss play.
1st and 10. Looking to run it here. Runs up the middle. Boyer is starting to make his presence felt out there. That run didn't get them much.
Yeah, there was a defender in every gap ready to make the tackle on that play.
We're nearing the end here, and they figure to go with a running play to keep this clock winding down.
Set. Hut, hut. Hut, hut. 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 Get in there. Hut. Hut, hut. Hut.
Looking to run it here. Puts on the loses one tackler. Bettis is having an outstanding day with over 100 yards rushing.
They've got the lead in the ball, so they should just be calling dive plays to run out the clock.
Now it's 3rd and 6 coming up. Ball on the 45-yard line. The final score is Pittsburgh 40, Cleveland 14. This concludes another EA Sports presentation. For John Madden and Melissa Stark, this is Al Michaels saying so long.
All right. So I'm back. So you're gonna have to roll with Batch at least till he starts putting up really bad performances. Batch Magic number 9. Stats. Oh yeah, let me put the headphones back on so that I don't get like cross feedback of both the game's sound effects and also my speaker. Usually wear my headphones. Okay. Talk to me, folks. Don't really like seeing 6 interceptions, but, you know, whatever. Also, don't like seeing what amounts to another 300-yard fucking passing game. And almost a 300-yard fucking passing game. And is the only way to keep that in check. Like, I increased the wide receiver catch so they just weren't, like, bricking catches, right? Like, we still had 6 drops, and I was increasing the catching so they wouldn't just brick things. And as a result, they just zoom, zoom, zoom down the field. Zoom, 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 zoom. Like, they don't just check down or do whatever. And they're only at like 40, 50-something pass completions, and they're still almost hitting 300 yards. It's so ridiculous. Now, the yards per carry are going to be like a little skewed because we've been adjusting the sliders all game long. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 deflections. But then we've got 9 and 1 is 10. And we've got 15, 16, 17 pass deflections. 17 pass deflections and 7 interceptions. And he's still, like, as a team, it's so ridiculous. To be fair, it's the Browns and they had to throw because they were losing. Yeah, but holy shit. I mean, it's one thing to be a game, Asuka, but it's just happening all the time. It's because that's all they do. They just try to throw these, like, 15, 20-yard shots, these posts and these deep shots. Just, that's all they target. I mean, at a certain point, I'm just like, do we just abandon 03 and we just go straight into 04 or something? I don't know. Do we just go straight into 06, the game that we can import draft classes from? I don't want to just walk away from 03. I think it's a lot of fun. But, it's such a turnoff like that. Right? What uniform should they have? Green and white. Kelly Greens. Ron Jaworski's uniforms. Yeah, they don't have anything else. They don't have, like, the other style uniforms. Fuck. At what point do I just delete my adjusted roster or whatever and let them, like, and readjust the roster by hand, like the free agents and all that stuff? Because I have, like, the edited ratings, I think, in that game. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Brown is back and ready to put this one in the air.
Okay, kickoff.
The Eagles will start the drive from the 18.
All right, 3 wide receivers. Let's go nickel, and let's call on the first down. Let's give them one robber. Let's have some combination. We're rotating 1s, 3s, 2s, things of that nature. Kick over here.
McNair under center. Passes left. The defender's got it.
And it just threw an interception. I'm not touching the controllers. McNabb just misses enough. Let's go to settings, gameplay, human, computer. Yeah, so it's set to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. Defense. That's probably part of it.
Let's get back to the action on the
The
field.
video game vet, yeah. Let's go here. Coaching strategies, offensive audibles. Yeah, we've got the weak eye stuff. Okay. We're on which hash mark? So let's call the passing play slants. You want to say low quarterback accuracy with high catch. Yeah, that's it. We're at 8 accuracy. And so he's just off. And he's like sliding and not making the catch, right? Like that's really what happened. Possibly a click or two more, we'll see with testing. Yeah, I mean, that's where we're at. Okay, they're too high like that. Let's run to the left with the fullback. He's going to tap the button, let the computer run it. And Gross just powering through. He's on the far left side. So now let's go here, split backs. Let's go coaching strategies, offensive audibles. Run to the left. Let's do a pitch. And let's do the off tackle. Okay. And then we can do run left, run middle, whatever. We can have that save wherever it is. Little carries. We can adjust it as we go through. But let's come out with this short yardage situation. The second and short.
So let's pick up the
Let's come out here and split backs. And let's come out with regular slants. Because the deep post goes too far. And we're just going to let them throw this ball because they're in a base 4-3 defense against 3 wide receivers. What does Banks have? He dumps it down. I didn't push anything. He actually dumped it down. That's nice.
picked up 10 yards.
Now, in modern football, they'll stay spread. We don't really have an option here, so we'll do that. And then let's go the quick slant. No, what's like a simple little play here? Running out of time. Twin outs.
First and goal.
Twin outs. That's what we're doing. And let's just pass it. Just tap the A button.
Just stacking the line.
Tap it. What does he do?
Pass, passing to his right.
And he throws a touchdown.
And
With the same exact quarterback accuracy.
He threw that where only the receiver could get it.
and it's on its way.
Like in the goal against the goal line defense, we're just going to go 3 wide.
They didn't have very far to go, and
Spread
they
'em out.
Take advantage of that and get the touchdown.
Your job
So we called a cover 1 against McNabb, and he threw a bad pass.
the field you have to go. Their job is to produce points. When they do, it fires
Showing him a cover 1 man. Let's show him a cover 3 so he gets a different... He still gets a single high look, but a zone instead of a man.
Give the defense a lot of credit on that last possession as they were able to
They're in base. We're going to stay in base as well. Let's do strong zone. Flip.
First and 10.
So the weak side is like that. Kick like that. Kick like that. Yeah, and the strong side safety, the field side safety, is rolling to the middle hole. And they just got us to the edge, right?
Still on his feet, and he's brought down.
Right? I mean, maybe we could have pinched the line because of the way they had everything set up. Right? We probably should have pinched the line instead of kicking all the way to the left. But good run play. They're on the far right hash. Let's give them a cover 4.
First and 10. Ball on their own 36.
Again, we're going to pinch the line down instead of kick it all the way. There was a little twist in the pass rush. Trying for the pick. We've shown them a 1. We showed them a 3. We've shown them a 4. They're coming out with 3 wide. So let's go 2 now. Just keep showing them different looks. Okay, pinch the linebackers, but shift the line. Nice little tackle. Right, 3rd and 2. Let's go cover 1 man lock, especially because we're going to kick the line the other way. Oh, we've got a chance here. We've got a chance here. Defensive audible. We wanted a defensive audible to be whip man flip. Do you remember that? We set that up when they have the tight end to the other side.
Back to the play on the field. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Missed tackle.
Oh, and they still got the completion. Good on them.
Records the tackle.
It almost worked out for us, right? It nearly worked out for us, but then they got the big play. Look at that. He got hung up, like frozen in air here instead of getting through. And then they fell for it, and then he's off the back foot launching it. We just about got that super pressure that we wanted. Sharper came in. Jamie Sharper.
Back to the game.
Nice play for both teams. Mitchell. Mitchell. Mitchell.
First and 10.
Okay. Pinch the line down because you've got the I formation.
Man front this time. Drops back. Looking for an option. McNair with the throw. And he can't keep
You could challenge that was in bounds. So yeah, we've got our line here like this. Cover 1 look. And there's pressure. And he's like, loop. And yeah, he finally gets his hands on the ball. And the other foot lands out of bounds. Okay.
And welcome back.
Okay, that was a 1 and a 0 we've seen, and a 2, a 4. Let's do cover 2, like the Tampa 2.
Enemy territory. They'll go from the I formation. He's looking to pass. Gets the pass off.
We got bodied on the defensive line. The rookie got bodied.
Sometimes he takes some chances.
And that's what I mentioned in the previous stream here is they're not afraid to turn back and cover. They don't do like the Madden on the 360 version. They're just like, oops, he's that far. I'm going to come back up and block and cover nobody here in the flats. They'll actually draw it back. So we're showing them different coverages each time. Now we're in the dime. And I think we're going to blitz the weak side. What a tight completion. We're just sending everyone. Now, what's the deal? Where's Kyle Wong? Right, because we had Hill, we had all that. We've got Walker. Where is our substitutions defense? Dime. Leon, why is Wong out? Why is Wong out? That's so weird. Is Wong hurt? Wong might be hurt. I think that's our issue, right? No, he's not. So what is the problem? He's the starter. So what's the issue? Like, it's a substitution thing. Right? They're not literally playing the guys. What is the problem? I don't know what in the world is going on. I'm about to quit and restart. Seriously, what is the problem? Why does it want to reshuffle our offense like that? Bradford, Lewis, Gaffney. Why is Black? Bradford's not hurt either. What? I'm sorry for like the dead air, but like, what is going on here? And why do they constantly want these other guys like this? What is going on? Yeah, Posey's hurt, I get it. Posey was playing as a down lineman for a little bit. That was one issue. Right? We had... Foreman, So Aldridge. But why? Oh, because Aldridge is playing here. Right? We had Aldridge, Sharper. Wong, what is going on here? Foreman, Aldridge, Jones. Okay. Jones. So that Foreman can play here. So Foreman, Sharper, and Aldridge can be our 3 off-ball linebackers. And Wong could be here. Right? And Walker off the left side. Right. And despite doing all of that, the defense, like, it won't set to my actual depth chart. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's really weird. I can't figure it out. I'm sorry for the dead air and all that, but like, I'm sure you're with me here. Like, what is the deal? Yeah, whatever, we're playing at the vet. Tails never fails except when it does.
Much anticipated game ready to begin.
We've got the sliders set correctly, so also don't mind restarting. And that way they don't have the interception when we have the human sliders different.
He sends this one toward the end zone.
Is our depth chart still going to be messed up? We'll find out. But we can't complain like, oh, it's the fatigue setting. It looks like the roster is correct right now.
Number 28 won't be covering any receivers today. He has an ankle injury, and it appears to have been missing for a while. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Throws it.
Okay.
His man with the pass. So a pickup of maybe 3.
The cover 2 quarterback spy. We're going to do strong zone,
Ball on their own 22.
where it's this part of the field here, and we're going to kick like this.
Dropping back. Short pass.
Good, good, good. We have the corner in the right position. Right? We had the boundary side. Had the corner low. That's exactly where they went. We made the nice tackle. Love it. We're going to go cover 0 crash blitz. Fullback might escape, but let's make them do something with that fullback. Okay. Okay, Deuce. Okay, Deuce. Okay, Deuce. Okay, Deuce. What a play. Cover 0'd it. And Hill. Like, I'm just, boom, filling my gap. Even though I got pushed out of the gap, like I got rolled out by Thomas. Try to roll back into my gap. Or cover 0, and everyone's picked up. And he just runs over the dude. And remember, he's running over like a 46 overall safety or whatever. And we're cover 0. Blitzing. Just all getting picked up and all getting dominated. Right? Boom, boom. Getting flattened. And we don't have a safety. Like, Coleman gets blasted off. And then it was just end zone house town. Just book it. I don't know what's going on with that last game, but this is more accurate, huh? Instead of a Donovan McNabb interception and a Texans early touchdown, now we've got ourselves a deuce running through crappy safeties and getting in the end zone. Why is Glenn out there?
These guys kept their eye on the end zone, and that's exactly the kind of drive.
Okay, Lewis is the return man.
Kicks it off. He'll be returning this one.
Okay.
This is where you want to be able to respond.
Cunningham I put on the team because he signed one of those like one-day deals and then retired in real life. And when I played this game on the GameCube, I've told that story before, I signed Cunningham as car insurance. And Carr got the career-ending injury in the first quarter or whatever. And then Cunningham ended up having like a breakout season and all that. So I gave him the one-day contract. I gave him the number 12 because I believe they gave it to like Feely or whatever. And yeah, he's on the roster. He doesn't even play football this year in real life, so I have him as number 12 as a backup. If McNabb gets hurt, Randall gets on the Eagles, which he did technically sign a contract with them to retire. And then, like, what do they have, like a 54? So, like, because he was with the Ravens the year before or whatever, he was kind of jumping around at the very end of the career. So I thought it was fun and fitting to actually put him on the team that he was with. So also in free agency, you don't just grab him up. And Orochi Alter says, well, that was something. Yes, it was. And let's do deep slants. And we're going to run this play because they are in a 4-3 defense. To A button, get pressure, all out. Yeah, going all out with the vet, huh? Yep. Okay, so that didn't work out how they wanted.
Second and 10.
Ooh, we're breaking tackles here, huh?
Pulls him down at the 33. And that's a gain of about 8.
Let's go quick slant.
Sets up, drops back.
Now back on third down
He couldn't control it.
and incomplete.
Feeling the pressure on that play.
He's lucky he got rid of the ball. I tell you, he was definitely going to take a sack.
Baker is looking for a good punt here.
Oh, I got a perfect punt. Nice. With that tiny little sliver. Oh yeah, the vet was a total dump. But not just the physical stadium for the fans, as we know the field had the patches and the holes and the uneven ground.
Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, you're probably the only person in the world that misses the vet. Okay, Storm Blitz? Storm Blitz.
So they have first and 10 here. Ball on their own 39.
Put him in the box.
Sends a man in motion. Throwing. Lewis.
There's your 8 quarterback accuracy. Doesn't just throw automatically super passes, especially off the back foot. Okay. Now Lightning.
Melissa, what have you heard?
Well, Al, it doesn't look good. I spoke to the team doctor, and he indicated that it's the type of injury that will take some time to heal. They're hopeful that he won't be out long, but his return is doubtful.
Thanks, Melissa. Well, that's good news because on the replay it looked a lot more.
Okay, good little cleanup. Third and short.
The rest of the game. Gain of 10.
Let's go cover 2 and pinch it all up, right?
Ball on their own 48. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Looking to throw. Throws it over the middle. And he makes the grab. And the defender brings him down at the 43.
Good little set of plays there. Good little action, huh? Let's go Thunder. We've done Storm Lightning. Let's give them a little Thunder action.
So they're almost within their kicker's range. McNair sets up number 87.
So it's another cover zero, but not a cover zero blitz. We're covering the flats.
Drops back. McNair.
Oh, there's the pick, Coleman. Let's go.
Coleman seemed to know exactly where that one was going.
This guy's a great defender. He just always seems to be...
All right, we basically have 6 plays here. These are it. Let's start with cross up.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on their own 32.
And let's go coaching strategies, offensive audibles. Our audible is going to be up the middle and to the right. Miss it because we got nothing like it now, and you know how I hate new stadiums. Yeah, but I mean, like, an open air, like, Eagle Stadium is fine, but the Vet? Ugh. Plus, it deserved a better ending than what it got with the Bucks game. Yeah, it's fair. But that thing was like a dump from the start, is my understanding, because they didn't even build it right in the first place. That's why the field is physically uneven. Very dangerous for players. Okay, let's just have the run up the middle. At least that's the attempt. We're going to press A to snap the ball and let the computer take over. There's a little weird double team. Broke the tackle. Picked up 4 yards on the ground. Like the little double team. The guy getting blown up. Corey Simon is an elite defensive lineman, but the fact that he has to stretch to try to tackle and James Allen is no, and then we get brought down. I'm pretty happy with that. Again, we'll line up here, and we're going to call the cross-up yet again because we didn't get to actually snap that play as we wanted. We've got the up-the-gut play, and we've got off-to-the-right play. And they're going to match us. And let's go with the off-to-the-right play. The stiff arm and the hit.
At the 47-yard line.
SSSS. Kind request. The earlier versions... Brand new commenter. With the SS. Kind of red flag there, but... kind request. The earlier versions of Madden... Would John Madden break down different types of plays? I think it was called Madden 101. Yes, it was. Absolutely correct. Or something like that. Please do a video on this mode. I would be happy to, and I have actually, in a different live stream, I've shown a lot of them. So in some ways, Mr. SSSS, I have, but I haven't made like a traditional video like on my channel. I've made it's happened in a live stream. So I'll keep that in mind, and I'll put it on the list of something to potentially record and upload as a normal video, okay? So, I'm listening to you. And then Asuka says, ideally a milder version of the Vet would be good where it's still extremely challenging for visiting teams but not physically dangerous. I don't know what that means. It's extremely challenging but not dangerous. I don't know. Like, if you have an equal playing field, like a flat surface that has a correct turf, how is that going to be more physically challenging than the other field? I just want classic grass fields. I really like that Arizona has a dome. I don't like that they have a dome, but I like that even though they have a dome, they have a grass field that they roll in. Does that make sense?
We'll go back to the play on the field.
So, yeah, let's go a different formation. No, let's stay with it. And let's continue with cross-up. And says, thank you. I don't think there's one YouTube video that I can find of John Madden doing this. Much appreciated. And you know what? The other thing is... I believe it's also in Madden 04 and a few others, but I believe this is the first game to do it. No, it's in Madden 2002 as well. So I will definitely put it at the top of the list of things to make a traditional video on. Now, question is, do you want commentary, or do you just want me to like literally catalog it, like record it for, like for the sake of history, right? For posterity's sake, just like microphone off. Let him play them all out and just go through all of them, or what would you like? So let me know.
Let's get back to the action on the field. He sees something in the
Just right up the middle. They only have 2 defensive tackles on the field. Yeah, they have a defensive end, but 2 defensive tackles.
looking for blockers. Simon
And then a late fumble? I don't think it's worth challenging.
You love an defense that was always aware of what's happening on the field.
Now that we're balanced, let's go with a balanced formation. And let's do play action on second down. And then it says SSSS says catalog version. Okay, microphone off. You got it? Asuka says grass, but the Lambeau Field was difficult for visitors pre-renovation. But how was it more difficult? Like, it's just, it was a tough place to play because it's Lambeau in the cold, right? Happy for you to add commentary at the end or in between takes. Awesome. Yep, Corey Simon was definitely out there. Denny says, could you imagine if football fields were as diverse as MLB? Yeah, like the Green Monster at Fenway. Fields like that run uphill up to the 50, or the whole field is split down the middle, slopes on sides. That would be so dangerous, Denny. That would be so dangerous for footwork and everything. Like, it's one thing to have, like, the outfield where the ball is going to be hit and, like, not considered a home run. And it's quite another, like, your literal footing and tripping up and twisting ankles and pulling hammies, right? Like, I understand the idea behind it. But that would be so incredibly dangerous. Especially for pro athletes. Visiting teams had issues with the footing at Lambeau in the cold. But yeah, because it's the frozen tundra or whatever, right? Like, everyone has tough footing there, right? It's having the right equipment and, like, being, like, having your equipment manager and everyone else, like, and being prepared and playing in it, getting accustomed to it versus not being accustomed to it, right? You think I care about safety? I'm not playing. That is an NFL fan. All right, yeah, play action. Let's do it. What do you got, Tony? Swatted away. That's what you got, Tony. Well, we call the play action on second down after some successful runs. Can't blame us for that. Third down, and we're going to be balanced, and we're going to call... We got to have a play that gets past the first down marker, so tight end quick out. We've got plenty of space for Gaffney to get out to the flats and do something. We've got room for Miller. We've got Lewis, who has a human user. Like, I would probably be looking to Lewis, but let's see what Tony does. Drops back. It's there, and it is dropped despite having the same catch rating in terms of the sliders. That's what he went with. Throw it right into the elbow. And this is where, again, I would just classically, as a human, I would 5-step drop back and throw it to X, who ends up being the guy wide open on the play. So Tony just didn't execute the play properly, and we're punting. Especially when they make $50 million a year. Oh my goodness, I love you guys. I platonically love you guys. That's what this is all about, huh? The community and the camaraderie. You don't want to get paid, don't be a... Yeah. I mean, you... Oh my goodness, he's going to take this one back. He's got to take this one back. He's faster. You got to be faster. Let's go. That's how we lose special teams, a bad safety. This is why I don't mind losing a game as a human. Like, instead of me crying and bitching like I did a different time trying to play with the bad passes and the bad playbook, that's how you lose a game. Special teams, your safety sucks, right? As you, like, do everything you can. That's good times, huh? That's Eagles ripping off a win, huh? Or at least early momentum, right? Okay, Glenn, what you got? Yeah, they look like an expansion team. That's the fun of this. I still think this game is fun. But maybe it's better to play the physical games. Okay, we're on the right-hand side. Let's go tight end flat. And let's make sure that we have some offensive audibles to support us. So if we've got slot strong, let's do the run up the middle like that. And do we have like a good run to the right? Yes, we do. And we have a good run to the left with halfback counter. Right. We get the passing look we want. I mean, hey, they're not in nickel, so we get the passing look that we want. And we've also got 3 guys to the right as they kick the lineman to the other side. Just make the read, bro. And you almost throw an interception when you literally have all of this. We know that we've run this with Peyton Manning, and he's done a good job, so...
And we're back.
You've got that, and that's what you went with, huh? Okay, we're going to go split backs. We're going to go wide receiver, quick out.
Second down and 10 to go.
And they're just going to ignore the 3 wide receivers.
Line up with 2 backs behind the quarterback.
And we're just going to go Kyle Shanahan, pass, right? Drop back.
Surveying the field. Tosses it right. The defender is able to put the pressure.
And we can see the difference of having like Jeff Garcia and Peyton Manning as our quarterback for awareness and having Tony Banks, right? Interesting.
Back to the play on the field.
Okay. And now we've got a little quarterback waggle.
Third down, and they have a long way to go.
And we did not run the ball once on this drive. And now we're paying for it. And they're bringing the safety up in the box.
Looking downfield. Throws it out over to the left.
And there's that 8 accuracy. I like it, folks. It's not just an automatic, he's going to throw a completion because it's a deep down the field ball, right? He's drifting away, gets the one-on-one that you want on paper, and he just misses the guy. And he's got like 92 or 94 speed or whatever Jermaine Lewis has, right? Lewis 92 speed in this game is really fast. One-on-one with speed, no safety help, and you just can't complete the pass. You're like that many yards off.
So let's pick up the action.
Do you ever watch Miles Dawkins 247? He does a ton of PS2 franchise. Let me look him up because I don't memorize a lot of usernames. Miles Dawkins, all of that. He does NCAA 06, no? Because that's even what it was recommending. I really recognize that face and stuff, but I don't... Not enough to... like, know who that is. But I know these video titles and that icon. Honestly. I'm going to go to his channel right now. I'm going to have to mute, like, the intro video or something. Okay. Videos. Sort by oldest. 12 years ago. Yeah, it seems really familiar. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to click the subscribe button. I'm going to give him an all subscribe because you recommended it. 49ers fan 2. Awesome. I'm going to click popular. And his most popular video is like LeBron James and Cam Newton through the years and all that stuff. Like his most popular videos, yeah, as usual, are not going to be, and no disrespect to him, they're not going to be actual old school Madden games because that's not what people watch. It seems so familiar. All right, so 3 and out, trying to pass the ball. Fans are punching the air saying, why don't we give it to Allen and everyone who were racking it up? What are we doing throwing? And we're trying to chase points when it's a long football game. But I felt that drive was very accurate to an NFL drive. He makes good content. He was one of the first PS2 Madden content creators. That's awesome. Yeah, the fact that it says 12 years ago. I've been living in Peru longer than he's been making content. So yeah, I didn't watch it back in the day. No, I'm really interested. I watch Dying Chise's videos all the time. Like whatever he uploads, I watch that stuff. I just try to help any lower content creators, not lower, but less popular, not millions of subscribers or whatever. Dawkins here has 84K subscribers. Yeah, I like the Wild Jeffrey, and he's a sub on this channel, and he's in our group. And I'll definitely check out Miles Dawkins for sure. Like check it out more like closely paying attention. That's what I mean. Oh, what do we want? Fireman, right? More cover 0. Man align.
The backs are lined up in an eye.
Kick over to the tight ends. Oh, and then he went to go jump for the interception and gives up the people's champ, Mitchell. Touchdown, 1 play score. The cover 0, eating sugar, honey, and iced tea, as trying to put pressure on McNabb completely fails against that offensive line. I'd be saying, what do you think you're going to apply pressure against that Eagles line? Right? Right, with Trey Thomas, and don't they have John Runyon and all that? Yeah, they've got Runyon right there. Like that Eagles offensive line, you're trying to create pressure, and he's going for the interception. And with no safety help, we get burned, and suddenly we're down 21. We can't pass it all, and they've run the ball for a score. They've special teams to score. They've passed for a score on us. And it's looking like a trash show right off the bat, and there's zero reason to want to quit. Now, I'll tell you what, this is a huge reason why I end up finding myself just clicking cover 2, like cover 5, 2 men under, 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 2 men under. Because every other play is just fucking trash. Right? Like cover 3, you're just one-on-one and you can't defend it. Cover 4 is fine. And then 2 man under is like the only thing that like works, right? So they're gonna come out trying to stop the run game with a 4-3 defense, but we actually called the run. Good run. He stuck to the same thing for 12 years. It's true passion and commitment. Absolutely. Love him because he's authentic and he ain't a corporate shill artificially inflated by the algorithm. Yeah, exactly. Like, bro, my channel's artificially inflated because I put a 9/11 video that I know got deleted. And I'm like, I want to save this video. Like, I should have like 200 subscribers or whatever. I was at like 205 or whatever before I put that video up, and then it was like, now I'm at 2,300, 400, whatever it is, 300. Like, it's artificially high. Like, I don't deserve 2,000 subscribers. And most of my subscribers, they don't watch. Like, you watch, you guys are like the real subscribers. It's like, I had like 200. What I really have is I've got like 5 people. You know? Maybe it's more than 5, but you get my point. Yeah, it's how you found me. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna delete it. I put it up there for a reason. Yeah, I just realized that it wasn't online anymore, and it was in my watch later list. And I'm like, this needs to stay on the internet. Like, I would give credit to whoever it was, but I don't know who made it originally. Good. Good play. It says, but you should have a lot more viewers, though. Yeah, I don't. It is what it is. It be what it be. Deep posts. 1 of 8? But was the other one a run play? The previous one was a run play? That was 1 of 8 throwing? I guess the other one counted as a run play, huh? He's getting pressured hard. See, this is why we didn't want David Carr taking all these sacks. Getting out like 3 Eagles, 4 Eagles all getting by. Yeah, everyone. Wow. 3 Texans on the ground. This is why David Carr is not playing.
Second down and 15 to go. Dropping back with the pass.
Nice. But why is Black out there? It should be Bradford, Lewis, and Gaffney. I think it might have to do with this. Might have to do with that.
Let's get back to the play on the field.
Yeah, them getting tired. Twin Out scored us a touchdown before we quit the last game.
And this is the 5th play of this drive. Drops back. He's looking, rolling right, passing to his right.
Good.
Finds the open man. Picked up 9 on the
People like Miles, Soft Drink, Ryan Moody, all that, they got me back into PS2 Madden. It's fun. PS2 Madden is fun. I like it a lot. Flanker go? No. Flanker please. Let's just halfback slash it.
ball on the 30-yard line.
We need to be able to run the ball.
So let's pick up the action. The backs are lined up in a line. Lewis moves in motion. With the tackle. Now, looking for an opening.
Just to run the game clock, give it a shot. Weak toss.
2nd and 9 coming up here.
Used to play a ton of 08 back in the day and they got you back into it. It is a lot of fun.
Looking to turn it upfield. And he's brought down.
Can't complain about that. We're attempting to run the ball. Pop the dude. Let's go. But they just over pursue and they're just too much for us.
To the play on the field.
We're going to do deep slants.
They face with a long 3rd down play here. Ball on the 30-yard line. Passes it out to the left.
Let's go, Lewis! Touchdown, Lewis! Let's go, let's go!
Different on that play.
Play injured and score a touchdown, Madden points. Because Tony Banks is considered probable.
Position. The other team taking advantage and going in for the score.
Wow. Wow, that play is such a good play for us. He goes up there, gets it, gets hit by Dawkins, holds on, and scores.
Back to the action on the field.
Orochi Alter says, used to watch Miles a long time ago. He's still going strong today. I'm happy for that, man. Any old school creator, any new creators too, just like people that are authentic, you absolutely love it. You're not just like, hey guys, welcome to the channel. We're going to open up some Madden Ultimate Team Packs. Are we going to get the gold, whatever, and then I spend $100,000 on packs and just fuel the fucking EA, like, rage.
Was on the field for a long time and they just couldn't stop him. Give credit to the offense for doing such a great job of executing.
He sends this one toward the end zone.
What's up, gang gang? Okay. Cover 0 is going to get us killed. Let's do man QB spy.
Four linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. Throws it. Hits the target with the pass.
Good, good.
This one will be spotted at the 15. Gain of 4. Right, 6 to go. Dumps it off.
Good play.
First and 10. Ball on their own 26.
Tango with our down lineman Wong playing actual linebacker as he gets off the ball. But we sent the blitz off the same side they ran. He cuts it back in. 2nd and 8. We'll show him at least a cover one with a Mike blitz.
Only one man back. They'll go with the pass. Passes it. Thomason was the
Yeah, I read the comment, Asuka. That's really a difference too, right? When Ian and company invited people for Madden 10, when they invited me and others for Madden 11, when I was allowed to be part of the email chain of community like game changers for Madden 12, that was a different era than it is today. Definitely a different era. 3rd and 2. I'm afraid of cover 0 Thunder, but I'm also not afraid of it.
their own 34.
If they just exploit us deep, it is what it is, but we're trying to stop a 3rd and 2. Yeah, they drop back to throw. They launch it out to the flats where we should have coverage, and they still are able to complete it and go. That's fine. And the first quarter is over. 2-touchdown lead. 21-7. And they've scored in multiple possible ways you could score. Let's do cornerback blitz from the boundary. And send the coverage, like roll the coverage as we are. And dropped an interception. I think that was a pretty good play call, and it almost resulted in a takeaway. And now let's do the strong safety blitz, but call it a weak side blitz. Yeah, let's go. Trapping the wide receiver. Right? Pulling it off. Showing the blitz here. We've blitzed from the corner. We've blitzed from the safety position. I hope match quarters would be proud as I'm committing. Not only do I have secondary blitzes, but I'm committed to them, like he said. Now let's call this zone blitz. We're going to user Williams. We're going to right trigger. Let's go! We almost user picked it! Oh, we almost usered that. God. Normally I don't like to user and just let the computer play it. That's part of the fun of the game. But, oh my goodness. There was just some fun of, like, let's play some football. Like, does Paul still have it? Call a corner blitz, but it might as well be an outside linebacker blitz. Sending pressure. Knowing that we've got a high-low bracket. And as we shift, we're like, okay, we can't just let this happen. But we're just like, slide. Is the ball out? No. Now let's bail. And we can high-low bracket it. Oh, my goodness. We'll call him Clint. I don't know if I get the reference. But yeah. Yeah. Fuck. I think I did a really good job here. You drop back, you protect, I just a couple step and bail. You said 84 was a real one for not only surviving a Brian Dawkins hit, but to score a touchdown as well. Absolutely, Orochi. Oh my god, I was really proud of that. Like, that was the feeling of still got it. Did everything but actually catch the user pick.
Lines up in the backfield for the punt. Lewis
Read it,
lines up deep.
didn't overextend, took off, got myself in position,
Set up for the return. Well, the offense is back on the
and
field
just
again.
almost came away with the user pick.
Very
Okay.
well, especially through the air on their
Weak eye, halfback trap. We need to be able to run the
ball
football.
on their own 32.
Okay, you're not respecting Bradford there. Get set.
Hands it off. And it looks like they'll mark
Pick up some yards. Move the clock.
not much on that play.
Yeah, you talk about a
3 yards is
defensive
fine.
line
Shut
in
up.
battle, and this is what you mean. The running back gets to the line, and there's nowhere to go after that.
2nd and 7.
Power toss version.
Ball on their own 35.
Again, they're not respecting Bradford. So put him in motion to the same side we're going to run the football. They make their adjustment. What is our weak side run? Because we've gotten out of it. Our weak side run. No, because he's going to move. Doesn't matter.
And we're back.
Yeah.
On the count. Edmonds records the tackle at the 30.
Yeah, you say that's what Ryan calls the offensive lineman in every Madden game analysis video. Yeah, because Clint was a former offensive lineman who doesn't know how to program blocking mechanisms. But Clint, my understanding is Clint was asked to be the lead director. Right? He's not working in central gameplay coding up code, right? I'm not trying to make apologies for Clint. I don't know really much about his direction. I know the game didn't go well with his direction. But, like, it's not fair to say I don't like Ryan Moody, but his Ryan Moody attitude puts me off. And I've had, like, private conversations, and I've played 2K8 with him, and Ryan Moody does a lot good for our community to help us tell the truth about EA. Like, I like and respect Ryan Moody, but also the Ryan Moody attitude also turns me off a bit. There are aspects of it. I'm sure I turn him off a bit too. But things like that, like, oh, Clinton doesn't know how to program it. Like, Clint's not the fucking programmer. You know?
Let's get back to the play on the field.
Are you kidding me? Third and 9. Deep threats.
They're faced with a long 3rd down play here. Ball on their own 33. With an extra DB, the defense is in the nickel.
Yeah, he does good work, exactly. Throw it to... Yes, throw it there, you got it!
And it looks like this one
It's good to, like, watch it get wide open and actually have the computer throw it.
That was one heck of a throw. And boom, it was gone.
That's how you convert a 3rd down. We're not just trying to milk money plays. Okay. So let's call Wham.
1st and 10. Ball on the 50.
This is where we can have a strong power toss, the weak toss, this is where we started. Trap. Fullback dive. Yeah, no, I know what you meant by Ryan. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, Ryan, he's not for everyone, but he does good work. I agree. Ryan does good work. Like, I'm not trying to come on my channel and like knock people, but I was there in those chats with like I forget the Panthers fan name, but there was a guy who was a Panthers fan, and he had some interesting takes and he had an interesting personality. But he was famous in Operation Sports forums for a while, and I wouldn't call him a Madden apologist, but there was a guy who definitely had the like a lot of your complaints are you just not being good at the game kind of attitude. He didn't want to acknowledge that Madden had flaws, but you could kind of in the conversation pry him out of understanding that it did have flaws because this guy was like a real hardcore like user versus user. We're gonna play football online and like get good scrub kind of thing, but also he had good points that there were things that you could do to get better, and so that was interesting. Ryan Moody was up in there. There were several different people up in there, and like I said, if I could rank Ryan Moody, I would give him like a 60-40. I like him, I don't like him split, if that makes sense. I'm on the side of I like him more than I don't like him, but there's certain things that just like I'll be back in the week with another useless fucking video. Like, I'll be back in the week where I'm just trying to get content and fucking buy my whatever sponsor of whatever. Like, and I'm not gonna trash a dude getting his money. You got a sponsor or whatever, get your sponsor money, Ryan. But it really felt like, I'll see you in the week so I can get more sponsor money. As opposed to actually having content for you. You know? Look at this. Like, I guess that's what rubs me the wrong way also about Ryan Moody is it's like, bro, it's 2025. Like, the game still sucks. Like, we get it. Like, can you give us something useful? Like, this is Ryan Moody, and it's 2025, and Madden still sucks. Like, what is it, the meme from Watchmen or whatever? Like, yeah, bro, like, you couldn't even give credit when the game was good. It's just like, oh, in the next video, Ryan Moody talked about how Madden is bad. Every single week. For 15 years. Like, fuck, bro.
So let's pick up the act. That four-man front.
Get over it. We get it. Ryan walked so we could run. No, Ryan ran, bro. Seems much approachable of a guy. Yeah, he is. He is. He definitely is. I guess, like, maybe one way that it rubs me the wrong way is he constantly acted like 2K8 was some great perfect game. And it's like super flawed and has a lot of flaws that Madden also has. Like Ryan talks about like all the canned animations or whatever. Like 2K5 and 2K8 have canned animations. They just do them better. Right? I think that's also like there's a series of things where it's like, oh, it's the animations. Like, bro, it's animation based. Like, you could argue that Madden was actually better when it was animation-based as opposed to what they tried to do with Madden 14 and 15 with the weird... Madden 13, 14, 15, all that, where they tried to do the whatever physics engine they had, and it got really weird and wonky. It's just like, you can have animation-based football as long as you have a large library of animations, and you let them branch properly, and you keep adding to them, and you have dice rolls and ratings determine, like... If animations were like packaged based on dice roll outcomes and skills, like if you had animations for elite offensive line play, like a Tony Baselli, Orlando Pace, or whatever, like an elite offensive lineman, and he's got like a batch of animations, and then you've got a batch of animations for like a backup guy who's like got bad footwork or whatever, and then like you've got those different animations and they're in packages. And then even on a win or a loss, you have those animations like play out. Like animations are fine. This game is fun with animations, even with its problems. But he's like, that's the problem. Why we need a physics-based game engine. And then you see like real physics-based game engines, like oh god, what is it on the 360 backbreaker or whatever, and it's just fucking garbage. You know, it's like just some of the like pick your battles kind of stuff, and like the contradictions, like. Oh, like, look at this 2K of this one moment that was, like, really kind of nice looking. And then look at Madden where it was, like, super shitty looking. And it's like, I actually played 2K with him. I'm like, oh, hey, Ryan, look at this. Madden has the same problem. Oh, Ryan, look at this. Madden has the same problem. He's like, shut up, Paul. Like, yeah. Like, you're not going to make a video. Ryan, are you going to make a video out of this? Like, we were playing online. Ryan, do you want to make a video out of this? You're going to talk about this? You want to pause and make a video after this thing that Madden does too, and you're going to pretend that 2K doesn't do it? Like, yeah. Like, there was all kinds of shit that we were, like, going back and forth on. Like, I'm not a Madden apologist, but goddamn, bro. Like, the propaganda was real.
And welcome back. On the run. Allen on the goal. Vincent stops.
No sprint button user running.
Starting to make his presence.
These are just, like, the moments... That's what I'm talking about. Like, okay, it's PS2 Madden, not 360 Madden, but it's like... Do you know how fun this play is right now? Tight end, block, the linebacker trying to shoot a gap, misses a little bit. You've got two pullers out. You follow the block. Like, I'm user controlling this. I'm not hitting the sprint button. Like, I'm attacking the hip. I know the timing of the little juke move to attack the hip because he's over pursued as Brian Dawkins. Yeah, I was going to say Brian Urlacher. I stopped myself. But as Brian Dawkins, he's over pursued, and I cut early. And then I go in, and then they get the double tackle. Like, whatever. Like, you know how satisfying that play was? God, that was just... It felt good to run that very specific play, folks.
Under a yard to go. Ball on the 40-yard line.
Like, there's good games hiding in here. You just have to dig them out. And I think that's the other thing. Ryan Moody, like, refused to use sliders. His thing was, he's like, I shouldn't have to... I know I'm being over-exaggerated, but he's like, I shouldn't have to use sliders to make the game good, Paul. I shouldn't have to use sliders. Well, you do. Like, fuck you. You do. Like, adjust this, adjust that. Like if you played with sliders, you would get a better gameplay experience, and then you wouldn't have shit to talk about on your channel for like 12 years. Right? Like, if you come at me with like this sliding action or whatever problem, but it's like, Ryan, you're not interested in playing the better game. You just want to make another fucking video where you like shit on it, and instead of being proactive, hey, I'd like to see this, like, it's just shit talking them. Like, that's the problem I guess I get. My personality, like, maybe it's just a clash of personalities. And the reason why I was invited to go there is, like, my goal at the time, even my goal today, I just want to play a good football game. And at the time that they were listening to user feedback, and at the time that you could even write in forum posts like Madden Mania when these games were out, like, I joined forum posts with Madden 03. I didn't get to join it with Madden 02, but I joined forum posts with Madden 03. It's like, I'd like to see this, I'd like to see that, I'd like to see the defensive plays, like, match the fronts and all this kind of stuff. There are things I was writing about, like, as 18, 19, 20, 22, 25, 27 years old, all that stuff. And it's like, I just want the game to be better. I see Thing. I want Thing to be better. This is how I would like to see Thing be better. Like, instead of like, oh, it sucks. It's like, yeah, because Ryan, if Ryan were here right now and I'm talking, I'd say the same thing, because he's heard me say it before. It's like, you know, you could make the game more enjoyable, right? Like, there are settings in here that can make it better, but the reality is you don't want to do those settings because it would hurt your channel. The argument, I shouldn't have to, fuck you. Like, the settings are there for a reason. Okay? Like, yeah, you shouldn't have to. You should be able to click simulation or arcade mode or easy mode for beginners. Yeah, I get it. But when I say fuck you, it's like, you're not trying. You're not actively trying to help make the game better. You're just bitching. And here I am bitching about bitching, and it sounds like a contradiction, but it really turned me off. And it turns me off because he has such a good voice, and I don't mean like the tone of his voice as a man. Like, I mean, like, he's got a literal subscription base. People listen to him. He's got an audience voice. And he actively chose the path he chose to, like, not try to actively make the game better. It's like, you have this opportunity. And, like, you chose that path. You said they should really sold a separate simulation and arcade version of the game. I totally agree with that. It should. It's one of the things I told them. Like, when we were there, they're like, oh, I forget what the question they asked. And I was like, oh, yeah, they're EA. I can't remember who it was. It was like Phil or Ian or whoever. I don't want Raxzilla. I don't remember who it was that said, I want to say it was Raxzilla. But I also don't want to attribute credit to the wrong person who didn't say things. So, but it was like, you shouldn't have to be Peyton Manning to play the game well. And I'm like, yeah, but that's what difficulty settings are for. Right? Like, that's why you should have Rookie Pro, All Madden. Like, all Madden should be, like, the players literally have their leverage and they can bait you, and that famous Ed Reed play that he baited Peyton Manning and all that. And you should be able to have the controls of sliding coverage and, you know, like, literally dictating your offensive line blocking. And, like, we're going to have a big on big. We're going to slide to the left, have the guy alone, have the halfback protect here, have a guy slip out. Where's your hot read? Like, all the tactical stuff that we humans want to do. I shouldn't have to do what I'm doing and just like call plays and let the computer run it. I should, as a user, be rewarded for good football and punished for bad football and learn to play better football. I totally agree with that. Meanwhile, that's not what the game is. So how can we get the best out of the game and then encourage EA like, hey, can you do this thing better? I don't know. Honestly, I think that was an attempt at a head coach games. Yeah.
Let's get back to the action on the field.
Fuck, I feel so grumpy right now, but not like in a super bad way. Does that make any sense? No, we're going to do the kick out.
Using motion.
What do you want to do? What do you want to do? First down. Not a lot of yards, but oh, it's not a first down. Let's go. That sucks. Let's do flat pressure.
Third and short. The offense is confident they can convert for this first because they've done well on third down thus far. Well, looking for breaks free. And
Nice, Jonathan.
at the 35. So he picks up about 5 on that run, moving the chains in the process.
I'll tell you, that might not be something
Double
you
under?
read about in the paper, but it was a well-executed run right up the middle for a first down.
Thanks. Under center. Looks like he's calling an audible. With the carry. Walker with the tackle at the 32-yard line. He might have gotten a yard or two.
That guy got knocked around by that defense. He needs a little protection from his lineman.
Tight end corner.
Inside enemy territory. Banks directing traffic. Number 46 goes in motion. And gets the toss.
What a great play by the linebacker here to blow up the fullback. Just blows him up. We literally and legitimately had a possibility to cut back lane if we could kick out, follow behind 82. And he got us. 3rd and 7.
Coming up here. Ball on the 32-yard line. Nickelback in this time. Looking to pass.
What do you got, Tony?
Gets rid of it. Lewis.
No accuracy. Almost an interception because of the lack of accuracy. Dawkins should have taken that away from us. He was so inaccurate that even Dawkins missed it.
Back to the game.
On the 32-yard line, 4th and 7. We're still in the second quarter. We got to make it an 11-point game.
Brown is heading onto the field for this field goal attempt. Here's the long attempt.
Yeah, Tony Banks was hot garbage. That's why we're not starting Carr.
Good. So it's
Like, well, again, we've talked about it before, but I think Carr might come in like week 10 or whatever it is.
Have a guy that can make you drive work
Game
free,
10, whatever.
even if you don't get in the end zone every time.
Yeah, the fact is we're facing a 3rd and 7 and we're asking Banks to save the drive. Like, I'm not complaining about that at all. Like, we shouldn't have to rely on Banks to save the drive or save the game. That's why, like, as an offensive coordinator right now, we have to balance, like, we want to be able to run the ball and not just call pass, pass, pass. But we also need to be able to not put pressure on Banks. Like, we're going to run for 2 yards on 2 plays, and then you've got to bail us out on 3rd and 8. Like, that's not fair to him, right? Like, you have to complete the pass of so many yards.
first and 10 here. Ball on their own 30.
So that's why it's important to go like a first down pass that can be like a check down or something, a second down run, and third down and manageable where anything could be like anything could convert it, like 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, whatever. But that's just not the reality, right?
Ball on their own 32.
That's how we have to manage good drives. The weak side run with a couple good blocks, and he's breaking away. And he's got another breakaway touchdown. It's a cover 4. I was worried about pinching the linebackers here, but like they're overhung and they're here, and it's just a good little weak side run. I really like this play here. But that's the computer. I didn't push anything. He's just drifting, right? He's the one drifting. He's drifting. He's bad. Like, we have no linebackers. They're just drifting. They're getting pancaked and then picked up. So the double block, right? And Deuce is just gone with talent. Yeah, we might not keep this game, but I just thought it would be fun to run our offense for a little bit and play a little bit of football in our 7-hour stream. That's the other thing I've talked about is sometimes I don't go live because I just want to play video games, not even Madden or whatever, but sometimes I just want the computer to run and just talk with you guys, and sometimes I just want to play. This has been a good game, though. Like, I like losing like this. Like, we just have a bad team, right? We don't have the talent. It makes having the talent feel better, if that makes any sense. You feel bad for Carr because before the season, the Texans made a good business decision addressing the offensive line first. Yeah, they did. They did and they didn't, right? Like, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Tony Baselli was like a flyer. Like, he never played it down for them. I think he had a career-ending injury that he tried to come back from and he didn't, and that's what made it a career-ending injury. Like, he had the shoulder injury. So they just took a flyer and said, hey, if he can come back, we'd like to have him to protect the quarterback. They definitely had like the rookie Chester Pitts and Fred Weary. Like, they went after some offensive linemen. They have here McKinney as an 85. Brian Young also. I was watching that. There's the video of like on the Texans' own YouTube channel. They have the first touchdown drive. Is their first drive ever in the NFL. They're playing the Cowboys. It's the first drive, bro. Like, go watch it, Asuka. It's like an 8-minute video or whatever. And it says Ryan Young is also hurt. So they literally have, I believe, McKinney playing one of... Guys, which guy was it? Was it Graham? Graham or McKinney is like playing right tackle. I think Weary is... Right guard Weary is playing right guard. Maybe Graham is playing right tackle. McKinney are playing, and I think it's Pitts playing left tackle. But both Baselli and Graham... No, not Baselli. Graham. Baselli and Young are both injured to start the game. Like, you got to give them credit for trying, right? That's why Jacksonville released him. They think he'd return, and he didn't. Exactly. So you got to give them credit for trying. But at the same time, did they try properly? Did they, like, they wasted a pick on that guy? But can you blame them for trying? It's kind of 6 on one, half dozen the other, right? Tight end quick outs is a play we haven't called. I'd like to pass on first down. They're coming out in a 4-3 defense. So we're just matching up with them like 3 wide receiver threats to the left-hand side, and they don't have the coverage for it. It's a play that Peyton Manning can run when we play the practice mode. And it's intercepted off of a tip, and suddenly we're a one-play turnover. They scored a touchdown, we come out throwing, and you can make the counter-argument, like, why are you throwing with Tony Banks? Why are you throwing down the field? Why are you calling passing plays on first down? And your defense just got cooked, and they don't even have a chance to get Gatorade. What are you doing? And I'll tell you what the answer is. Like, this should be the throw. You can say, oh, the linebacker is reacting to the pass in the air or whatever. It's like, this should be the throw. Right? Like, the plays are there. We've seen them, like, get made.
It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 47-yard line.
We've seen, like, when you have a competent offense, they can execute the plays.
Back with the throw, and it's complete. And he's brought down at the 42.
Then, yeah, Tony Baselli's surgery on his shoulder went wrong, and that's why he had to retire. Okay. The details help. Thank you. Rather than just, like, spamming the play, I'm just going to call this play here and hope that it can work. We deflected away, and it's a third down.
That's one of those deals where you got it, then wow, you don't got
We've
it.
called Thunder before, Sam Blitz, Mike Blitz. Let's call Sky. And let's user control here the flat coverage.
Staley looking to turn it upfield. They're going to keep the clock moving.
So, yeah, we just do that, and it's a weak side blitz. Okay, they pitch it out there. And we just get to it. It's nice. Played a little defense there, huh? I'm just trying to not just spam two-man under over and over and over and over again. And you can see us like get cooked in a couple good runs. We got cooked on a cover 0. Let's try post corner. Like a first down throw. Should hit the drag. Now is an opportunity to weak side run it, right? If we say counter and smash. Made the Hall of Fame despite only 7 seasons. Yeah, people really question if he belonged there. His play on the field did. The short career said no. But then are you really blaming a guy because of an injury? Like he can't make the Hall of Fame? You have to play X amount of seasons. That's not really a requirement. That's such a satisfying play. Got Tony Baselli out there in front of us, like the imaginary league where he actually is playing, attacking a guy, throws him to the ground, right? Throwing the edge defender to the ground and getting out there downfield. We're countering against them, picking up with McKinney, pulling Graham here, getting the block, right? That's just such a satisfying opportunity. We're going to call the quick slant. It's first down. Letting Tony throw on first down. They shift. And he almost throws a pick. Now it's second down.
You can't catch it when you knock it down.
So I'm going to call off tackle. We're going to run the ball. We're going to try to spread them out. They're ignoring it.
Thanks. Using split backs. The carry. Well, on the call, Bishop.
Okay, pick up a few yards. Was it 3? Was it 4? It was only 3.
Yeah, sure looks like this guy's going to be involved in the offense today.
Cross up. We got a Gaffney shot. We've got some cross-ups here. And he just drops it. See, I'm fine punting here. We didn't ask him to be a superhero. And he put it in his hands. That's a bad punt.
He'll be returning this one.
Lito Shepherd's going to bring another one back.
The 30, the 20, the 10.
Wow. Wow. 0 complaints. Wow. 2 returns. Just punting it away. We don't even have a kick coverage. Wow. 34 points in the first half. Dios mío. 2 special teams returns. 5 touchdowns in the first half. Didn't have a chance to play defense.
Lewis looking for a nice return. Just about ready to get this drive started after being forced to punt on their last possession.
Flanker go.
Ball on their own 23. Four-man front this time. They'll go with the pass. Banks passes to his left. It's
Banks killing me, dog. You're killing me with these decisions.
go back to the game. Searching for a seam. And he's brought down at the 27-yard line. Now it's 3rd and 6 coming up.
Quick question from Orochi Alter says, which positions of your team was the weak spot historically and or currently? I think that's a good question for the chat in general, Asuka, Danny, anyone. Of your team was the weak spot historically and or currently? Wow. I mean, we're not missing me lose. Let me think about that as we see what Tony does or doesn't do on 3rd down. Do we throw it to... Yes, and he can catch it. And Lewis can get downfield. Well, as a 49er fan, you can't say it's quarterback. Can't say it's running back. We have a Hall of Famer in terms of Joe the Jet Perry. Technically, it's fullback. But we've got great running backs through history. Maybe not a bunch of Hall of Famers, but we've got great running backs from Ricky Waters and Roger Craig. And, Frank Gore might be the first 49ers halfback to go in the Hall of Fame. Hugh McElhenney and all of that. Garrison Hurst. Like, it's definitely not a problem. Fullback, definitely not either. Tight ends, we've had many great tight ends. Offensive line, Jesse Sapolo was a great center. We've had some good centers come and go over the years. Alex Mack was on the 49ers. While center has been a problem since Alex Mack retired, currently it's a super weakness. Like, Jake Brindle is our center. Like, just, our center sucks. We've had Jeremy Newberry and Jesse Sapolo, and we've had good centers off and on over years. We've taken other, like Jonathan Goodwin was not like an all-pro center, but he was a solid center in the 2010s and stuff for us. Like, haven't had like a giant weakness until this Jake Brindle guy was like a real problem. Even when we didn't have a great center, we had competent centers. We've had really great guards over the years. Like, I think that's a really good question. I mean, yeah, okay, we've had Ronnie Lott play corner for us. We've had Deion Sanders play corner for us. Travarius Ward has been with us, and this year's like his first year gone, or was it last year was his first year gone? I forget if he was with us last year right now, because I know he is officially gone this year. I think last year he was with us. Like, I don't think we have like a direct, like, long-term historical weakness. I mean, you win 5 Super Bowls and play in 8 because you've got a lot of strengths. So a long-term historical weakness, I don't know. I know that until like the Patrick Willis area, we didn't really have super famous linebackers that were famous while they were our linebackers. Like Jack Hacksaw Reynolds had his fame before he joined the Niners late in his career. Bill Romanowski really became famous after being a 49er. Keena Turner's good, like, but you probably only know that name if you're a 49ers fan. Like, we did not historically have famous linebackers. And I say that because obviously Dave Wilcox is a Hall of Famer, played for Boise State and then Oregon Ducks. And he's a Hall of Famer at an outside linebacker, and he's in All Pro Football 2K8. So it's like, oh, about Dave Wilcox, what are you talking about, Paul? But it's like, yeah, Dave Wilcox, and then, like, who else? Right? But then we followed that up with, like, Patrick Willis, Navarro Bowman, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw. Like, suddenly, like, got multiple great linebackers. Takeo Spikes was on our team. Like, there's been many really, really good linebackers. Bryant Young is one of maybe our best defensive tackle we've ever had. We've had many good ones. Michael Carter as a nose tackle. Dana Stubblefield was a defensive player of the year. I think he was a rookie or early in his career, and he was solid. And he's in this video game, regardless of his grape problems since he retired. On the football field, he was fantastic. We've had lots of fantastic defensive linemen, ends, tackles, nose, 3 techniques all over the place. Defensive ends, like just everything. I know I just repeated that, but I don't think we've had like a glaring problem. It's hard to say that. I could point to multiple guys, but I would say center. If you think that Jesse Sapolo and Jeremy Newberry and like 1 or 2 years of Alex Mack were our best centers we've ever had, that would be an issue, but not like that kills us. I think it's interesting. Yes, Asuka. That answer. Asuka, have you seen, maybe I'll even show it, have you seen the 49ers alternate logo of the injured reserve? SF 49ers injury logo. And then let's go here, let's go sources, let's go display capture. Like, there you go, folks. This is the new logo of the San Francisco 49ers, folks. It's a classic. Right? That is a classic. I hope that got a laugh out of you if you haven't already seen it. Oh my goodness.
Back to the field.
Let's call a play we haven't really run very much before. Let's do zigzag.
Ball on their own 44.
Asuka's just defense. I'll give Asuka the complete credit. There is consistency from Asuka, Orochi. There is consistency. You cannot say Asuka is not consistent. If you did, you'd be a liar. God. Yes. Banger after banger, Asuka in the comments. Back to back, biggest, weakest injuries. What's the biggest defense? God. I wish there could be I wish I could heart comments in live chats. That was incredible. What do you got, Tony? You actually can throw to the fullback. Nice. We haven't called that play all game. And we're just trying to call as many different plays as we can, so we're not just calling the same stuff and being boring. We've called slants deep out, deep slants and regular slants, drag in, wide receiver quick out, and zigzag. So we've called most everything. We haven't called the halfback blast. Wow, he did that to Brian Dawkins. He did that to Doc. He did that to the Wolverine. 20-on-20 crime. 20-on-20 crime, folks. This is the definition of having 18 halfback ability and 4 tackle. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not right.
So 2 minutes left before halftime.
First and 10.
Melissa, anything new from the sideline?
I was able to talk to the team doctor, Al, and he indicated that it's a minor injury. They expect it to take a series or 2 off.
What are our audibles? They're like that. So we do have smash out of this formation. We have counter and smash.
So let's pick up the action. Banks directing traffic.
Just going to read the tackle.
And it looks like this one will be spotted at the 28-yard line. That run
Clock
didn't
is
get
running. 2nd and 9. This is where we run into a big problem. We got no yards on first down. And we're in danger of just getting like no yards on back-to-back plays and then asking Tony to save the day. But do we just get 1 yard and go pass? Like, what is the problem here, right?
changing the play now.
Just run the same play over and over? What are you doing? You have the drag wide open. He's wide fucking open. Just complete it, Tony. And now you've got a 3rd and 9, Banks. It's a 3rd and 9 because you couldn't throw it to the primary receiver. Are you kidding me? We're not going to do much here on 3rd and long, folks. Get off the line of scrimmage. You can't move anywhere. Oh, that's hilarious. He can't move anywhere. That's so weird. Okay. And he converts. You'd say for your team it'd be wide receiver number 2 because of a history of running backs and wide receivers number 1s. That is an honest evaluation of the Bills, Orochi Alter. That is a good, honest, truthful evaluation of your team. Yeah, the 49ers have had lots of number 2s and all of that, like literally Jerry Rice with John Taylor. Right before that, we had a really, really good tandem of Freddie Solomon at number 2 for Dwight Clark at number 1. Jerry Rice would eventually, he'd have J.J. Stokes, who wasn't very good, right? But then we got Terrell Owens. And on Jerry Rice's last game at Candlestick Park as a 49er, Terrell Owens, went off for, 20 catches or whatever, right? Right, there was this time where we literally had Debo and Ayuk, as a pair. Right, not a great combo, but a combo. We had Anquan Bolden and Michael Crabtree. We've had some duos, right? Those 2000s and early 2010 teams were really weird. Yes, Asuka, they tried. You can't fault them for not trying, right?
Black moves in motion. He's going to throw. Steps up into the pocket.
Touchdown? No, he missed. There's Dawkins with flap. Let's go. I don't know if I've ever seen that animation in this game before. Nice. Okay. Are we trying to put all the pressure on Tony Banks? 37 seconds. Timeout. What are you running on that down? Because I wanted to see if we can, get a gap, get a block, get a lane, pick up yards. Right? Couldn't get a block here. Couldn't get a gap or lane to pick up yards, and now we're in a weird situation. Let's go flat pressure. Fuck you, I'm taking over. And there was nowhere to go. Fuck. He didn't want to throw that post. The backside post was open. And when he didn't throw it, I'm like, fuck you, I'm taking over. And it was like, oh, there's nowhere to go. Yes, it was a rough quarterback period, but you had Ryan Fitzmagic, remember? 3 seconds. We're going to miss. I pushed it too far to the right on the bar. Alright, that was fun. That was enjoyable, even though we were getting our ass stomped. Hello, wife. I think this is a good time to cut this all off. It's 7.5 hours of so much fun. Let's go settings. Let's go save. I think we had a good time. And I think we're improving. And I'm not quitting 03, but I think there are definite limitations to this game that I don't think that we can overcome. I think that's a really fair assessment. I don't know what you think. But it might be time to look at Madden 04. I really don't want to just abandon it because of this, but like, what more are we going to do? Maybe it's just me feeling after a 7.5 hour, almost an 8 hour stream. But it really feels like there are some limitations that we just can't get past. Need some time to sleep on it, talk in the Discord. But it just feels like you can't rectify it. I think this game is quite different when you're playing your friend, like your friend versus your friend, and the computer versus the computer. Yeah, 04 is a lot of fun too, computer versus computer. Or not computer, human versus human. This game was a lot of fun. 03. When I've got another human on the other side of me playing ball. But I really feel that we're kind of pushing this game to its limits. And I don't think we're going to get out of 03 what I want. And I don't think that's a failure. I think that made this adventure worth it. Like they say in science, sometimes disproving a theory is just as important as proving a theory. Because at least you know what doesn't work. And I think we've pushed it to its limits. And had some fun. But I think it's probably time to move on. Tell me in the chat. Wife is indirectly demanding my attention, and she deserves it because I've been streaming for 8 hours, and I'm a married man, and she deserves my attention too, as a loving, incredible woman. But the other side thing is, she's been working on her masters. It's not like she's like sitting in her room doing nothing and being ignored. You know, she definitely has her masters and her homework to do. So, thank you so much for being here yet again, and to anyone else watching in the future or finishing the stream, thank you so much. I'll see you next time we go live.